The beginning of the new loop bore little difference from the last. Zorian boarded the train to Cyoria with Kiriel in tow, entertaining her with minor magical tricks and heavily dramatized tales of his past adventures to keep boredom at bay. He even exchanged a few words with Ivory, though only a few. She lost interest quickly this time, likely because he'd already exhausted his stories by the time they reached Corsa and didn't cast any impressive spells while she was around. "Here we are," Zorian said, stepping off the train and helping Kiriel maneuver her luggage through the narrow door. She insisted on carrying it herself, adorable really, but he knew from experience her stubbornness wouldn't last long. Let her indulge in the fantasy for now. "Welcome to Cyoria, dearest sister." "I'm your only sister," she replied dryly, her wide eyes drinking in the sprawling train station. "Exactly," Zorian replied without missing a beat. Kiriel ignored him, too distracted by the colorful storefronts, the massive ceiling clock, and the teeming sea of people. She adjusted to the chaos far better than he had on his first arrival. "Big," she finally declared. "Cyoria's a major city and a key transport hub," he explained. "Traffic like this is normal." "Can we look around a bit?" she asked, already eyeing a vendor's display. "You mean dig through trinkets and shiny nonsense?"
Zorian guessed. She pouted. "All right.
One souvenir. And nothing absurd." "What qualifies as absurd?" she challenged, scanning the storefronts with interest. "Use your common sense," he said flatly. "And if I'm not sure?"
"Ask."
She nodded solemnly, already plotting. He could afford almost anything she picked, especially with a large influx of cash on its way, but spoiling her would only feed her worst habits. Kiriel had never been particularly good at moderation. They spent the next hour and a half wandering the shops, Zorian trailing her like a loyal bodyguard as she darted from stall to stall with no discernible pattern. He didn't try to figure it out. Instead, he used the time to practice his mind sense, focusing on picking individual minds out of the chaotic noise of the crowd. The dense environment still overwhelmed his senses, but he was improving. He used Kiriel as a constant anchor, tracking her presence while testing his ability to isolate and study random passersby. She eventually settled on a snow globe. Surprisingly tasteful, it featured a tiny, perfectly detailed cottage and trees, so intricate it looked like someone had literally shrunk a scene and sealed it in glass. Despite the object having no magic of its own, Zorian could tell it had been made using sophisticated enchantment tools. The price reflected that, but it wasn't as bad as he feared. He bought it without complaint, idly wondering if his alteration skills were advanced enough to replicate it. With her shopping done, they headed to the main plaza by way of the park. Unlike previous loops, he saw no reason to risk encountering the cranium rat swarm. Not with Kiriel's mind unshielded. No reason to draw unnecessary attention. That one change had surprising ripple effects. Since Kiriel never saw the cranium rats, she didn't bring them up to Ray, which meant their conversation with Ray was notably smoother. Apparently, Zorian had made a stronger first impression last time than he realized. Without the ominous tales of mind-reading rats, Ray was more relaxed, and more insistent that they stay longer. He let them convince him to linger. It was the perfect window to probe Ray's thoughts, before suspicion could take root. A student of Cyoria's Royal Academy? Quite prestigious for someone from a rural town, Ray remarked.
No offense, of course.
We're from one too. But doesn't that academy only accept the extremely gifted or politically connected?
Zorian guessed. At her nod he continued, not quite.
They accept students based on exam scores, recommendations from staff or notable figures, and whether rejecting the applicant might offend someone powerful. If you pass the exams and pay the fees, you're usually in.
Is that how you got in? She asked.
I placed in the top 50, Zorian said, proud.
48th to be precise. But who was counting?
Brothers super talented.
Kiriel chimed in.
Though mother said he and Fortov only got in because Damon's so famous. Zorian blinked.
What?
Please don't be mad.
Kiriel pleaded.
Mother said not to tell you because you'd get upset, but... Daimen had nothing to do with it, Zorian snapped, teeth clenched. I earned my place. But, as usual, mother attributes everything good in the world to Daimen and lumps me in with Fortov. I believe you, Mr. Kaczynski, Ray cut in. No need to scold your sister over this. Zorian sighed, bitterness seeping into his tone.
Right. Sorry.
Awkward silence lingered. Why did this topic still get under his skin? So, your brother is the Daimen Kaczynski?
Ray asked. Yes, he muttered. The famous one.
Wait, your brother's famous? Nachka asked Kiriel. For stuff, she said vaguely, clearly trying to avoid provoking Zorian again. He's an adventuring archaeologist, Zorian explained. Leads expeditions to find artifacts, ruins, magical beasts.
He's been successful.
Gets a lot of attention. I haven't heard anything about him in over a year, Ray noted.
He's in Koth, Zorian replied. Found something important, supposedly. Keeping it secret, of course.
You'll hear about it when he's ready for the spotlight. The conversation shifted, and Zorian used the opportunity to probe Ree's surface thoughts. As expected, she was more open without the threat of cranium rats lingering in her mind. He learned that Saw wasn't a shifter, only Ray and Notchka were. Ray had once been a criminal, but gave it up for Saw. They'd moved to escape her past and give Notchka a clean slate. Romantic and tragic. Zorian felt anger stir again at the cult of the dragon below. Could he really stand by while Notchka's parents were murdered? Even if he didn't have a perfect plan? He'd have to delay his original intentions and watch how this loop unfolded. Maybe the previous kidnapping had been a fluke. Still, best to place a tracking spell on Notchka, just in case. By the time they said goodbye, it was raining. Ray tried to convince them to wait, but Zorian knew the storm wasn't ending anytime soon. He summoned a weather shield around himself and Kiriel, keeping them dry for the entire walk to Amaya's. Proof, he thought proudly, of his improved skill and mana reserves. Not far from the restaurant where he was meant to meet Rainey, Zorian sat quietly on a bench, waiting. She hadn't arrived yet, but that wasn't unusual. He'd miscalculated how long it would take to find the place and ended up arriving early.
He didn't mind.
There were worse ways to spend time than experimenting with his mind sense, tuning into the thoughts of passing pedestrians, borrowing the vision of pigeons flying overhead, or manipulating the smooth pebbles he kept in his pocket for shaping exercises. Shaping, when not being dissected and criticized by Svim, was actually relaxing.
Calming, even.
Maybe he'd try designing a truly challenging exercise later, something difficult, but not absurd. Something that didn't carry Svim's patented, "You haven't truly mastered this" stamp of disapproval. He was mid-air with the pebbles when something tugged at his mind sense, a whisper of awareness from a nearby bush. Curious, he gathered the pebbles back into his palm and leaned over the shrubbery. Even with his mind sense zeroing in, it took him a moment to visually spot the mantis clinging to a twig, its camouflage nearly perfect.
An idea sparked.
He pointed a hand at the insect and focused, trying to telekinetically pull it toward him without crushing it. That was harder than expected. The mantis gripped the twig with all the tenacity of a creature who really didn't want to be moved. It flailed surprisingly quickly, but Zorian wasn't about to lose a tug-of-war with a bug. After several minutes of careful effort, he finally levitated it into the air. It flailed dramatically, twisting in protest, until, with sudden grace, it unfurled its wings and zipped away.
Right. Mantises can fly. He'd forgotten.
Shrugging, he expanded his awareness outward, searching. Rainey had arrived. She was still around the corner, out of direct sight, but he'd recognize her mental signature anywhere. He headed toward the restaurant, careful not to look like he was waiting at the street corner she was about to round. When she did appear, she froze mid-step, spotting him immediately.
She didn't move.
Just stood there, watching him as though unsure how to proceed. He resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow. Hadn't they already agreed this wasn't a date? Feigning surprise, he turned her way and offered a small wave. That was enough to get her moving. "Sorry if I cut it close," she said as she reached him. "Most people I know show up 10 minutes late, minimum. I've learned not to be early." "I was a little early myself," Zorian admitted.
"You're on time."
"I found ways to keep myself entertained."
"Oh?" she asked, eyebrow raised.
"Care to share?" "Nothing dramatic," he replied, retrieving the pebbles and levitating them into a spinning circle above his palm. "Just shaping exercises." She stared at the pebbles for a second, then shook her head and muttered something unintelligible under her breath before gesturing him toward the restaurant.
He followed her inside.
The moment he stepped into the dining room, the reason behind the restaurant's name, the fearsome catfish *, became obvious. Suspended from the ceiling was a massive, taxidermied catfish, easily large enough to swallow a grown man.
A statement piece, certainly.
Rainey didn't say a word about it, but she didn't need to. Her amusement was obvious in her emotional signature. They sat at a table near the window. Zorian half expected her to order a mountain of meat, wolf shifter stereotypes and all, but instead she picked grilled trout and vegetables. Healthier than his own meal, actually. He briefly wondered if he was supposed to be paying for both of them. On the one hand, she'd chosen something pricey. On the other, she was a tribal chief's daughter. Maybe she'd be insulted if he offered.
She didn't wait long.
It'll take a bit for the food, she said. Why don't you tell me about these cat shifters of yours while we wait? Zorian gave the room a quick once-over with his mind sense. There were plenty of patrons, but none were paying them much attention. If Rainey was fine with talking here, he wouldn't object. He told her as much as he could without mentioning the invasion or the details about Ree's past he shouldn't know. I don't think they mean you harm, Rainey said once he finished. If they did, they wouldn't let their daughter bond with your sister. Shady or not, cat shifters rarely cause trouble in their own territory. Zorian arched a brow. So, I'm guessing wolf and cat shifters don't get along. We barely interact. Not enemies, just different. I think they give the rest of us a bad name, she said. They're the ones most deeply tied to Icosian magic. Illusions. Scrying. Mind magic. Dangerous stuff. Zorian nodded. I'll be careful. Is that kind of separation common? Between shifter groups, I mean. No, Rainey said, shaking her head. Most groups maintain relations. Cat shifters just chose their own path long ago. We left each other behind. Their food arrived, and the conversation paused. Rainey devoured her meal with the speed of a professional eater, casting glances at him while he ate more slowly. He refused to be rushed. Let her stew. Once he finished, she resumed. Shifters didn't always live on the fringes, she said. Before the Icosians came, we had our own lands. Our own rules. The other natives hated us, sure, but we were strong. And the Icosians? They didn't see us as monsters, just eccentric natives with neat powers. They tried to integrate us. It didn't take. Except for the cat shifters, Zorian said. Exactly. They embraced assimilation. We didn't. That caused a rift. It went deeper than politics, Zorian realized. This was identity. Pride. Autonomy. He asked about the other shifter groups, and Rainey launched into a surprisingly detailed overview. Raven and owl shifters, like the cats, had assimilated. Viper shifters tried, failed, and were nearly wiped out. Wolves, boars, and deer anchored the autonomy movement. Bears and foxes were wavering. Eagles vanished into the mountains. Seals had fled. Pigeons, well, pigeons were a weird experiment that had oddly succeeded. I'm surprised more mages haven't created their own shifter lines, Zorian mused. Many tried. Most failed, Rainey replied. It's not enough to create a shifter. You have to raise generations. Properly. Otherwise, you don't get a clan. You get chaos. Eventually, the conversation drifted to the recent monster attacks. Rainey unexpectedly seemed insecure about her lack of involvement. I came here to become strong, she admitted. I thought I was. But compared to some of our classmates, I'm not. I should have been out there fighting. Zorian didn't know what to say. He said nothing. She didn't press. There was no talk of a second meeting. But before they parted, she told him to reach out if he had more questions. That was something. And yes, she did expect him to pay for both meals.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Perhaps it was because she knew that Zorian already had a date, much like everyone else seemed to believe, or perhaps it was simply a matter of Zorian being more circumspect with his intentions this time around, but Ilsa didn't send any girl after him in the end. Not that Zorian had stayed at Amaya's place long enough to see that in person, of course, that could have easily left him stuck with an unplanned date for the evening again, but he had left a scrying beacon in the house so he could check up on it periodically. A part of him was annoyed he even cared about that. In the grand scheme of things, such petty drama did not matter in the slightest. There wasn't enough time left in the restart for the consequences of ignoring it to really catch up to him. And besides, he could hardly be blamed for not showing up on a date he had never arranged to begin with. But, well, he was curious, and it wasn't like checking up on the house from time to time was some huge commitment on his part. No, most of his time was spent on hovering on the edges of the invasion proper, trying to spot breakaway groups small enough to ambush. Well, that and repeatedly telling himself that he didn't have to interfere every time he saw the invaders kill helpless civilians, since they were going to be just fine when the loop restarted. The first thing was complicated by the variety of monsters that accompanied the mages, who all had very good senses and came in great numbers. The second was complicated by the sheer brutality the invaders displayed to everyone in their path. For heaven's sake, some of them were breaking into random houses and murdering entire families inside. Not even looting anything, just committing mindless slaughter of non-combatants for no real reason. Madness. He knew stuff like that happened during the invasion, of course, but it was never this personal for him. He was there this time, witnessing the behavior in detail and cold-bloodedly deciding where to engage the invaders and where to move on. And he wasn't talking about avoiding groups that were straight up too big for him to handle. Those were easy to ignore, since he had never felt compelled to help others if doing so would cost him his own life in return. No, he was talking about groups that were entirely manageable with his current skills, except that he couldn't figure out a way to deal with them without killing everything. And what would be the point of that? He needed Abasin mages alive so he could read their minds. That was what this was all about. An ambush that did not result in subdued mages to interrogate was a waste of time and mana, as well as liable to summon Quatakikal to dispatch him. The ancient lich always personally intervened when someone got too successful against the invading forces. And that was without even considering the possibility that Red Robe was secretly lurking somewhere out there in the city, waiting for a big enough disturbance to clue him in that a time traveler was back in Scioria. He didn't think that option was very likely, what with Red Robe completely abandoning his support of the invasion lately, but it was not an option he felt completely safe discounting. No, sticking to his original plan and avoiding unnecessary engagements was definitely the right choice to make. Maybe it was a good thing his mind kept going back to the stupid date drama. If nothing else, it gave him something to distract himself with. Fortunately for his deteriorating mood, he soon found a duo of Abasin mages that had strayed too far from their main group and were only lightly defended. Well, relatively speaking. They had 2 war trolls and 12 skeletons as bodyguards, with another 6 war trolls vandalizing shopfronts not too far from where they were standing, but he was confident he could deal with that if he could surprise them. He made his way towards the group, mentally nudging the Iron Beak whose senses he was tapping into to fly closer to his targets so he could examine them more closely. There was something deliciously ironic about using the invaders' own scouts against them like that, but the real reason he was using the Iron Beaks instead of simply scrying on the invaders was that Iron Beaks had much better vision than he did and could also see in the dark. Very useful, that. He had also tried to employ the same trick on the war trolls that hung around the invaders, but found their senses very hard to process. Trolls had terrible eyesight, and were colorblind to boot. Their main sense was their ridiculously good sense of smell and, to a lesser extent, their hearing. Not to mention they were far less mobile than the Iron Beaks, and the Abasins kept a much tighter leash on the brutes than they did on their Iron Beak flocks.
He wondered.
Acting on a hunch, Zorian focused on the nearest Iron Beak flock and tried to dominate the one flying on the tail's end of the flock. It was surprisingly willful for an animal, but his attempt was not contested by anyone and the Iron Beak soon broke off from its group and made its way toward Zorian.
That worked.
Nobody seemed to be reacting to his actions, either.
Convenient.
Apparently the Iron Beaks were a bigger weak link of the invasion than he'd thought. He removed a potion vial from his pocket and handed it to the dominated Iron Beak that had landed next to him. It took some time, but eventually he managed to telepathically convey to the magical corvid that it shouldn't clutch the vial too tightly in its claws unless it wanted bad things to happen to it. That done, he directed it to dive bomb the Abasin duo with the vial. He would not have been surprised at all if his ploy had ended up as a failure. A lot of it depended on the Iron Beak executing everything flawlessly, since Zorian was only dominating the Iron Beak, not puppeteering it. A dominated creature executes orders to the best of its own ability, not the controller's. That was nice, in the sense that there was no way Zorian could have puppeteered the bird precisely enough to pull off something this complicated. It did mean he was a bit of a helpless observer as a result though. Oh well, even if the ploy failed it should at least act as a proper distraction for his own attack. The Iron Beak exceeded his expectations. Not only did it approach the 2 mages from behind, entirely on its own initiative, it dropped the vial at the exact spot Zorian told it to aim at.
The exact spot.
That had got to be some innate magic ability at work. They were uncannily accurate with their feather attack too, come to think of it. In any case, once the vial hit the ground it exploded into a cloud of yellow gas that knocked out the 2 Abasins in a matter of moments. Their bodyguards weren't affected, the war trolls because their magically enhanced metabolisms kept the knockout gas from working, and the skeletons because they had no metabolism to affect, but once their controllers went unconscious, it became ridiculously easy to goad the war trolls into attacking the skeletons. It took less than a minute before every skeleton was reduced into dust and splinters. He directed his Iron Beak to make a few passes at the 2 trolls, and the bird interpreted that as send a couple of feather volleys straight at their eyes, ouch, after which the 2 former bodyguards ran off to chase the bird in blind anger, leaving Zorian free to approach the 2 knocked-out mages unopposed. This was the 5th group he ambushed tonight, and the first one where everything had gone so smoothly. He didn't even have to personally fight in the end. He really should use Iron Beaks more extensively in the future. After dragging the 2 unconscious bodies to some less exposed place, he took a deep breath and dived into their memories. Memory reading, more than any other branch of mind magic, deeply resembled divination in the way it functioned. You had to decide what you wanted to look for, and if you were asking the wrong question, your answer would be worthless or misleading. In Zorian's case, there were 4 main things he looked for whenever he read the minds of Abasin mages: whether they knew about any mage in a garish red robe, where the primordial summoning ritual was supposed to take place, what they knew about the goals of the invasion, and, last but certainly not least, whether they knew anything about the time loop or time travel in general. The same thing he probed the minds of cultists about, really. He was lucky this time, in that one of the 2 mages lying before him was a higher-ranking mage that should hopefully know more than the common grunts he had been dealing with thus far. None of the Abasins knew anything about a mage wearing red robes, and the 2 men he currently had at his mercy were no exception. Follow-up questions regarding missing members which had left the group around the start of the time loop revealed that despite their inability to maintain discipline during the actual invasion, the Abasins ran a pretty tight ship during the lead-up to it. Anyone who stepped out of line was severely punished by the Abasin leadership, and the handful of cases where someone tried to abandon the invasion resulted in Quatakikl hunting them down like dogs as an example to everyone else. Consequently, all such attempts had stopped long before the time loop had begun. As far as Zorian was concerned, that pretty much killed the possibility of Red Robe being an Abasin invader. He had suspected as much, considering how Quatakikl treated Red Robe during that evening, but it was nice to have more confirmation. It was still possible he was connected to the cult of Dragon below, which didn't and couldn't exercise anywhere near the same control over its members. As far as the location where the primordial ritual was concerned, none of the Abasins officially knew anything about it, but it was apparently a sort of public secret among group commanders, such as the one whose mind Zorian was currently reading, that the summoning was supposed to take place on top of the hole, or at least as close to it as humanly possible. Zorian felt pretty stupid when he found that out.
Of course.
Of course it was the hole, the city's biggest and most obvious landmark. He had even known that the cult assigned special significance to the damn place, he just never damn it.
He shook his head.
In his defense, the lower-ranking cultists were convinced that the ritual was going to take place in some super-secret place that nobody knows about. As for the goals of the invasion, that was something Zorian found very easy to extract from the minds of his victims, as they knew very few actual facts about that. Only the very top of the Abasin leadership seemed to know what they were really trying to accomplish here, and the common grunts were going along with the whole thing almost entirely because Quatakikl was going along with it too. The ancient lich was held in very high regard by the Abasins. As a 1,000-year-old lich, he was an almost impossibly ancient mage, and had power and skill to match his age. He was alive back when the gods still spoke to humanity, and was rumored to have been blessed by several of them. On top of all that, he had a reputation for being harsh but fair, as opposed to a lot of other Abasin leaders who simply had a reputation for being harsh. He was something of a saint to these people, as strange as that looked to Zorian. The mindset was that if Quatakikl said this was possible and worthwhile to pull off, then it was. It was just that simple. Also, there was a general feeling among the Abasins that Altasians were all a bunch of degenerate weaklings that would surely fall like wheat before the mighty men and women of Ulquin Abasa. Then again, that particular brand of rhetoric was common in Eldamar too, so he didn't think it all that notable in the grand scheme of things. As for time travel, his current victim knew nothing of it, just like everyone else. Wait. There was something. It wasn't about the time loop or time travel, but apparently Eldamar had a secret research facility deep within the dungeon, dedicated to researching time magic.
Time dilation, to be more precise.
The facility was heavily defended, with insanely good security measures, as they had to be, considering the sheer depth the facility was located at, so the invaders had decided to leave it alone. Some of the Abasin leaders, notably Quatakikl, were known to be unhappy about that. They felt something important had to be there, if Eldamar was willing to maintain a research facility in such a dangerous environment, and wanted to have it. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the leadership felt the number of troops and effort required to crack their defenses could not be justified with such speculative gains. That was interesting. Although the Abasin mage he was memory reading did not know the exact location of the facility, Zorian was pretty sure he did. The map left to him by the matriarch had a number of locations marked on it, 2 of which he had never been able to reach to check out. One was surrounded by Abasin forward bases and patrolled too heavily for him to ever approach it successfully. Zorian presumed this was their main base. The other was ridiculously deep, and he never even tried reaching it. He did not think he could survive a journey into such depths. Frankly, he was kind of amazed the Arania managed to map the dungeon that deep, considering even powerful mages would think twice about descending to that depth. He had no proof, but he strongly suspected this was the time magic research facility discovered by the Abasins. And considering the matriarch had marked it down as important, it almost certainly had some relevance to his situation. He dived deeper into the man's mind, looking for more information. He felt his victim's mind quake under the severity of the probe but persisted anyway, any compunction about hurting these people had evaporated after watching them rampage around the city for several hours. The path outlined by the matriarch wasn't the only one, apparently, or even the main one. The government did not supply the facility through a perilous journey down the winding tunnels of the dungeon proper. They did it by descending down through the hole until they reached the desired depth, where they had drilled an artificial tunnel into the wall in order to connect the facility with the outside world. Of course, while that path avoided most of the dangers associated with such extreme depths, it was still insanely dangerous for anyone without authorization to be there, so that did not help him much.
Maybe if he... Oops.
He pushed it too hard, overwhelmed by his, still rather crude and unsophisticated memory probe. The man's mind collapsed into a chaotic, undecipherable mess. He would be getting nothing more out of him.
Damn it.
He fired 2 piercers at the unconscious mages, killing them both, and turned to leave, only to find an iron beak watching him closely from a nearby windowsill. It was non-hostile, simply scrutinizing him. Zorian checked the feel of its mind, and found that it was indeed the very same iron beak he had dominated earlier, just like he suspected. His influence over it had dissolved a while ago, though, so that couldn't be the reason why it was so docile towards him. If nothing else, he'd expected it to resent him for overriding its will. He sensed no animosity from the bird, however, just satisfaction and schadenfreude at seeing the Abasin mages dead. Either the iron beaks didn't like the Abasins much, or this particular iron beak was not a fan.
So, Zorian said,
how do you feel about helping me kill more of these? The iron beak cocked its head to the side, uncomprehending. Right, still only an animal, if a very clever and willful one. He sent the bird a telepathic impression of 2 of them killing more invaders. The iron beak answered with a shrill screech and a burst of bloodlust so strong Zorian found himself taking a step back from the animal.
Hate. Grudge. Kill. Right, he mumbled to himself.
I'll take that as agreement. He didn't bother to dominate the bird this time, he just instructed it to find another small group of invaders and started looking for more iron beaks to possibly subvert. Asterisk. Zorian subdued 2 more groups after that, neither of which had anything new to teach him, before Quatakikl suddenly teleported in front of him and blasted him in the face with one of those jagged red disintegration beams he loved so much. He died instantly, unable to raise any defenses in time. Oh well, the night had been coming to a close anyway. At least he'd managed to experiment a little with the iron beaks flying around. Sadly, he had discovered that only a tiny minority of them were receptive to his control, and contacting the wrong ones invariably caused the entire flock to descend upon him like a murderous mob. The previously subverted birds also immediately switched sides back to their brethren when this happened, which he really should have expected but somehow was still taken entirely off guard the first time it happened. In any case, the iron beaks definitely hated the invaders for some reason, but turning them against their masters was very difficult. Something kept them loyal, and the few mages whose minds he had questioned for an answer didn't know what it was. They thought of iron beaks as dumb animals and paid no heed to their thoughts and motives. He began the restart in the same general way he had started the last 2, by scouting the state of the invasion, getting his mana crystals, helping Taven clean up the dungeon of monsters, and so on. Except, of course, that he was far more effective at all of those this time around. He also stole a better library card for himself immediately and recreated Kostjenka for Kiriel, among other minor additions. The newest restart, much like the 2 that preceded it, showed no sign of future knowledge by the invaders. This was the 3rd consecutive restart where Red Robe unceremoniously ditched them, and Zorian was starting to suspect this was now a normal situation rather than just a momentary whim. Most likely, Red Robe had completely lost interest in the invasion after their confrontation. The question was why? Why do that after he had spent all those restarts stubbornly handing out knowledge to them? Well, perhaps a better question would be, why had he been doing that in the first place? What did helping the invaders do for him? Was it just a way to keep Zack focused on some highly visible, but ultimately irrelevant quest so he wouldn't question things? Or perhaps a way to muddy the waters, so to speak, and hide the aftershocks of his own actions by regularly inducing a big splash at the start of every restart?
Maybe.
But the sheer amount of information he provided to the invaders made him think there was more to it than that. It was incredibly optimized to do as much damage to the city as possible. Red Robe must have sunk an enormous amount of time and effort to produce something like that. The outcome of the invasion mattered to him in some personal way.
So why stop? What changed?
Zorian tried to think of it with a properly paranoid mindset. Red Robe thought that the Arania had brought an unknown, but large number of people into the time loop. These people were organized and also crafty enough to evade his notice for years. Not something that would be easy to hunt down and purge. Zorian had also displayed mind magic in their battle, So the one encounter Red Robe had had with these people involved one of the few types of magic that could permanently deal with him. All of this meant that the time loop got infinitely more dangerous for Red Robe all of a sudden. There was a legion of enemies plotting against him and lurking around every corner. If Zorian was in Red Robe's place, would he immediately begin to plot against this group, laying down traps and ambushes and trying to track them down?
No, definitely not.
He would get away as soon as possible, not just out of Scioria, but out of the entire wider region around the city. If he began the restart somewhere in the city, he would get the hell away at the start of the restart, much like Zack seemed to be doing. He wasn't sure how long he would stay away, but Zack had yet to stop leaving the city at the start of every restart, and he was the reckless one out of the three of them. Maybe it wasn't so strange that Red Robe was staying away from the city at the moment. In hindsight, that bit of misdirection by Spear of Resolve had been far shrewder than Zorian had given her credit for at the time. But how long would it be before Red Robe realized that the legions of enemy time travelers simply didn't exist? There was another option. If Red Robe was helping the invasion in an attempt to optimize it, so that it could be as effective as possible once the time loop ends, and if the Arania were only ejected from the time loop instead of soul-killed, as Red Robe claimed, then any further optimization attempts would be a total waste of time. Once the time loop ended, the Arania would be alive and well again, and any plan developed in their absence would give worse results than the one Red Robe had previously developed. Admittedly, Zorian mostly liked this option because it meant that the Arania were recoverable, but it would also explain a lot of things. Such as Red Robe's reluctance to use his soul kill spell more liberally. If soul-killed persons were only gone for the duration of the time loop, that would neatly explain why he didn't use it on non-loopers. That would be entirely counterproductive, since he would still have to deal with them eventually, except that he wouldn't have the option to try out different tactics against them in the time loop, and couldn't find out what worked best. Zorian could only hope that investigating the invaders would bring some answers to his questions. Though if everything else failed, he supposed he could always behave like Zack and simply launch an endless stream of suicidal missions aimed at breaking into the time magic research facility, since that was clearly relevant to the time loop somehow. He was bound to succeed eventually, right? If Zack was able to kill O'Gange with that method, then surely he could break into one measly facility. Maybe he was thinking about this wrong. He should outright recruit Zack into the attempt. He was still a bit leery of contacting the other boy, both because that would mean revealing himself to Red Robe if he was monitoring Zack, and because he was not at all sure Zack would be of any actual help to him at this point. But if he was reduced to metaphorically banging his head on the wall, then he might as well involve someone who has spent gods know how many years in the time loop honing the skill at doing exactly that. Something to keep in mind when the time comes, anyway. Asterisk. With the start of classes, Zorian decided to approach Rainy again while skipping on the mind magic training with Tinami. He still hoped to get to know the Aopair better, but it was clear that trying to get close to both Rainy and Tinami at the same time was unfeasible, and Rainy seemed the easier one to handle. He did not recreate his initial request as closely as he had intended, but Rainy agreed to set up a meeting between them nonetheless. Benesek had a spontaneous attack of clumsiness when he had tried to loudly congratulate Zorian and ended up sprawling on the floor of the classroom after tripping over his own 2 feet. It was a funny and mysterious thing, and Zorian hadn't had absolutely anything to do with it, but it sure was nice that he'd only made a scene out of himself instead of himself and Zorian, wasn't it? Still, while he had high hopes that his attempt to get to know Rainy better would go better this time around, the fact was that interacting with her involved a lot of waiting time. He might as well try to get to know another one of his classmates in the meantime. And since female classmates had a high chance of producing the same kind of problems that Tinami had in the previous restart, because that was just how his luck worked, damn it, that someone should probably be a guy.
Which one of his fellow male students looked interesting?
Oh. Edwin was really interested in golems, wasn't he? He had both of his parents in the golem-making business and couldn't shut up about them the last time Zorian had asked a mildly topical question about the subject. Well, he might as well show Edwin his own golem designs and ask him what he thought. It would be interesting to see how his designs compared to ones made by someone hyper-focused on the field. He waited until classes were over and then walked over to where Edwin and Naeem were talking. Like always when he saw them together, he found it interesting how different the two of them were, both physically and in terms of personality. Edwin was a short boy, with pitch-black hair and slightly darker skin tone that hinted his ancestors were relatively recent arrivals from the south, or perhaps even from Mycena. Naeem was a relatively unassuming brown-haired boy of average height, distinguished only by the fact he was rather athletic and fit for your average student. Edwin was talkative and expressive, getting excited easily and often gesticulating heavily when he spoke. Naeem was calm and restrained, like some sort of serene monk who had achieved enlightenment and could thus no longer be fazed by anything anymore. They were like the sun and the moon, yet somehow they'd ended up as inseparable. He had to admit, he felt just a little bit intimidated by the prospect of approaching them. He was worried they would be suspicious of him, suddenly approaching them out of the blue like that. Zorian's previous relationship with the two was polite, but very, very distant. They had hardly known each other. Then again, that was an accurate description of his relationship with most of his classmates bar Benesek. But he need not have worried. Edwin was naturally a friendly sort, and only got friendlier when he found out why Zorian was talking to him. And while he did sense some exasperation from Naeem, that was solely because of the topic of the conversation rather than Zorian's presence as such. He was not as crazy about the topic as Edwin. That's a nice stabilizer for the kind of small doll this is intended for, Edwin said, tracing the relevant glyph sequences with his finger. I don't think it would work for something larger and heavier, like a proper man-sized golem made out of solid steel, but it's downright inspired for this. I'll have to remember this. I don't understand why you put these in though, he said, jabbing his finger at the trio of compressed nodes he used to fine-tune the design. They're inelegant and just plain unnecessary. The design works perfectly without them, and they don't seem to do anything except randomly tweak things with no rhyme or reason. Actually, the design doesn't work without those, Zorian said. All of the prototypes were breaking down on me until I got sick of trying to make it work like it was supposed to and just forcibly tweak things in the manner you're looking at. It works fine now, but it makes altering the design a real pain. I'm hoping you can help me find the underlying issue that's tripping me up. Edwin gave him an incredulous look. Wait, so this is like an actual design? Not just theory work? You've built one of these? Well, yeah, Zorian said. What would be the point otherwise? But isn't that super expensive? Edwin asked curiously. No, it's just moderately expensive, said Zorian. Though in all honesty, his sense of what was expensive and what wasn't had probably gotten utterly skewed while he was in the time loop. But I'm funding it out of my own pocket and no one can really stop me from spending my money on whatever I find appropriate. Oh no, I'm not criticizing you, Edwin grinned. Hell, I wish I could do the same. You sure you don't need an assistant or anything? It's a possibility, Zorian said hesitantly. He could see that Edwin was very serious about his suggestion, and it surprised him. He had thought he would have to make an effort to get him to cooperate on specific projects, and here he was proposing partnership. How much time can you dedicate to this? Naeem gave a short, amused laugh. He was largely content to quietly sit on the sidelines thus far, but apparently he couldn't resist reacting to this. That sort of thing is all he does in his free time, Naeem said with a light smile. The real question is just how long your patience will last before you tell him to knock it off already and go home. Oh, shut up you, Edwin complained. Like you are any better, Mr. Training. You have your martial arts, and I have my golems. I have a lot on my plate lately, so I'm not exactly sure how much time I can dedicate to this. But I think I can spare a couple of hours every 2 or 3 days if you're up for it. I'm up for it, said Edwin. For a chance to see how my designs work in practice, I'd even be willing to wake up before noon during the weekend. What's keeping you so busy anyway? The classes are only starting. Ah well, I do a lot of independent studies, said Zorian. The golem experiments you already know about, but I also do a lot of studying into spell formula in general, as well as alchemy, general-purpose utility magic, and so on. I do advanced shaping exercises and practice combat magic whenever I find the time. Sounds a bit unfocused, Edwin said. Impressive that you managed to fit all of that into your schedule though. Yes, and you still found time to join in the monster hunts, Naeem noticed. I think of that as combat magic practice, Zorian said. Naeem gave Edwin an amused look. Edwin scowled back at him. What? Zorian asked. When I told Edwin I wanted to join a hunter group to practice my combat skills in real situations, he called me an idiot. He said no one else would be dumb enough to risk their lives for training, Naeem said, patting Zorian on the shoulder like an old pal. Well, it seems there are 2 of us. Welcome to the Idiot Club, Zorian. Right, Zorian mumbled. But wait, what other reason would a student like us have to join a monster hunter group? Naeem shrugged. Money. Fame. Duty. Oh right, some people get paid to do that stuff. And aren't stuck in a time loop that made stuff like fame and duty utterly unattainable. Before he could actually say anything, another one of their classmates suddenly decided to enter the conversation. Forgive me for butting in like this, said Eston Greer, suddenly speaking up from behind Zorian. But I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Do you mind if I comment a bit? There was a brief pause, as the 3 of them stared at the newcomer. In the end, it was Edwin that broke the awkward pause. We're just talking, man, Edwin huffed. It's not a private club or anything. Go ahead and say whatever you want to say. Zorian glanced at Eston, studying him for a bit. The boy was one of the students he once suspected might be Red Robe. Well, just the third-time traveler back then, since he hadn't met the guy yet, since his family emigrated to Eldamar from Ulquin Abesa. If he was being truthful to himself, the boy's appearance had contributed to those suspicions. Eston was a tall, severe-looking fellow, with sharp facial features, dour expression, thick eyebrows, black hair and eyes of such dark brown they looked almost black too. Him being very withdrawn and rarely speaking unless prompted by someone or something did nothing to dispel the rather sinister impression he got from the boy. But as far as Zorian was able to piece out, Eston was really just a normal, albeit extremely intimidating student. He had no links to the invaders and didn't really behave like someone aware of the time loop. Very well, Eston nodded seriously. I was going to note that while most of the students didn't join the monster hunt solely in order to test and hone ourselves in the crucible of battle, they surely considered that an additional point in favor of participating. One can have multiple goals for deciding something. So, you also like combat magic practice?
Naeem surmised. Yes, Eston agreed.
That is one way to interpret that. And with that, we can see that there are 3 of us who wish to test our combat skills and grow.
Perhaps we could help each other.
Have a meeting so we can trade news and personal styles, spar, and other such things. For someone who stayed quiet most of the time, Eston sure was very verbose once he got going. Still, he was all for Eston's idea, since he'd been curious about their level of combat skills ever since he'd heard they participated in monster hunts. Naeem was also interested, so after discussing it for a while, the 3 of them decided to ask Ilsa to let them borrow a training hall sometimes in the future. One with actual ground, because apparently Eston's magic didn't work well with indoor environments, whatever that meant. Eston also asked about Edwin joining them, but he wasn't interested. Edwin didn't like to fight, and had no interest in honing his combat skills. Zorian assured the golem enthusiast that he still intended to work with him on their golem designs. He just had to figure out a way to fit these 2 new obligations into his already overloaded schedule. *****. Finding a training hall suited to their needs turned out to have been largely a non-issue. The academy had lots of training halls, and most of them were free to use by any student. Not all of them were billed as combat magic training grounds, but they all had basic safety wards in place and could be unofficially used as such. According to Ilsa, such misuse of academy resources had been rampant for quite some time already, and was accepted as normal even by the teachers these days. As such, she recommended they just commandeer whatever place they needed for a few hours instead of waiting a week for the academy to give them an official time slot that may or may not suit them, at a training hall that may or may not be what they needed. They just had to make sure they weren't interrupting a sanctioned study group or some such. Armed with that knowledge, they toured some of the available options until they found a training hall that was really just a walled-off and warded section of academy grounds, and thus had plenty of soil and rocks that Eston apparently needed to really show off. Eston, as it turned out, was one of those people with an innate magical ability. Specifically, he could manipulate earth, rocks and similar materials in an unstructured manner, much like how Zorian could work his mind magic. Eston was rather cagey about the specifics of how his ability worked, since it was apparently his family bloodline and they were trying to keep it semi-secret, but it apparently wasn't immediately usable in its untrained form, and Eston's current abilities were a result of considerable talent and a lot of work. In the handful of mock fights they did to familiarize themselves with each other's skills, Eston used the ability exclusively to levitate large clumps of earth and rocks around himself, interposing them between himself and incoming spells with unerring accuracy. Well, if he could see the attack coming anyway, he didn't fare so well when Zorian made his magic missile loop back and come at him from behind his back. It also took some time for him to form a sphere, and he didn't seem capable of controlling more than 4 at any particular time, because when Zorian launched an 8-missile swarm at him he simply surrendered and asked him to tone it down in the future. Still, it was a pretty useful trick he had there. Blocking with the spheres didn't seem to take any attention from Eston, allowing him to focus purely on peppering his opponent with offensive spells while his spheres defended him. If he had something more dangerous than magic missile in his arsenal, or if he could actually weave a homing function into those magic missiles, he might have actually posed a problem for Zorian. Well, a problem for him so long as he held back so very badly. He decided in advance that the only spells he was going to display was his mastery of magic missile and basic shield spells, and that appeared to have been a good choice because he was beating both of them pretty decisively even with that. Especially Naeem. As a first-generation mage with no special magic or familial history to draw on, he was limited to the same magic missile and shield combination that Zorian claimed to be limited to, but without the years in the time loop to hone his skills at those 2 spells to near perfection. If he were fighting against pre-time loop Zorian, Naeem would have wiped the floor with him. He had more than twice the mana reserves that old Zorian had, and had clearly known how to cast those 2 spells years ago and had been slowly honing them all that time. On top of that, he was highly fit and agile, and in his fight against Estin he simply dodged every projectile that the other boy sent his way. The old Zorian couldn't weave a homing function into his magic missiles, and would thus not be any more successful than Estin in that regard. But sadly for Naeem, he wasn't fighting Zorian's past self, and thus ended up overmatched in his own game. Zorian's shield was impenetrable to anything the other boy could dish out, and dodging didn't work against Zorian's attacks. After this, Naeem and Estin decided to move on to hand-to-hand combat, probably specifically to spite and one-up Zorian. Knowing he was useless in a fist fight and would just embarrass himself, Zorian immediately bowed out of that, conceding he had no chance against either of them. They were both very smug about that. Well, whatever, let them have their consolation prize. Better than being bitter at Zorian for besting them, that's for sure. In any case, the two of them had no less than 5 rounds of that, and it became obvious by the end that Naeem was just plain better at that than Estin was, despite Estin's greater size and bulk. He would later find out that this was what Edwin had been talking about when he implied that Naeem was just as obsessed with martial arts as he was with golems. He practiced martial arts religiously every single day, and was good enough to get invited to national contests in the field. After that, they decided to share training methods and other advice, something that ended up surprisingly useful to Zorian, since both of them had found some neat little shaping exercises that Zorian never thought to look for, but which ultimately ended up with Zorian doing most of the talking and demonstrating. He expected as much to happen, though. He was the most experienced person among them, after all. He left the meeting pleased with how it turned out. Considering that both Naeem and Estin wanted to have another meeting like that, Zorian supposed they were pleased with it too, even though Estin was throwing him some sour looks when he thought Zorian wasn't looking. When they did organize another meeting, though, it wasn't just the 3 of them that showed up. Briam, Capriva and Rainey also showed up, wondering if they could join. Naeem and Estin immediately dumped the decision on him, spontaneously designating him as the group's leader.
Lovely. He accepted, of course.
If nothing else, he was pretty sure that sending Rainey away would not reflect too well on him and his plans to get closer to her. The problem was that all 3 of them were very raw and untrained when it came to actual combat magic. Briam was admittedly already a member of the hunting group, but that was solely because he had his Fire Drake familiar. His spells were almost entirely centered around supporting that living flamethrower. Capriva was in the process of becoming a member in a hunting group, but also not due to combat magic as such. She got in on the basis of providing her team with alchemical bombs and potions, and was heavily reliant on them herself. Rainey probably had some of her shifter magic to fall back on if really pressed, but she was keeping that part of her a secret, and her mastery of classical combat spells was nothing to write home about. Somehow, they still managed to make the meeting work, but it involved a lot more work and responsibility than Zorian was comfortable with. Since he was the leader, it mostly fell upon him to help the newcomers out. At the end of the meeting he was sought out by Rainey, who handed him an envelope with the time and place for their meeting. It was the same restaurant she had used last time, which he supposed made sense if the owner was a personal friend of hers like Kiana claimed. While this was happening, Zorian was in the process of finalizing his agreement with the filigree sages. In exchange for transporting them to Scioria, guarding their salvager crews, and transporting their finds back to their home, Zorian had secured 3 different mind magic teachers, one of which was supposed to be an expert in memory reading and manipulation. Said memory reading expert also agreed to probe the minds of up to 5 prisoners that Zorian brought to her and share the findings with him. Finally, and a lot less critically, Zorian was entitled to a portion of the things the Iranian salvager crews found in the settlement, only important because it gave him the excuse to closely monitor their activities, ostensibly so they wouldn't cheat him out of his due, but really just so he knew how to properly salvage the place in future restarts. Embarrassingly, it took less than 2 days for the filigree sages to do what Zorian couldn't manage in an entire restart. Apparently the solution to finding the Sciorian web's treasury was to descend down the deep vertical shaft which the Sciorian Arania used as garbage disposal, except that halfway to the bottom was a hole in the wall that led to their treasury. The hole was big enough for an Arania to comfortably pass while lugging cargo, but Zorian would have to crawl to pass through the opening and into the main chamber. The shaft actually had numerous such tunnels of various sizes branching off of it, all but one of which were dead ends, but it wasn't that hard to narrow it down once you knew what the trick was. According to the filigree sages, shafts like these were the secret to the ease with which the Arania could penetrate even very deep layers of the dungeon without getting slaughtered in the process. While a shaft like that did allow for some of the horrid things from lower layers to reach you easier, they were very defensible and could always be collapsed on invaders if incursions got too frequent. In cases where such shafts didn't exist, Arania were liable to create them via application of stone shaping spells. The actual treasury was huge. A lot of space was taken up by huge spools of spider silk thread, which were presumably the web's primary source of income. But there was also a lot of raw currency there, both in the form of paper notes as well as precious metals and gems. A fair number of alchemical explosives and potions was also there, including heaps of different healing potions that the salvage crews claimed were optimized for Iranian biology. They were very excited about those, and wanted Zorian's help in contacting whoever made those. They seemed very dismissive about the possibility that the Sciorian Arania produced those themselves. There were quite a few spellbooks, alchemical recipe books, or spell formula blueprint compilations, many of them highly restricted, rare or very expensive. The filigree sages intended to cart all of them off back home for research purposes, but they agreed to let Zorian peruse them and copy a few choice bits for his own use. That would be enough to keep him busy until the end of the restart, so he was perfectly happy with that. Finally, the vault held a lot of stuff that was really only of interest to Arania. Leather pouches and straps that Arania used for carting things around, nutrient blocks that were the Arania equivalent of dry rations, things like that. The filigree sages, at least, seemed very intrigued by those, marveling at the Sciorian web's technological sophistication and ingenuity. It all looked very underwhelming to Zorian, but he supposed it wasn't easy establishing a technological society when you have no hands. Amazingly, the treasury was only the tip of the iceberg. There was another secret part of the settlement he had never found, a secret magic research room, which could only be accessed by selectively disabling a few choice bits of the warding scheme in one of the rooms, and then passing through the newly opened hole in the ceiling. Sadly, there was a further layer of defenses even beyond that, and neither the filigree sages nor Zorian had been able to crack the wards on the second door thus far. The leader of the salvagers was starting to toy with the idea of simply smashing the door, but worried that there was some kind of self-destruct mechanism inside that would destroy the contents if the entrance was forced open. That was how filigree sages secured their own magic research rooms, apparently. Finally, there was a room for storing records, which Zorian hadn't noticed simply because it had never occurred to him to try and connect his mind to the one particularly lumpy wall in the back of the settlement. Apparently the bumps were memory stones, magic items that could record thoughts and memories, and which were apparently the Arania's equivalent of written records. Personally, Zorian didn't think this method was nearly as convenient as written records, but the filigree sages claimed this was a much more natural and convenient method for them, so what did he know? The important thing was that the records room held information about most of the dealings and operations the Sciorian web had had with the humans on the surface, barring top secret ones, and that Zorian could possibly co-opt some of their organization for his own purposes. The filigree sages had no interest in that, seeing as how they intended to simply cart off anything that wasn't nailed down rather than establish some kind of long-term presence, so they simply pointed the room to him and told him to do whatever he wanted with it. Embarrassingly, Zorian remembered noticing the wall the first time he searched the place and thinking its unique texture might be significant. So he dug it up with alteration spells and was disappointed when he found nothing but solid rock behind it. It was after one of these meetings with the filigree sages that Zorian came back to Amaya's place and found Taven waiting for him.
Curious.
They didn't have another monster hunt scheduled until tomorrow. Maybe she wanted to talk about upping their tempo? They were extremely successful this time around, thanks to Zorian making full use of his future knowledge, so maybe she wanted to strike while the iron was hot. If so, he would have to disappoint her. He had too many things on his plate to devote more time to that. The moment he got closer and she noticed him, however, he immediately realized she wasn't here about something like that.
She was upset.
She asked to speak to him in private, so he led her to his room and locked the door. He had heavily warded it at the start of the restart with a permanent warding scheme, so there was no need to waste time on privacy spells.
"What's wrong?" he asked. "What's wrong?" he asks, she mumbled. Crap, she was upset at him.
He didn't remember doing anything to make her upset though. She took out a light blue crystal and slammed it at the desk of drawers next to his bed.
"What's that?" she demanded.
That's a rhetorical question, surely? Zorian asked, baffled. It's a piece of crystallized mana, of course. Yes, but why do you have an entire crate of that under your bed? She demanded.
Zorian frowned.
You've been rooting through my stuff without my permission?
No, your little sister was, she said.
She and Nachka were playing princesses and making crowns out of crystallized mana for the two of them, Kana and Kostyenka. I walked in on them and asked them where they got those pretty stones they were using. Damn it, Kiri. Okay, said Zorian, taking a big breath to calm himself down. Putting that aside for the moment, why has this gotten you so upset? Why does it matter if I've got a crate of crystallized mana under my bed? She balled up her hands into fists, seething in her own frustration and self-loathing. What? Because everything. She finally shouted, slamming her fist into the nearby wall and causing him to flinch back in shock.
Everything.
Everything, everything, everything. Taven, please, shouted Zorian, frantically trying to calm her down. Just calm down, you're not making any sense.
Was she crying?
How can you be so good at everything? She half shouted at him, pushing him away. You're good enough at alchemy that Kale praises you. You create golems in your free time. You're so good at divinations that adult professionals accused me of lying when I told them how good at finding monster nests you are. And you're apparently good enough at combat magic that they're letting you teach your own group. That's not Zorian tried to explain.
Don't try to lie to me. She snapped at him.
I know you're a better combat mage than me. You try to hide it, but I can tell. I'm not stupid. I never claimed you are, Zorian assured her. She ignored him. I worked on this for years, she cried. I'm 2 years older than you and I worked so hard. Every day, every weekend, every moment I could spare. I made sure to focus, not spread myself too thin.
I live for this.
And then I find out that not only are you better than me in the one thing I focused on, you also have time for all these other things too.
How?
How are you so much better than me? What am I doing wrong?
Nothing.
Zorian hastily assured her. You're honestly pretty damn awesome, Taven, and the only reason I got even close to your level is because I'm a dirty cheater who cheats.
Then show me how to cheat too, damn it, she shouted.
Before he could say anything in response to that, she wrapped him into a hug and started sobbing into his shoulder. He awkwardly returned her hug after a few seconds, desperately trying to think of a way to handle this situation. He couldn't think of anything at the moment. In light of that, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that Taven didn't look like she would stop crying anytime soon. The idea that someone might connect all the dots and realize his abilities were way too developed for his age was not a foreign idea for Zorian. He tried to make sure that the abilities he showed to any one person or group were firmly within the realm of possible, but he always knew that a sufficiently curious and dedicated individual could track down enough clues to realize something didn't quite add up. There was no solution to this, as far as he could tell, not unless he wanted to spend most of his time performing an incredibly elaborate and boring act. Something which he wasn't sure he was capable of, and which probably wouldn't be too good for his sanity. Ultimately, he decided that the whole thing was largely a non-issue. As long as he wasn't caught doing something illegal, he could simply tell such amateur detectives to get lost. Well, he'd probably be more formal and courteous about it than that, but that was what it all boiled down to in the end. He was even aware that it might be Taven who caught on to him. In many ways, she was in an ideal position to do so. She was probably the only person who actually had a solid idea of what was normal for him and what wasn't, and was thus far more likely to realize just how abnormal and sudden his current skill growth was. He had been interacting with her pretty heavily lately, giving her lots of material to work with. And lastly, they'd known each other from before.
They were friends.
She would feel entitled to an explanation of some sort, and would be a lot less hesitant about confronting him than someone else might be. And yet, despite all of that, Taven still managed to completely blindside him in the end. He expected her reaction to be a lot of things, but never did he imagine she would break down into tears. It was just so unlike her. Yes, she was a very emotional girl, but she was also the sort to keep going forward and never let anything get to her. He glanced to the left, where she was sitting on the bed beside him.
She was a mess.
She had stopped crying for a while now, but after effects were still very visible: red face, runny nose, the standard stuff. Still, her emotions had leveled off in the past few minutes, so maybe she was ready to talk now?
Feeling better? He asked.
She lightly punched him in the shoulder as a response. Yes, definitely feeling better.
This sucks, she complained.
I came here all fired up, ready to get some answers, and in the end we didn't even have a proper fight. I just made a fool of myself. Why couldn't you have been more angry and defensive and Zorian-like? Sorry? He said, mildly confused. He was tempted to ask just how she defined Zorian-like, but decided it would be best if that remained a mystery for now. To be fair, you weren't behaving very Taven-like either.
I guess, she conceded. Tell me something.
Have you always been this talented? Have you been lying to me this whole time?
No, he answered simply.
She scrutinized him for a moment, watching for any sign of uncertainty and shiftiness in his eyes and posture, before sighing heavily.
Figures, she said. I thought as much.
You'd have to be very dedicated to keep up the act for so long, and I can't think of a reason why you'd bother. Still nice to hear it from your own mouth though. Except, that only leaves one option on the table. That you overtook me in everything, including my specialty, in the few short months since we last saw each other. That. You're wrong, Zorian said, shaking his head. I did not overtake you. I am confident that if we fought, you'd be victorious 9 times out of 10. You're still better than me. If he didn't just use mind magic to incapacitate her right from the start.
Or ambush her.
Or cover the battlefield in enough explosives to level a building. But he was pretty sure Taven wouldn't count those as real victories anyway, and aside from that, his point still stood.
It doesn't matter, she huffed.
With the kind of ridiculous growth you're displaying, you'll close that gap in a handful of weeks and then leave me in the dust. And you'll have all that other stuff you're tinkering with too.
Am I wrong? Sort of, he said.
She gave him an annoyed look, so he immediately clarified.
It's complex.
There is no way I'll be able to close the gap between us in a handful of weeks, as you said. But time flows differently for me than it does for you, so I'll get a lot more than that.
What?
What the hell are you saying? She asked, giving him an incredulous look. We'll come back to that later. Before I say more on the topic, I want to know what got you so upset about this, he said calmly.
Say what?
Zorian, you can't say something like that and just go, but we'll talk about that later. This demands immediate clarification. This will be bugging me in the back of my head until I get an answer, she complained. I know, Zorian said, smiling widely. That's why I'm not explaining anything until you tell me what's going on.
She glared at him.
He only smiled wider. You're evil, she told him, looking away. Besides, I already told you what's bothering me, and I'm pretty sure you heard me just fine. Everything I've done, all the skills I've spent my life honing. If you can surpass it all so easily, then what the hell have I been doing all my life? I don't know what kind of cheat you used, and it honestly doesn't matter because it shouldn't they've been enough. I'm good at this and I live for this. You can't just decide one day to pursue the same field as me and then catch up to me in less than 3 months, while not even focusing on it properly. The only way that could be possible is if I were never really that good to begin with. Oh come on, Zorian protested, quickly wrapping Taven into another hug to forestall a second round of crying he could feel welling up inside of her. That's so totally ridiculous. Why would you doubt yourself like that? How does me being better erase your own accomplishments? Accomplishments? She asked incredulously, pushing him away.
What accomplishments?
I work as a freaking teacher's assistant, Zorian. For a non-magical class no less. Do you honestly think that's what I hoped for when I graduated?
He winced.
So Taven wasn't as sanguine about that temporary setback as she pretended to be. In retrospect, he shouldn't be so surprised by that. While failing to secure herself a mentor immediately after graduation was by no means the end of the world, it was bound to be a severe blow to her confidence.
Still.
Taven, aren't your parents both battle mages?
Zorian asked.
How come they haven't pulled some of their connections to find you a mentor, or even just a better job?
Oh, my parents would love to find me a mentor, Taven scoffed.
In fact, they already have someone in mind. He's one of their old friends who's long left the exciting parts of the business behind him when he lost his leg to a rockworm. He's all about being cautious and minimizing risks, and he never does anything more challenging than routine pest extermination. Of course, that's precisely why my parents want me to learn from him. If they had it their way, I'd be hunting mutated rats until I was 30 or something. Ah, said Zorian awkwardly. He seemed to have walked straight into a touchy subject there.
Yeah, Taven said.
I love my parents, and I know they just want to keep me safe, but we just don't see eye to eye there. Okay, sorry to bring that up then. But really, if the reason you're so upset is that you think you're some kind of failure, well, you can rest easy. You're an awesome combat mage. As awesome as you ever were, and nothing I do can change that. I'm not sure I really believe that, Taven sighed. I couldn't find a mentor. The team I made wasn't going anywhere until I recruited you in it. Meanwhile, my parents keep insisting I'm not ready and that it's a good thing I've had such a slow start of my career. It's nice to hear some encouragement, but it rings a little hollow considering, you know. Taven, I'm not so good because you're secretly bad and nobody bothered to clue you in until now, Zorian said. I'm so good because I had more than 4 years to hone my skills since we last saw each other. Taven looked at him like he had grown a second head. That's right, I'm actually older than you now, Zorian said. With that in mind, it is actually pretty amazing that I am still not capable of casually sweeping you aside in a fight. Sure, I could kill you instantly from an ambush, but if we clashed head-to-head in a battle of pure spellwork, I would have to use every trick at my disposal and still wouldn't be guaranteed a win. That is why I keep insisting you're awesome.
I don't understand, she said.
You don't sound like you're joking, but that's what this looks like to me. How can you be older than me? That's not how age works, Zorian. Ah, did you already forget what I told you earlier? Zorian asked, amused. About how time flows differently for me than it does for you. I seem to remember you said it would keep bugging you until you get an answer. Look, you know I'm not one for riddles and intellectual maneuvering, Taven said crankily. Why don't you just tell me what's happening here, okay?
Sure, why not?
I've lived through this month before, he said.
Many, many times.
Every time I die, or on the night of the summer festival if I don't, my soul gets wrenched back in time to the start of the month. It's an endless loop that sees me getting stronger and more capable with each passing restart. Since you don't retain your memories across restarts, my growth appears abrupt and inexplicable to you, but it's really nothing more than your typical gradual improvement.
Believe it or not, you're the
one that taught me a fair deal of that combat magic you're so jealous of.
Shut up. I'm not jealous, she protested. He quirked an eyebrow at her.
Out of all of that, that's what you chose to focus on? Yeah, well, at least that one has an easy response, she said. What the hell am I supposed to say about the rest? Sure, it would explain your skills perfectly, but it's just so
crazy,
Zorian offered.
Yes, she agreed.
And also terrifying. You're basically saying I'll get killed in a few weeks and replaced with a 1 month younger version of me. And that this isn't the first time this happened, it's just that I don't remember any of it. That's like something out of a horror story. I prefer to think of it as just memory loss rather than death, Zorian said. You're still you just lose a couple of weeks of your life.
Repeatedly, she added.
Repeatedly, Zorian confirmed. I'm not saying it isn't terrifying, just that I don't think it's equivalent to death. Admittedly, I'm a little biased here. If I thought that the time loop murdered millions of people at the end of every restart, I'd have probably gone insane from stress a long time ago.
Ah, she winced.
Sorry, I guess I'm still thinking of this as some kind of hypothetical scenario instead of something that's actually happening. Still, assuming you're not just pulling my leg here, and I swear to heavens, Zorian, if you are pulling my leg I'll glue your mouth shut with that really nasty gunk they use on dangerous prisoners. That's still pretty messed up. And also very unfair. Why are you the only person to remember anything?
I'm not, he said.
There are at least 2 other people looping with me, possibly more. One of them wants to destroy Cyoria. She stared at him for a second before getting up from her position. For a moment he thought he had gone into too much detail too fast, and that she was going to walk through the door, but instead she started looking through his drawers, searching for something. He thought about telling her off for rooting through his stuff like that, but decided to wait and see what she was up to. She eventually found an empty notebook and a working pen in one of the drawers, appropriated one of the larger and thicker books in his room and then reclaimed her seat on the bed. She opened the notebook on her lap, the heavy book she took serving as an improvised table, and quickly scribbled something down on top of the page. He'd never thought of Taven as someone to take notes like that. There, I'm ready, she said. Why don't you start from the beginning this time? In the end, he wasn't sure whether he had convinced her what he was saying was true or not. She took a lot of notes, asked even more questions, and then just left after telling him she had to think about things. A far better outcome than he had expected to get, honestly. He really hoped she would overcome her disbelief and accept his story. It would be nice to have someone other than Kale to talk to about time loop related things. Not that there was anything wrong with the Morlock boy, far from it, but sometimes he really wished he could get a second opinion about stuff. Of course, it would hardly be him if that little bit of hope that came his way wasn't soon balanced out by something or someone popping up to complicate things. In this case, that someone was Svim. When he arrived at his office the next day for their weekly mentoring session, he was informed that his training group had been noticed and that Svim was not happy at all that such an amateur had delusions about being fit for a teacher. In order to make him fit for a teacher, Svim decided to step up their schedule. They now met 3 days a week instead of the usual one. He really hated that man. His talk with Rainey was going well, in his opinion. If nothing else, she was a lot more relaxed than she had been in the previous restart. She'd even ordered a glass of wine to go with her meal. Of course, he wasn't actually learning anything new from her, since she was telling him the same thing she had told him the last time they'd done this, but that was to be expected. He couldn't exactly continue on where they last left off without explaining where he got that information, and he didn't feel like making something up. The week had been stressful enough, he was fine with just going with the flow like this. You know, Rainey said, taking a small sip from her glass, I'm getting the feeling that you already know most of what I'm telling you. Oops. It seemed Rainey was a bit more perceptive than he gave her credit for. He didn't think he was being particularly careless, so maybe she was just that good. Probably for the best that he'd never tried to lie to her then.
Sort of, he admitted.
Why did you ask me something you already know the answer to then? She asked. So I can compare it with what I already know and see whether you were feeding me a bunch of lies or not, he said. She snorted derisively. I think you've confused me with one of your cat shifter friends. Don't you think it's kind of rude to assume the worst of people like that? So you're saying your visit to our training group the other day wasn't about you testing me to see what I would do? He asked with a smile.
Ugh. It was so obvious, huh? Rainey sighed.
Well, it wasn't just that, but yes, I wanted to see how you would treat me.
And? He asked curiously.
What's the verdict?
It's good, she said.
You didn't lash out at me for being so clearly underpowered compared to you and your buddies, but you also didn't drop everything to spend the entire meeting hovering around me, trying to help.
A fair treatment.
I respect that. I don't want special privileges. So you intend to keep coming, then?
Yes.
As I said, seeing your reaction was just a part of it. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to get better. There was a brief silence as Rainey seemed to considering something.
So, Zorian?
I'm curious about something, she eventually said. What is it that drives you to try so hard? I mean, you're near the top of the class at every subject, and you seem to be good enough for a fourth year when it comes to combat magic. That had to have taken quite a lot of work. What are you trying to accomplish? What an interesting question. His reason for pushing himself at so many magical skills was, of course, that he very much needed them to survive, but that wasn't true for all of them. Some of them he pursued for personal reasons, because he had an interest in the field. The funny thing was, he no longer had any idea what he wanted to actually do with his life once he was out of the time loop. Most of the career paths he had been eyeing before he got stuck in the time loop no longer appealed to him. They were too modest and routine for someone of his current skills, and he would only get more capable as time passed. He could do better than that. But better how? Independence, he eventually answered. Rainey gave him a curious look, so he hurried to clarify. My family and I don't really get along. I want to get away from them as soon as possible. Buy my own place, get a source of steady income to support myself, things like that. All true, except that he already had the skills to achieve all of that easily. But it was the best answer he could come up with on such short notice.
I see, she said.
I apologize if I'm overstepping my boundaries, but why aren't you getting along with your family?
It's a bit personal, Zorian sighed. And also a long story.
But the short version of it is that my parents have never cared much for me. I am the third son and a disappointment.
A disappointment?
Rainey asked curiously. Do I want to know? You probably already know this, but I have a really famous older brother, Zorian said.
Yes, Daimen, she nodded.
What about it? I'm not him, Zorian said simply. Ah, she said, drawing the word out. It's that kind of disappointment. But shouldn't your other brother have the same problem, then? He does, but he's more charming and social than me, Zorian shrugged. He'll never measure up to Daimen, but he's ultimately all right in their book. Also, Fortov was a selfish asshole and could go straight to hell for all that Zorian cared.
Interesting, she said.
Let me present you with a hypothetical situation. Imagine it was not Daimen who came first. Imagine it was you, and your parents treated you as their chosen son. But then Daimen came about, and they promptly switched their favors to this new wonder child. Your time in the spotlight is over, and your parents fully expect you to move aside for their new darling. Do you think you would still have the same attitude you do now?
Oh boy.
He had a feeling this wasn't really a hypothetical situation at all. Well, he said, swallowing heavily. Truthfully, I don't think it's possible for me to know what this hypothetical me might think and feel. So much would change in my life that I wouldn't be the same person sitting here today. However, assuming someone magically switched me with this alternate version of me, yes, I would have the same attitude. You wouldn't try to fight for your birthright as the firstborn? She asked. No, he said, shaking his head. The alternate version of me, having experienced my parents' favor, might see some value in trying to get it back. I would still seek to strike out on my own as soon as possible. The scenario doesn't change anything for me. I see, she said, lost in thought. Not long afterwards, they finished their talk and went their separate ways. As he walked back to Amaya's place, he wondered whether he'd answered her hypothetical situation correctly. She agreed to meet with him next week, so perhaps she would eventually explain what that was about. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He spent the rest of his Saturday working on the next golem with Edwin. This one was going to be a little more ambitious, being made out of steel and much bigger than Kostyenka, though not nearly as big as he had originally wanted, since Edwin had informed him that construction of golems taller than a meter in height was prohibited unless one had a special license. He had already broken that law in a previous restart, and he was definitely going to break it again in future ones, but there was no need to do so right now. He didn't think Edwin would report him, but he probably wouldn't want to help him break the regulations so brazenly. Them being arrested would be but a brief inconvenience for Zorian, but Edwin wouldn't think of it that way. The next day he immediately left the house in the morning and descended into the tunnels below Scioria. One way or the other, the magic research room was getting opened. If he could not bypass the wards on the entrance, the filigree sages would break down the door to get in, consequences be damned. He didn't really agree with this decision. It had been less than a week since the filigree sages had started their salvaging operations, so he didn't see why they were in such a rush to get it open. Well, okay, they did explain why they were in such a hurry. The Sciorian underground was highly coveted territory among the Arania, being a center of their magical and technological revolution and all, and they were worried that the neighboring webs would swoop in and muscle them out any day now. Of course, Zorian knew from previous restarts that the neighboring webs weren't going to come anytime soon, but he couldn't exactly tell the filigree sages that he had seen the future and that their fears were unfounded. But no matter, even if they ended up destroying the contents, it wasn't some great harm, at least from his perspective. He could always try again in future restarts. He approached the dead settlement and he reached out telepathically to the guards posted by the filigree sages, announcing his arrival. Circle of Fortune and Golden Dust, the overseer of the filigree sages expedition, moved to greet him. Welcome back, Zorian Kaczynski, the Arania greeted. He had told her previously to just call him by his name, but she hadn't taken him up on that. Any news from the surface?
Nothing too important, he said.
The monster incursions are beginning to peter out, so the number of monster hunters stalking the dungeon should see a sharp drop soon.
Good, she said.
This place is outside their usual patrol routes, but I still worried some of them would stumble upon it. Are you ready for the attempt?
I guess.
I still think you're rushing, though.
We are, she admitted.
I am not casting aspersions on your combat skills, but you're still just one mage. If nothing else, you cannot be in more than one place at the same time. We have to work quickly. They soon arrived at the room that held the research room. 6 more Arania were already inside, 2 of them analyzing the wards while the other 4 waited for a command to break down the door. After conversing with the 2 Aranian ward breakers for a few minutes, Zorian created a floating disc of force to stand on and lifted himself towards the hole in the ceiling where the entrance stood. He took out the ward analysis device from his jacket, the pocket watch that Taven had been hired to retrieve so long ago, and whose absence clued him into the existence of the treasury. He had located it inside the treasury uncovered by the filigree sages, and, while he fully intended to dismantle it to see what made it tick, for now it was more useful to him intact, serving its intended purpose. He channeled a divination spell through the device and got to work. From what he and the Aranian ward breakers had been able to tell thus far, there were 3 main layers of defenses on the entrance. The first one would electrocute anyone touching the walls of the entrance. The second one would superheat the air inside it to lethal temperatures. The third one would bring down the entire ceiling on top of wannabe looters. All 3 had complicated and hidden trigger conditions, tied to a detection layer that neither he nor the Aranian ward breakers could figure out. Obviously, the third defense was the priority to disable, but it also appeared to be the defense most sensitive to attempted tampering. The filigree sages had worked out a way to neutralize it, but doing so would no doubt trigger all other defenses, both the 2 they were aware of, and any further ones they had yet to detect. The ward analysis device really showed its usefulness, though the detection layer, so Byzantine and obscured from scrutiny in the past, simply unraveled under its power. It was not as bad as he feared. He could do this. He contacted Circle of Fortune and told her he thought he could disable the defenses. The Arania in the room exploded into a flurry of activity, mostly vacating the room in case he overreached and brought the whole room down. Circle of Fortune and the 2 ward breakers, however, remained. The ward breakers would help him in the attempt, while Circle of Fortune simply announced that she had to be there. He didn't argue with her, too absorbed by the task in front of him. Over the course of the next hour and a half, he and the 2 Aranian ward breakers slowly and carefully neutralized the detection layer and then moved on to unlocking the door itself. The door itself had some additional defenses, relatively minor in nature but strong enough to really ruin their day if they triggered any of them. It was to his immense relief, then, that they managed to get it open without setting off a single one. Unfortunately, that's when the defenses inside the room itself, completely separated from the main ward scheme and therefore undetectable from the outside, activated. If Zorian hadn't reacted immediately by erecting a shield in front of them while simultaneously directing the force platform they were standing on downwards at maximum speed, the incoming explosion would surely have killed them on the spot. Even with that, they ended up crashing painfully on the floor of the cave, dazing them for a couple of crucial seconds. There was no time to sit down and recover. though, because the ruined entrance to the research room was starting to pump sickly yellow gas into the room and Zorian had no intention of seeing what effect it had when breathed in. He held his breath and quickly sealed the entrance with a bubble of force, stopping more gas from pouring in, before casting a spell he'd seen Kiran cast once during the invasion. He raised his hand into the air and concentrated on the gas, causing it to surge towards his outstretched palm, where it flowed into a small, compact ball. Moments later, once he was sure he'd gotten all of the gas, he restructured the churning ball of poison gas into harmless, inert dust and took stock of the situation with Circle of Fortune, who was lucky enough to escape the incident without consequences. The two ward breakers were not so lucky, they weren't dead, but it was close. It turned out that Arania could not hold their breath like humans, so they ended up breathing in some of the poison gas in the room before he neutralized it. They would recover, but not anytime soon, so Circle of Fortune asked him to drop them off back at the main Filigree Sage's settlement and pick up a new pair of ward breakers as replacements. He later sent some ectoplasmic eyes and other remote sensors into the room to check it out, and found it completely wrecked by the explosion and coated in some dangerous-looking green slime. Circle of Fortune just mentally shrugged, pronounced the entire thing a bust and ordered the entrance to the room walled off with alteration spells to prevent any further surprises coming from there. "Don't beat yourself up over this failure," Circle of Fortune told him. "If we had gone through with our original plan, those defenses would have still gone off, probably killing the entire assault team assigned to breaking down the door. Plus, we'd also have had to deal with other traps you ended up disabling before you ran afoul of that last set. This is a much better outcome." Well, that was one way of looking at it. He left Circle of Fortune to deal with the final cleanup of the situation and went off to find his mind magic teachers among the Arania. It didn't take long for him to track them down to one of the isolated corners of the dead settlements, where the three of them were huddled together and engaged in telepathic conversation. Before this restart, such intra-Iranian conversations were completely opaque to him. Telepathy was not language independent, so unless the Irania spoke in a manner he could understand, he was out of luck. Now, however, one of those teachers had begun to teach him how to understand and use the Iranian telepathic language, so he could actually understand a few snippets. He was still a rank beginner at it, of course, but it was enough to understand the general topic of the conversation. They were discussing the three strongest neighboring webs, Burning Apex, Red Brandbearers and Deep Blue, and the threat they would pose to the expedition if they decided to send a war party to Scioria. Sadly, that was about as much as he could figure out from the conversation. The details totally escaped him. He made a mental note to see if he could find something about the neighboring webs in the records room. It might be a good idea to visit them sometime and see what they had to offer. "Greetings," he sent to all three of them. "Am I interrupting something important?" "We're just killing time," Voice of Peace answered for them. She was the teacher that was supposed to help him learn how to interpret Iranian senses, thoughts and memories. She decided on her own initiative that this included teaching him the Iranian language, claiming he would never be really capable of making sense of the Iranian mind without being fluent in it. She was also the most enthusiastic of his three teachers, often willing to work with him beyond their officially allotted time or go beyond the strict boundaries of what she was assigned to help him with. "Are you here for your daily lesson?"
"Yes," he confirmed.
"I know I'm a little early, but the project to open up the magic research room was a bit of a disaster." "We've heard," said the Iranian known simply as Hammerer, a rather apt name, considering the Irania in question specialized in telepathic combat and favored powerful, unrelenting assault. Circle of Fortune was always the reckless sort. "At least you made sure nobody died. I must admit I didn't expect much from you when I heard you were supposed to guard us, but it seems you are actually useful from time to time."
"Hammerer," Voice of Peace protested.
"I just say it how it is," Hammerer responded, not in the least bit contrite. "Let's not bicker in front of our student. It sets a bad example," said Memory of Sublime Glories, the last of his three teachers. Zorian got the notion that she resented him somewhat and considered the job of teaching a lowly human to be beneath her. Or maybe teaching in general, he wasn't really sure. Either way, she was too professional to let that get in the way of her job, so he had no cause to complain. "Are we following the same program we did the last time?"
"I don't see why not," Zorian said.
"In that case, we will continue where we left off yesterday. As an aside, I will not be able to help you further unless you acquire someone to serve as a practice subject
for our next session."
"You indicated this would not be a problem."
"No," Zorian stated.
"It won't be. It should be trivial to ambush one of the cultists and drag him down here for interrogation and memory magic practice." The only thing he was unsure of was whether to go for a low-ranking member who probably didn't know anything but whose disappearance would go largely unnoticed or if he should aim higher. He would have to think about it some more. "Before we start though, I'd like your opinion about something," Zorian said.
"Oh?"
What about? Memory of Sublime Glories asked. Is this about that massive memory packet lodged inside your mind, perhaps?
Ugh.
This was a problem with learning memory manipulation from the Urania. He had no choice but to let Memory of Sublime Glories inside his head somewhat. He was pretty sure he would detect any serious breach of trust on her part, but it was hard to prevent her from taking a sneak peek at his thoughts every now and then. I thought you said you'd refrain from doing that? He asked her, annoyed.
I barely looked, she protested.
An Iranian memory packet inside a human mind, especially one of that size, is just very noticeable. Besides, you were just thinking about letting me examine it in more detail, so why are you complaining about that? I'm about to get a much closer look at it anyway. Zorian sighed in defeat. He hated it when the Urania responded to his thoughts before he actually put them into words. It was just rude. Still, she was essentially correct. He needed her to take a look at the matriarch's memory packet and tell him what she saw, because to his own amateur mental senses it seemed to be degrading already. If that was true, then he needed to know how much time he had. After a bit more back and forth, he reluctantly opened his mind to her and agreed to let her take a closer look at his mind so she could figure out what was happening with the memory packet. Thankfully, she seemed to behave herself, so the explosives around his neck remained inert and undetonated. Eventually, she withdrew from his mind and gave him the verdict. I'm afraid you're correct, she said. The boundaries of the memory packet have indeed begun to fall apart.
His heart sank.
That was precisely what he was afraid of. He wasn't ready. If he opened the package now, he doubted he would get anything out of it.
But if he waited, how long do I have? He asked. Hard to say.
I've never seen a memory packet that big, so it's hard to judge how the decay will progress. It can stay stable for another 3 months, I think.
Maybe 4.
If you really want to be certain, though, you'll have to open it within the next 2 months. Isn't there anything that can be done to stop, or at least slow the decay? Zorian asked desperately. Repairing memory packets is fairly easy if you're the one who made them, Memory of Sublime Glory said. Far less so if somebody else did. I don't think I could repair something that elaborate, and you would never trust me to tinker that deeply with your mind anyway. I will teach you the basics of the skill if you wish, but to get good enough to repair that thing you will have to secure a better teacher. Any idea where I could find one?
Zorian asked.
The luminous advocates probably have what you need, she said. I heard they can be hard to deal with though. They drive a hard bargain.
Ugh, those guys.
Well, desperate times called for desperate measures. If nothing else, getting enough money to pay for their outrageous prices should be fairly trivial at this point. In that case, I'd like to postpone our current lesson plan for a bit and concentrate on memory packets and how to repair them, he told her. Of course, she agreed easily. Here is what you do. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He returned home later in the evening, tired and depressed. He had hoped to do some more work after his visit to the filigree sages, but between the failure to secure the contents of the magic research room intact and the confirmation that the matriarch's memory packet had begun to unravel, he didn't feel like doing anything. Oh, you're back. Imaya exclaimed when he entered the house. Your friend has been waiting for you for a while now. She's in the basement with Kale right now. Do you want me to call her, or are you going to get her yourself?
His friend? Her? Taven. He guessed. Imaya nodded.
That was a lot earlier than he had expected to hear from her. This could be either very good or very bad. I'll go see what she wants. You know, the last time your friend visited you, she left the house looking like she had been crying, Imaya said casually. Is there a reason why you're pronouncing friend like that? Zorian asked her suspiciously. You're not breaking young girls' hearts, are you, Mr. Kaczynski?
Ugh.
There is nothing like that between me and Taven, okay? And besides, if anyone is the heartbreaker here, it's definitely Taven, he protested. She gave him a curious look. I'd prefer not to talk about it, he said, shaking his head. Thankfully, she didn't press the issue, so he went to the basement to talk to Taven and see what she decided. He found her talking with Kale about the time loop, comparing notes and discussing time travel mechanics. So does this mean you believe me? He asked her hopefully. I suppose, she said. This is still all very fantastical and unreal to me, but everything you told me seems to check out. Or at least the parts one can actually check do. And Kale here seems convinced you're telling the truth too. So yeah, I guess I kind of believe you. Is there anything you can tell me that would help me convince you in future restarts?
Zorian asked.
Kale and I talked about that for a while, she said.
I don't know.
Any personal information I could give you would just creep me out if you started spouting it off all of a sudden. I'd sooner decide that you've been spying on me or that you're reading my mind than that you are a time traveler. If you just tracked me down at the start of the restart and started showing off everything you've learned inside the time loop, I'd definitely accept that something strange is going on, but I'd probably think you're a shapeshifter in disguise or possessed. It's only because I interacted with you pretty heavily for a whole week that I never doubted that you're you. How about this then? I start the next restart the same way I did this one, joining your group and all, wait for a few days for you to get annoyed with my growth spike, and then confront you about it on my own initiative before you have a chance to get really fed up with it, Zorian tried. Tension that he never even noticed until that moment seemed to drain from her shoulders and she sagged in relief.
What? He said, frowning.
I was afraid you'd just keep duplicating the circumstances that led me here over and over again, she admitted. Even if I don't retain memories of it, I don't want to be repeatedly reduced to tears. It was humiliating once, thank you very much. Truth be told, I wasn't okay with the idea of repeatedly making you cry, either, he told her. So that option was definitely off the table, even if you were okay with it.
She looked away, embarrassed.
Kale cleared his throat to get their attention. I hate to break up the moment, but we have much to talk about, he said. Yes, Taven agreed, relishing the chance to change the topic. First of all, Zorian, why haven't you contacted Zack yet? This red robe of yours is a threat to you both, and you said yourself that you think he's at the center of all this. It only makes sense to work together. I don't understand your reluctance to talk to him. First of all, there is a possibility that Red Robe is monitoring Zack and tracking his movements. If so, then contacting him would mean revealing myself to Red Robe, Zorian said. Secondly, I suspect that the moment I contact Zack, my whole schedule is getting thrown into the trash can. I have some fairly urgent things I need to do in the near future. I can't drop everything to hang out with Zack. Even assuming he is fairly understanding of my goals, he'll still probably insist on taking part in my activities. Since the things I'm doing require subtlety, which he entirely lacks, that's a problem. All in all, I just don't think it's a good idea to involve myself with him at this moment. So, what, you intend to avoid a potential ally just like that?
Taven asked.
Only until I'm done investigating the invaders and I can get the matriarch's memory packet open, Zorian said. After that, I will probably go out and meet with him to see what he has been doing and whether we can help each other.
Ha. All right, she said, somewhat mollified. That makes more sense.
To be honest, I thought you'd be a lot more stubborn about this than that. Kale said you had some sort of grudge against the guy, and I know how you are with your grudges. Well, Kale is wrong. I don't have a grudge against Zack, he said, giving the white-haired boy an annoyed look.
But whatever. One problem solved.
What else do we need to talk about? Kale ripped out a page out of his notebook and offered it to Zorian. We made a list, Kale said with a smile. Taven had a lot of suggestions. Zorian accepted the piece of paper with a sigh and began to read. She really knew how to pick a day to drop this on his head, didn't she? When it rains, it pours. Zorian was starting to realize he didn't understand Taven nearly as well as he thought he did. And it wasn't just the surprising amount of insecurity that lurked behind her seemingly endless optimism and confidence that made him think that, it was also the amount of thought and consideration she put into his time loop situation. When he told her about his situation, she actually listened to him without interruption, and even took notes, and then later came back with a list of questions and ideas. This was very atypical behavior for her. Taven was pretty much a prime example of the less thinking, more action philosophy, and she even admitted that she still wasn't entirely convinced about the whole time loop thing, so he was rather baffled about her motives and thought processes. Still, while the list she had made with Kale's help was kind of surprising, it contained nothing particularly revolutionary, and all of the points could be boiled down to 4 basic questions. Why didn't he get help from more people around him than her and Kale? Why didn't he tell the government or academy authorities what was going on and get their cooperation? Why was he pursuing so many magical fields instead of properly focusing on them, one at a time? And lastly, why didn't he try harder to develop his combat magic? Zorian found the last one especially amusing. It was only a few days ago, after all, that Taven was breaking down into tears over his incredible combat skills, yet now she was saying he should have put more effort into them.
You just couldn't satisfy some people.
Alas, Taven didn't find her complete turnaround of opinion nearly as amusing as he did. Zorian's logic for putting combat magic practice squarely in the secondary goal pile, namely, that very few of his problems could be solved through direct violence and that he just wasn't terribly suited for combat magic in the first place, had been summarily rejected by Taven, who decreed that she would be helping to bring him up to snuff in that regard.
Through sparring.
Constant, daily, dangerously serious sparring. He'd apparently had no idea what he was getting into when he decided to go along with her idea, because there was a huge difference between sparring with Taven when she thought he was just a precocious amateur with a couple of tricks and sparring with her when she considered him a serious threat right from the start and wasn't afraid of hurting him. She was vicious and merciless, and he was honestly afraid she would end up killing him if he didn't give it his all, despite all the safety wards embedded into her family's training hall. It was just a bit too intense for his liking. Maybe she was still a little bitter about him improving so much in so short a time. "Are you ready?" she asked him, twirling her combat staff playfully in her hands.
No.
Zorian tried. He just finished another frustrating session with Svim, and didn't get to rest at all before coming over to Taven's place. The last thing he wanted to do right now was get smacked around in the name of training. "Too bad," Taven snorted derisively.
"We're starting. Go."
Yeah, he didn't think that would actually get him anywhere. He immediately threw himself to the side, dodging her opening shot. Which wasn't a magic missile or anything reasonable like that. No, she opened the battle with a powerful beam of force. Force Lance, as the spell was called, was her new favorite when fighting him. He knew better than to try to shield against it this time. The beam was practically designed for cracking simple force barriers, focusing an immense amount of penetrating force on a tiny patch of the shielding surface. Some of the stronger, more advanced shields could withstand the beam, but nothing in Zorian's arsenal could truly stand up to it. He had learned that lesson very painfully in the first few spars he'd had with Taven during the past few days, and he still had bruises all over his chest and arms to prove it. Even at their highest setting, the safety wards couldn't blunt the power of the spear-like beam completely. No, the only realistic defense he had against that spell was moving out of its way. The good news was that beam spells like those couldn't home in on targets, so dodging them was an option. The bad news was that a beam traveled blindingly fast and was really hard to evade at the distances he and Taven fought at. Plus, he kind of sucked at dodging. The last few days had forced him to learn quickly though, and in this particular case he was fast enough to move out of the beam's path. He responded immediately with a gust of wind, trying to knock her off balance and possibly blind her. Sadly, this was not the first time he tried that, and she simply countered it with a weather shield before throwing a fully powered fireball at him. Gods, she really wasn't playing around, was she? He fired off a dispelling wave to negate it, since the alternative would be to tank it with a much more expensive Aegis. Besides, cost concerns aside, the spherical shield would leave him immobile while in place, and Taven would be sure to capitalize on that. A force lance that quickly followed the fireball told him that this was indeed her likely plan. If he had stood still and tried to tank the fireball, the force lance would have caught him flat-footed. He threw a small swarm of magic missiles at her, all of them on a very direct trajectory towards her. They were just bait, really, intended to take advantage of a certain predictable maneuver Taven liked to do, where she countered such attacks by firing a massive battering ram of force that not only swept the attack aside, but also acted as a counterattack at the same time. That's why he immediately followed up his barrage with a ray of electricity, which would be completely unaffected by her blast of force. He guessed her response well this time. She had tried to respond with a force battering ram, but then caught onto his plan halfway through and dodged the beam he'd sent at her. As for himself, he used the disturbance in her attack rhythm to initiate a short-distance teleport, transporting himself behind her back. She noticed him, of course. She was probably using that mana-sensing trick she taught him so long ago, but she could do little else but raise a hasty Aegis to shield herself against the blast of force he'd sent at her. He followed this up with a force lance, intending to give her a taste of her own medicine, but she expertly dodged that and sent an 8-missile swarm at him, forcing him to fire another dispelling wave to deal with them. He kind of wondered why she still kept bunching up her projectile swarms together like that when she already knew that allowed him to take them all out with a single counterspell. Maybe she couldn't? He knew he had better shaping skills than her, so maybe that kind of fine control over one's projectiles was beyond her. He teleported again to evade another battering ram of force and then sent his own missile swarm at her, each missile following its own exotic trajectory to make them hard to track and take out. That battle raged like that for another couple of minutes, before Zorian was forced to concede defeat due to running out of mana. It was a good fight in his opinion, if nothing else because he didn't get any new bruises this time around. Taven complained, of course, lecturing him about pacing himself better, but the simple truth was that she was driving him way too hard for him to be conservative with his mana use. He would rather be too frivolous with his mana use and lose due to exhausting himself than end up on the receiving end of an offensive spell again. You know, running out of mana like that in a real battle basically means you die, Taven said. And getting speared through the lung by a force lance doesn't? Zorian countered. She stared at him. Okay, yeah, you got me there. She walked over to a nearby bench and motioned him to sit beside her. Have you thought about that list Kale gave you? She asked. Of course he had. He even discussed with her some of the points she'd brought up over the past few days, although he suspected she didn't like his answers all that much. Interpreting her question as a demand for a more long-winded, comprehensive explanation, he started telling her about the reasoning behind his decisions. His reasons for not getting help from more people, and especially official authorities of any sort, were simple to explain. The more people he told about the time loop, the greater the chance that they would let something slip to the wrong person and lead Red Robe back to him. Unless they had something he really needed, and which he simply couldn't get by any other way, it was best to keep them ignorant of the time loop. Truthfully, even telling Taven was probably a pointless risk. He told her about the time loop for the same reason he kept taking Kiriel with him to Cyoria. Despite his little sister being nothing but a huge liability and time sink, he wanted someone familiar to talk and confide to. He kept his mouth shut about that last detail in his explanation to Taven, though he doubted she would appreciate hearing that. Instead, he focused on the fact that virtually no one would be willing to believe him about being a time traveler, and that convincing them would probably take weeks and could easily cause quite a stir. This was especially true in regards to her ideas about contacting the city government or academy authorities. Zack had already tried to notify them about the time loop and had never been taken seriously. There was no reason to think Zorian would be any more successful at it than Zack was. "Didn't you say Zack is kind of an idiot?" Taven asked curiously.
"Sort of," said Zorian.
"But in this case, I think he's far more suited to the task than I am. There is no way I'd ever be as trustworthy to authority figures as Zack." "Ah yes, the natural mind magic thing," Taven said. "Well, that too, but I was actually thinking about how I'd probably never be as forthright and honest about things as Zack probably was," he admitted. "I'd hide things and people would notice and be wary of me as a result." Taven gave him a long, searching look. "You're not even telling me everything, are you?" "I'm telling you most things," he said. "Everything I think is relevant." She stayed silent and gave him an annoyed look. "Anyway," he said quickly, looking to change the subject, even ignoring that, contacting Cyoria's authorities is a particularly bad idea because there is obviously someone high in the administration that is cooperating with the invaders. I'm almost certain by now that whoever is leading the cult of the dragon below also has a high position in the city government. It would explain why the members of the cult keep getting lucrative contracts from the city and exemptions from all sorts of normal regulations, and it would make sense for Ibasans to also have someone in their pocket. "I keep forgetting that part," Taven admitted. "Which is pretty bizarre, now that I think about it. Finding out that some crazy cult has thoroughly infiltrated our city government is honestly one of the scariest parts of your story, but the part where I'll apparently get erased out of existence at the end of this month sort of drowns out everything else."
Ouch. She was still fixated on that.
He did his best to move the conversation along, tackling her concerns about spreading himself thin next. Her complaints that it would be better for him if he picked one or two things to really focus on held merit. Unfortunately, there was a reason why he was not doing that. He kept encountering various emergencies during his time in the time loop, which forced him to often drop topics or push them into the background to accommodate the newest priority that just sprung up on him. The second issue basically amounted to personal weakness. He could only focus on something for so long before he got thoroughly sick of it and had to do something else. Since he aimed to be a generalist mage anyway, he didn't think of this as some huge issue he had to work on, but he understood why a tightly focused spellcaster like Taven would be annoyed with him for that. As for not trying harder at combat magic, well, we already discussed that topic enough, I think. "You already know my opinion on the matter," he told her. "Yet you keep coming to these spars anyway," she noted. "I know I was kind of pushy about it, but it's not like I can really make you come if you decided to put your foot down." "Well, I do want to get better at it," he shrugged. "No reason to refuse free practice. I just wish you would tone it down a little."
"Oh, come on."
"What are you afraid of?"
Taven scoffed.
"Aren't you a big, bad time traveler that can't really die? Treating death as a nuisance could easily become a habit that would kill me for real once I'm out of the time loop. Unless there is a pressing need for it, or some downright amazing opportunity, I'd like to avoid dying too much," Zorian said. "Also, you do realize that the time loop only resets when Zack dies, not when I do. If you end up killing me, you'll have to live with the consequences till the end of the month." The look she gave him told him that no, she did not realize that. Yup, that was more like the Taven he knew. She mumbled something about sensitive little flowers and then leaned back on the cold wall behind them. "Rather unhealthy, that. You know, you don't have to rely on me to help you with combat magic," she said. "There are quite a few combat magic instructors in Cyoria. With the amount of money you have at your disposal and the ability to keep spending it over and over again, you could get instruction from all of them. Combat magic may not be a priority for you, but keep that in mind. This is a killer opportunity, and you will never get anything like it outside of your time loop."
Zorian frowned. "What do you mean?"
A lot of mages simply won't teach you if they know you've been taught by their rival or competitor, she told him. As in, they'll refuse out of principle. There is quite a bit of difference in teaching your personal tricks to some young mage who is just starting out and teaching them to this extremely talented guy who has absorbed the teachings of several veteran mages. Hell, some mages won't want to have anything to do with you if you seem too competent, period. They don't want to create a competitor that will overshadow them and steal lucrative opportunities from them in the future. No offense, Taven, but Daimen never had any trouble securing powerful teachers, Zorian said. If anything, the number of people who wanted to mentor him increased as his talent became known to people.
I don't doubt it, she said.
But I guarantee that some doors also became closed to him at the same time. For you, that doesn't have to be the case. Not only will prospective teachers never know who else taught you in the past or how good you really are, you can also do things like sign apprenticeship contracts without them really binding you to anything. Hell, you could accept some really shitty deals if it meant getting some of the really deep secrets people have.
Just think about it, okay?
I am thinking about it. I've been thinking about that sort of thing since the start of the time loop. It's just that more pressing issues keep cropping up and eating into my time, he said. I'm surprised you're bringing that up though. Doesn't that bother you? I mean, we're basically talking about weaseling out the secrets that these people have spent their life gathering without compensating them in any way.
Well, yes, she said.
But realistically speaking, I'd do it in a heartbeat if I was in your place. And frankly, so would 9/10 of those same experts you're feeling sorry for. Are you seriously telling me you haven't been doing something like that all this time?
Sometimes, Zorian said.
Ilsa stood prominently in his mind, since he'd flat out become her apprentice to get her to teach him some of her stuff. But I have been keeping a mental list of people I owe in this way, and I was thinking of doing something for them once I get out of the time loop. It's already quite a long list though, and I don't know whether I can even do anything for some of them.
Ugh, she grunted, looking away uncomfortably. What? He asked.
You're a really weird guy, Zorian, she complained. You can be such a selfish jerk at times, and then you say stuff like that and I realize I don't understand you at all. The feeling is mutual, Taven, he told her with a smile. What, that you think I'm a selfish jerk or that you don't understand me either? She asked.
Both, he said.
Man, she really walked into that one. She made an outraged sound and gave him a light shove.
You're violent too, he added.
Whatever, she said, getting up from the bench. I'll bring Grunt and Mumble to our next spar so you can have some variety. I think I can also call in a few favors from my former classmates who also went for combat-related careers and have them fight you a few times as well. Your spellcasting is technically flawless, but you need better combat reflexes. Zorian gave her a curious look. Why are you being so proactive about this? He asked her. I know you hate me bringing it up, but it was only a few days ago that you hated the idea of me surpassing you in your own field. Why did you change your attitude so drastically? You don't even fully believe in the time loop story, according to your own admission. Because your life is on the line, she told him seriously. That's the most important thing I got from your explanation. If it weren't for that, well, I'd be hell of a lot more jealous and bitter about all this. But it's not just an advantage, you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders, and someone is trying to get you killed. In light of the chance that you might not make it out of this alive, all of my frustrations seem so petty in comparison. Was that why she was so insistent he needed to work more on his combat skills? Don't die, okay? She said when he didn't say anything for a while. You're the best friend I have. Zorian fidgeted uncomfortably, unused to that kind of confession and mystified as to how he should respond to it. The snide, cynical part of him felt that was a pretty sad admission. He hadn't exactly been a nice person in his pre-loop days, and he had nursed a grudge against her ever since she'd laughed at his love confession. If the invasion and the time loop had never happened, would he have gotten over that in time to salvage their friendship? Or would he have continued to push her away until she eventually gave up on him, completely unaware that she apparently considered him her best friend?
I'll try not to, he eventually told her. He couldn't promise anything.
Telling her that he would definitely live and that she had no cause for concern would be a lie, and they'd both know it. Say, Taven, did you put some thought into how we can make this time loop work to your benefit? You know, like Kale did for his alchemy. Well, no, she said, shaking her head sadly. It's useless, isn't it? Practicing combat magic requires shaping skills and routines that cannot be transferred via written notes. What could either of us possibly do to help the other, Taven? I could teach you various shaping exercises and note which ones work best for you though, Zorian said. I could show you the different combat spells I found over the restarts and note which ones you handle the best and what the most effective way of training you in them is. Kiriel's magic lessons are at least 2 times more effective now than they were when I first tried to teach her, so it should be utterly trivial to create a training program that would let you grow twice as fast as you would without it. Just how much stuff do you think you can cram in 1 month? Taven asked skeptically. We won't know till we try it, will we? Zorian countered. And besides, there is no reason why the final training plan has to be limited to a month. Does every single new thing you learn necessarily build atop things you already mastered?
No.
There you go. That means we can break down a training plan into month-long chunks and optimize them separately. We can get at least a year that way, especially if you branch out in some necessary support skills that you've been ignoring. Your lack of divination skills is really felt in any restart where I decide not to join you, for instance.
Taven looked torn.
She was clearly excited about the idea, but at the same time she felt guilty about it.
I don't know, she said.
That sounds really time-consuming, and you don't really get anything out of it. You said yourself that you already have too many things vying for your attention.
She was right, of course.
Still, he owed her something for all the help she'd given him in the past, and this seemed like a perfect way to pay her back. He would find the time if he could. Maybe not a lot of time, but still. I was going to look into combat magic-related shaping exercises anyway, he said. It might actually be a better idea to go through those together with you than to study them alone. You would know which ones are more useful better than I would. And besides, who says I have to hover around you all the time? I'm sure you can do a lot of testing yourself and then write a notebook for me to transfer into the next restart like Kale is doing. Or just tell me what you found out face to face before the summer festival. It didn't take much convincing before Taven was fully on board with the idea. In a way, this was what she had asked of him back when she lost her composure, to show her how to cheat too. He promised to bring an initial batch of spells and shaping exercises tomorrow on their next spar and then left to take care of other obligations. He wondered how long it would take for her to realize that she had agreed to spend day after day doing shaping exercises. He'd have to practice his Svim impersonation for tomorrow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the ruins of the Iranian settlement beneath Scioria, Zorian patiently waited for Memory of Sublime Glories to finish memory probing the Abasan mage he had captured and brought to her for interrogation. He had ventured deep into invader-held underground to retrieve this man, and was fortunate to stumble upon one of the middle-ranked leaders of the invasion force, so he had high hopes for the result of Sublime Glory's memory dive. In the meantime, he kept floating above the cavern floor not far from the Urania and her victim, holding himself aloft with the personal levitation exercise. In his left hand he held one of several small stones, which he kept disintegrating into dust in similarly non-structured manner. He had mastered both shaping exercises a long time ago, but the mild disruption effects present this far underground made them mildly challenging and thus a nice way to pass the time. He was starting to run out of rocks when the Urania finally withdrew from the invader's mind and approached him. Obviously, he had not told Memory of Sublime Glories anything about time travel, so he was not surprised that her report didn't mention anything remotely related to that. Still, she found out plenty of things of interest. The Abasans are scared of you, Memory of Sublime Glories said. Well, not you personally, but the human nations on this continent are a source of constant worry for them. The technological revolution you are undergoing has not taken root on their island, and they fear they will gradually become powerless and irrelevant as time goes by. Since your nations have recently gone through several rounds of self-destructive wars and a deadly epidemic, and are at their most disunited in a long while, a lot of Abasans feel that the time to strike at you is now. There has been a lot of agitation to launch some kind of invasion, but apparently there is also an influential faction that thinks such an invasion would be utter suicide and advocates trying to reopen diplomatic links to the continent. In light of that, this attack seems to have two main goals. The first is to make this nation look weak to others, thereby making any potential invasion by Ulquin Abasa look more attractive to their less warlike kin back home. Such a perception of weakness could also possibly ignite another continental war that would weaken everyone on the continent further. The second goal is to destroy any chance of official peace between Ulquin Abasa and Eldamar, thereby making the position of the reconciliation faction untenable. They're not scared that Eldamar might respond to the attack by outright invading Ulquin Abasa? Zorian asked. Ulquin Abasa is remote and inhospitable, and Eldamar has continental rivals to worry about, Memory of Sublime Glories said. They expect a response, but nothing substantial. A series of raids at most. Zorian wasn't so sure about that. Eldamar had been prospering for some time now, and the government was quite proud and aggressive. He wouldn't put it past the current royals and the noble council to launch a full-scale invasion of Ulquin Abasa out of sheer principle, costs be damned. Especially since the Abasans were diplomatically isolated and not part of the Byzantine web of alliances that prevented the larger splinter states from simply attacking the smaller ones and absorbing them through force of arms. As the Urania continued with her findings, however, it became obvious that the Abasins had not simply relied on empty hope to discourage such an invasion. Sometime near the beginning of the month, just before the start of the time loop, the Abasins had managed to overrun Fort Oriclo without alerting Eldamar that it had changed hands. Situated on a small island to the northeast of Eldamar and named after the general that had defeated Quataqicl's army at the conclusion of the Necromancer's War, Fort Oriclo was a small but important installation that served the dual purpose of being a monitoring station for keeping an eye on Alquinabasa and a supply base for Eldamar naval patrols. The Abasins apparently called it Fort Dagger, because they considered it a knife pointed straight at their throat. So long as Eldamar held Fort Oriclo, they had a perfect staging ground for any raid or invasion on Alquinabasa. Before Eldamar could launch an attack on Alquinabasa, it first had to retake Fort Oriclo, a heavily warded fortress situated on an excellent defensive position. Some of this doesn't make any sense, Zorian complained. According to you, the Abasins are transporting their forces straight from Alquinabasa to Fort Oriclo, then from Fort Oriclo to some unknown point in the Sorokian highlands, and then from there to beneath Scioria. Yes, what of it? That's not enough stops for an effective teleportation chain, Zorian said. Only 2 stop points for a journey of such distance, with a final destination point being deep underground to boot? There is no way that's really what's happening. If they were sending letters or small packages maybe, but no way could you transport an army like that. Even if Quataqicl is the best mass teleporter in the whole damn world, the mana costs for such long jumps would be completely impractical on that scale. Admittedly, such a small number of stops would do much to explain how they could transport such an army through Eldamar territory without being discovered by Eldamar, but they're not teleporting in the manner we've seen you do it, Memory of Sublime Glories noted. They are using some kind of stone construct to open a dimensional passage between 2 points. Like a door to another land. What? Can you describe that door in more detail, please? Zorian asked, frowning. Instead of answering with words, the Arania promptly projected an image of said door, that she pilfered from the man's mind straight into his mind. It wasn't a stone arch like he expected. Instead, it was a collection of stone bars, arranged into a form of a large skeletal icosahedron. Suspended in the middle of this bizarre geometric construct, like a window cut into the very air itself, was the dimensional gate. It appeared circular at first glance, edges marked by a warped blurry outline that looked as if someone had ran a finger through a wet painting and smudged all the colors together. As the Arania helpfully rotated the image, however, it became obvious that the gate looked circular no matter from which direction it was seen. It was spherical. Well, he supposed that answered some things. The gate spell was pretty much the pinnacle of dimensional magic, requiring both a lot of mana and extreme shaping skills to pull off successfully, but the invaders did have an ancient lich on their side. If anyone could casually open a gate, it would be Quataqicl. But they were inspired by ancient artifacts called Bakura gates, the Arania added. Though unable to actually figure out how the Bakura gates work or how to activate them, they realized that the icosahedron thing around them is meant to stabilize the dimensional passage and make it last indefinitely. Or at least as long as you keep supplying it with enough mana. So they made their own version of it. Wait, you're saying that thing down there is constantly active? Zorian asked incredulously. According to our prisoner, yes, the Arania said. As far as he knows, the door is never shut down. Gods, a permanent dimensional passage like that. No wonder the invaders could bring such a huge force beneath the city and keep supplying it. He fired off a bunch of additional questions about how the knockoff Bakura gate was made, what its limitations were and so forth, but found that their captive had no idea of any of those things. Anyone except the leaders of the invasion was unlikely to know such things, and possibly no one except Quataqicl, who seemed to be in charge of maintaining the gates. Annoying. Still, the fact that the invasion was supplied by permanently active dimensional gates did provide certain opportunities. For instance, it meant that if he could capture the gates fast enough, he could get access straight into the heart of Abasin operations, perhaps even Alquinabasa itself. Destroying the gate in their main base would no doubt utterly cripple the planned invasion, unless a new gate was easy to build, which he doubted. Finally, it opened the possibility of stealing the design from whoever made the thing, something he definitely wanted to do if it was at all possible. Hopefully the design wasn't exclusively held by Quataqicl or ran on children's souls or some such, because that was one amazing piece of magic. What about the research facility I've told you about? Zorian asked. Nothing that you don't already know, Memory of Sublime Glories told him. Frankly, I think you're going about this the wrong way. You say the previous Arania found out something important about that facility? Well, I don't think they did it by reading the minds of Abasin invaders. Admittedly, I cannot tell that for certain without getting access to some of their leaders, but they seem to neither know nor care about what's down there. Except for the Lich, and as we both know, they'd never succeed in reading that thing's mind. Well, they clearly got information about it from someone, Zorian said. Yes, well, it is a government facility. It stands to reason that someone from the government knows what they do down there. Chances are that if you want to find out about the facility through the same methods that the previous web used, you are going to have to target whichever government official that facility is reporting to.
That was a good point.
He had no doubt that Spear of Resolve would attack a city official without the slightest bit of hesitation if she felt he had answers to her questions and she felt she could get away with it. And she could definitely get away with it, since she knew she was stuck in a time loop and none of the consequences would matter beyond a certain point. A valid point, but let's refrain from antagonizing the city government for now, he said. More than fine with me, the Arania responded. Having exhausted all of the topics Zorian could think of, they bid each other goodbye and agreed to meet the next day for his usual mind magic lessons. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Weeks passed, and while he didn't make any incredible breakthroughs, his various projects kept slowly advancing forward. He absorbed everything about memory packet creation and reinforcement that Memory of Sublime Glories could teach him. He dutifully practiced what the other two filigree sages had to teach him. He scoured the academy library for interesting shaping exercises for both himself and Taven. He built no less than 3 different golems with Edwin, and he learned a large number of spells from the books he and the filigree sages had found in the Iranian treasury. The most interesting of these new spells were a couple of highly illegal teleport variations that could punch through weaker teleport wards. If he could master those, he would get a major mobility boost within the city. Admittedly, it was possible that the city authorities could detect when someone was bypassing the city's teleport redirect in that fashion, but even if they could indeed do that, that would still make those spells incredibly useful during the actual invasion, when they'd be far too busy with other things to deal with him. Oh, and he also met with Rainey a couple of times. He was given a lot of information about the current political climate among shifter tribes and their history, which was kind of interesting but probably not really important for anything. The meetings were a nice distraction, though, so he didn't care that he wasn't really learning anything. So there is something I'm kind of curious about when it comes to shifter magic, Zorian said. I apologize in advance if I'm asking you to reveal some kind of tribal secret, but what exactly is the big advantage of being a shifter as opposed to just using a potion or a ritual to assume an animal form? I know that shifters can eschew material components that are otherwise needed to make a transformation shell and that you can do a partial transformation to access the senses and other traits from your alternate forms, but that seems a little underwhelming, all things considered. Well, you have to remember that shifters originate from a different time, when other methods of transformation were far less developed and common than they are now, Rainey said. But there are some things you're missing. The shifter transformation is much faster and safer than anything you can cook up with your alchemy skills, and you automatically get instincts to go along with your new form. A normal mage that transforms into an animal will have big problems moving in their new body and even interpreting the animal's senses if they're too different from what humans are used to. A shifter can innately understand how their alternate form works, so it doesn't take much for bird shifters to learn how to fly as easily as birds or for wolf shifters to actually understand what their enhanced noses are telling them. Ah, said Zorian in understanding, remembering how badly he flew while transformed into an eagle, even after spending several sessions practicing his flight. Yeah, that does sound like a major improvement over a transformation potion. There is also a stealth factor to consider, as your cat shifter friends can attest, Rainey continued. It's much easier to use transformation magics covertly when you can transform at will, whenever you want, to what extent you want, with no strange movements and material aids required. And since we're on the topic of your feline friends, let me ask you something that I've been kind of curious about. Did you know all this stuff about shifters before you met the cat shifters, or did you only research the topic because you started hanging out with them? I'd known about shifters for a while by the time I met them, Zorian said.
It was true in a way.
I was searching for help with something and came to Vani for advice. He actually advised me to seek you out.
Me? She asked incredulously. She frowned.
Or do you mean shifters in general?
Both.
But he recommended you by name, Zorian said.
Oh. She leaned forward in her seat, curious.
And what exactly could I help you with? It doesn't matter, Zorian said, shaking his head. I've already gotten help elsewhere, and I've been told by others that you couldn't have helped me anyway.
Oh come on, she huffed.
That's just teasing. You can't just say something like that and then say it doesn't matter. Either you tell me or I send a letter to Vani, asking him what he sent you to me for.
Ugh.
He didn't think she was serious, but if she was, that could easily lead to awkward questions about why Vani doesn't remember ever talking to Zorian in the past. He really had to learn how to watch his tongue better. He was becoming as bad as Zach. It's very personal, so I'd appreciate if you leave the matter alone, okay?
Zorian sighed.
The short story is that I had the misfortune to end up on the receiving end of a necromantic spell and had a piece of foreign soul spliced with my own. I wanted answers as to what exactly happened to me, and Vana suggested I approach your tribe for help. But since he had no idea how to actually find them, he named you as a possible contact.
Ah, that's more serious than I thought, she said. I'm sorry I pried. Are you?
I'm fine, said Zorian, waving her off.
Don't worry about it.
I found a nice priest that helped me learn how to sense and protect my soul, so there should be no further incidents like that.
I see. That's good, she said.
She stared to the side for a few seconds, considering something, before refocusing back on him. So did you at least get any good abilities out of the whole thing? I'm not sure, Zorian said evasively. I'm still not sure what exactly the newest addition to my soul is or what it does.
Really? She frowned.
But didn't you say you learned how to sense your soul?
Yes, so
why don't you just focus on the spliced part for a while and try to figure out what it is? That sounds important to know. I know you probably want to forget about whatever happened to you, but as a shifter I can tell you it's very unhealthy to ignore parts of your soul because they won't ignore you. Hold on, how would I sense a part of my soul?
Zorian frowned.
That wasn't a part of the lesson I received from the priest. Rainey opened her mouth to say something before quickly closing it. She stayed silent for a while, considering something. You know, she finally said, I'm not sure whether anyone other than shifters would even want to sense specific parts of their soul.
No need, probably.
Unless they intend to modify it somehow, and that's usually a bad idea. And also not something a priest would do, unless they're a very heretical priest. So your teacher probably didn't even know that it could be done. Oh, Zorian said lamely. Do you want me to teach you how to do it?
Rainey asked. What? Asked Zorian. Really?
Aren't shifters very secretive about their magic?
No.
Rainey said uncertainly. Not about stuff like this, anyway. This is simple stuff. Every shifter learns how to do this as a child. They have to if they want to make use of their abilities properly. I can't see any harm in teaching you how to do it if you're willing, and I kind of feel like I owe you for all the help you've given me during the practice sessions you organized. Something good came out of that time sink? This restart was just full of surprises. Well, I'm willing, he shrugged. Name the time and the place. He didn't have much hope that a technique designed to sense a part of your soul would give him anything particularly substantial about his soul marker, but it didn't hurt to try and see if it led to something. At the very least, Rainey implied it was a simple thing to learn, so it shouldn't become another thing vying for his time. As it turned out, the method for sensing parts of your soul turned out to be rather simple when someone actually pointed it out to you. Well, provided one had already gone through the trouble of developing a personal soul sense beforehand. The results he got when he used it to inspect his soul were better than he hoped. He actually could sense his marker and the way it was woven into his soul, but unlike shifters, he didn't get any instinctive understanding of its function and how to use it, if it could be actually used by the one it was stamped on. Which made sense, considering it was not actually a part of his soul in the way a shifter's alternate form was. Rainey herself seemed unfazed by the partial failure and told him to keep trying for a while. It usually took months for shifters to fully map out the way different parts of their soul interacted with one another, and while she doubted his case made him as complex as a shifter, she felt it was too early to give up after a single day or two.
Fair enough.
He supposed he could set aside an hour or two every weekend and see if it led anywhere. In the meantime, the day of the summer festival approached and Zorian became consumed with preparations for the end of the restart. This time, he had something a bit more ambitious he wanted to try out. He was going to try and infiltrate the Abasin main base during the invasion and pass through the dimensional gate to see where it led. And then, hopefully, find someone new and more interesting to interrogate on the other side. I'm ready, Zorian said. You can start casting whenever you want. Eston, his current practice partner, gave him a solemn nod and started launching magic missiles at him in quick succession. Zorian calmly intercepted them all with his shield, dividing his attention between watching the way Eston was casting the spell so he could help him improve it afterwards and trying to work out the absolute minimum shield strength he could get away with to safely tank the attacks. A bad idea usually. If this had been a real spar, like the ones he had been having with Taven recently, being as cheap as possible with his counters would be a recipe for disaster. But well, his practice group had pretty much given up on those when he was involved. He was too good and didn't know how to hold back properly, so these days he mostly served as a living target and dispenser of advice. Not that this made him useless to the group, far from it, but it did mean he had to get creative to get some personal benefit from attending these practice sessions. After 14 magic missiles, Eston stopped casting and they switched positions, with Eston defending himself and Zorian attacking. The former Abason was the only person in the training group who could really tank one of his magic missiles at maximum power, so there was no need for Zorian to hold back. The floating earth spheres Eston used as shields were far more resilient than he initially gave them credit for, soaking up his magic missiles with ease. No matter what he tried, he could not even shatter one, much less punch through them. It was an interesting challenge. He had largely reached a plateau in terms of magic missile strength. Like all spells, magic missile had a limited amount of mana it could be supercharged with, and Zorian was at the point where he simply couldn't cram in more mana without hopelessly destabilizing the spell boundary. That was a shame, as magic missile was his most energy-efficient combat spell, thanks to the amount of practice he put into it. In fact, the spell was so mana efficient at this point that it was playing merry hell with his ability to judge how far his mana reserves had grown. He could cast about 35 of them in quick succession, which was more than 4 times the amount he could cast before the time loop. That shouldn't be possible, especially since he was sure his mana reserve still hadn't topped out yet, so the most logical conclusion was that his magic missiles required significantly less mana now than they had in the past. The magnitude system probably wasn't designed with people like him in mind. He doubted a lot of people practiced magic missile as doggedly as he did. And yet, for all the refinement his magic missile now had, he knew from Kiran that he still hadn't reached the pinnacle of the spell. A properly executed magic missile would be totally invisible, which his magic missiles weren't. He had an idea about that though. No one in the practice group other than Eston could reliably tank one of his magic missiles without their shields giving way. Even his normal missiles often proved too much for them, never mind if he really powered them up. As a consequence, he had been forced to learn how to adjust his attacks downwards to something they could deal with. He quickly found that trying to purposely weaken his missiles was pretty hard. Strategically sabotaging the spell boundary to make the spell less mana efficient was inelegant and offended his professional pride, but trying to make magic missile technically perfect yet functionally weaker was not as easy as it appeared at first glance. His reflexes, honed over the years spent in the time loop, and even the very construction of the spell itself naturally tended towards a certain optimum effect. Going against it was a constant struggle. Still, he had gotten the hang of the ability to dial down the missile's power after a few days, and had discovered that when he dialed the power low enough, he could get the shine and opacity to drop like a stone. At the very lowest point, he could produce missiles that were nothing but a faint warp in the air, and sadly, about as effective on anything they hit. Still, practicing the spell at these lower power levels made it easier to see the faults and imperfections he made in the spell boundary, and fixing those immediately led to a small but noticeable increase in his mana efficiency when casting his normal version of magic missile. He had a feeling this was the secret to effectively developing proper invisible force spells. Don't start by making normal versions invisible, instead reduce the power and work on making a weaker version more technically perfect and mana efficient. Then steadily work your way up until you end up with a flawlessly executed, fully powered version. None of the books he'd found actually outlined this method as a possible training regimen, instead suggesting endless repetition of the spell as a method, but Zorian felt his idea had merit. He had little to lose by trying it, since the officially suggested training method consisted of mindlessly practicing the normal version for years and even decades at a time. Yes, he was stuck in a time loop, but there had to be a better method than that. After he'd failed to get through Eston's earth defense, he called for a brief pause to let everyone replenish their mana reserves. He personally didn't need the break. He was purposely using only a small fraction of his reserves during these practice sessions, and he had already honed his ability to assimilate ambient mana as far as it could go, so it generally took him only a few minutes to go back to his top form. The others needed to catch their breath, however, and he had to be mindful of that. If nothing else, he was learning the limitations of people around his age. He had honestly forgotten what it was like to be on their level, and had trouble judging what people his age found challenging or even downright impossible. Hopefully this experience would make him better equipped to pretend he was a normal student in the future, or at least more aware of what would attract people's attention and to what extent. The break was eventually interrupted when Edwin marched into the gathering, the latest golem they'd made following after him.
"Hey Edwin," Naeem greeted.
"What brings you here? Finally decided to join us?"
No.
"No, I'm here because of this," he said, grasping the little golem by its shoulders and proudly pushing it forwards so the group could take a look at it. The construct was pretty impressive, even if Zorian was a little biased in thinking that. Being little less than a meter tall, the golem did not look particularly intimidating, but he doubted anyone would mistake it for a harmless toy. Its slender humanoid figure was made out of alchemically treated steel and powered by a comparatively massive crystallized mana battery that supplied it with plenty of power. Its movements were smooth and natural, and despite Edwin's rough handling, it never lost its balance like Zorian's previous golems would have. The golem looked and moved like a credible little helper and last-ditch defender/distraction. They did a good job of making it, Zorian felt. Enlisting Edwin to help with his golem making had definitely been the right decision.
Neat, Naeem shrugged.
That's what you and Zorian have been working on all this time, isn't it? What about it?
Yes, Zorian agreed.
The last time they met, he left the golem with Edwin so the other boy could run a bunch of tests to see if it worked properly. Did Edwin find some critical flaw in the construct, or did he just come to brag about their success? Is there something wrong with it? Edwin asked with faux outrage. His name is Kellic, and he's absolutely perfect.
I mean, just look at him. Everyone, meet Kellic.
Kellic, say hi to the nice folks gathered here. The golem quietly gave a brief wave before letting its metallic hand unceremoniously drop again. Yeah, apparently Edwin just wanted to brag. Zorian caught Eston and Capriva rolling their eyes at the spectacle, while Briam and Rainey seemed honestly impressed by the little golem. Naeem just continued smiling serenely, and Zorian couldn't tell whether Naeem was honestly happy for his friend or just humoring the guy. Unfortunately, there was one part of him that I just couldn't test properly, Edwin said. We warded this little beauty with every defensive ward we could manage. Well, Zorian did, I just kind of watched and took notes. But never mind that, the point is that Kellic here should be able to shrug off a lot of damage and disruptive spells and… You want us to try and damage it, Eston surmised. Yes, Edwin agreed with a grin. I'll just move aside and then you can all just attack it together.
All of us?
Rainey asked curiously.
Yeah, Edwin nodded.
He's really tough, so don't worry about overkill. I don't think any of you can really do anything to it individually. Eston frowned, clearly taking that as a challenge, before putting one of his palms on the ground in front of him.
For a second, nothing happened.
And then, without any warning, the ground beneath Kellic opened up like a set of earthen jaws and pulled it into the resulting hole before snapping shut. The poor golem was left with most of its body trapped under the soil, with only its head sticking free. Edwin stared at the buried golem for a second before glancing uncertainly towards Eston. The other boy inclined his head to the side, smiling faintly, clearly very pleased with himself.
Okay.
Claim disproven, Edwin chuckled awkwardly. Could you please unbury him so we can move on to further testing? Eventually, they did try to bring down the little golem with a collective magic missile barrage and predictably failed. Even Zorian's missiles did not damage Kellic in any way, though hitting the limbs and head could imbalance it and knock it to the ground. Eston tried to hammer it into scrap with one of his earth spheres, but only succeeded in knocking it to the ground and rendering it immobile so long as the sphere was pressing down on it. Capriva chucked a vial of alchemical acid at it, but this didn't work either. Finally, Briam went ahead and summoned his familiar and had the juvenile fire drake breathe fire at the golem for a while. That at least had some effect, in the sense that the golem ended up visibly heating up as a result. The fire wards weren't able to deal with sustained fire magic, it seemed. Edwin terminated the testing at this point, not wanting to see Kellic actually destroyed. A satisfactory result, all things considered. The vulnerability to being buried and otherwise restrained was a large and obvious weakness, though, and Zorian was already considering what he could do to overcome it when making golems in the future. The end of Edwin's golem test ultimately also signaled the end of the current practice session as well, and most people excused themselves and left afterwards. The day of the summer festival was only a few days away, so this was basically the last training session he would have with the practice group. That fact left him strangely sad. He had originally resented the loss of free time that came with the meetings, but the classmates he taught had ended up growing on him a little. It was nice to have someone actually respect his skills and achievements for a change, instead of constantly reminding him about how inadequate he was and how far he still had to go. He turned towards Rainey, the last person to remain at the training round with him. She didn't look like she intended to excuse herself, so he assumed she wanted to talk to him.
Yes. He asked.
Did you find out anything about your extra soul bits? She asked. She was stalling for time, but whatever. No reason not to answer the question.
Sort of, he said.
I found a few ways to interact with it, but I only know what one of them actually does. Or at least I think I do. I'll try it out soon to make sure. Yes, it was rather surprising, but apparently the marker actually was designed to be interacted with by its bearer. There were multiple switches, for lack of a better word, that were clearly meant to do something once they were activated. A good number of them were utterly inert, and did not react at all to his probing, either because he did not know how to interact with them properly or because they were broken in the marker's transfer from Zack to Zorian. A lot of them were perfectly functional, however, and readily responded to his probes, eager to be set off like exuberant little puppies. He shied away from actually experimenting with them, since they gave absolutely no indication what their function was.
All except one.
There was one command switch that immediately gave him a vague impression of what it was meant to do when he tried mucking around with it. He planned to test that one at the conclusion of his portal infiltration attempt. Make sure to have someone watching over you when you do that, Rainey cautioned. At the very least they can call for help if you collapse or something.
I will, Zorian lied.
Now why don't you tell me what's really bothering you? It's nothing you can really help me with, she sighed. I just feel like complaining to someone, I guess. I have no one here to confide to, except for Kiana.
My fault, really.
I didn't try very hard to make any other friends. I don't want to bother Kiana about this again, so.
Well, feel free to complain, Zorian told her.
Is this about your family, perhaps?
Yes, she confirmed.
I sent them a letter last week. Asked them if I could come home for the summer festival. They said I wasn't welcome. Well, not really in those words, but I can read between the lines.
Harsh.
What did she do to deserve that kind of response? Well, Rainey did say she wanted to complain, so he would probably find out soon. He opted to stay quiet and let her talk. After a moment of quiet while she collected her thoughts, she started her story. The leadership of my tribe is hereditary, she said. The firstborn son of the current chief inherits the mantle of leadership from his father. Simple enough, but the problem was that my father didn't have a son. My mother had a hard pregnancy when she bore me, and the tribe refused to bring outside healers to help. After I was born, she could conceive no further children. Or at least that's what we all thought for a time. Regardless, it was decided that in the absence of a male heir, even a daughter would do. Nobody wanted a succession crisis.
So the tribe accepted a female leader but wasn't too happy with it.
Considering the hypothetical scenario she'd asked him about earlier in the restart, he had a feeling he knew where this was going. As I grew up, I was constantly told I had to be strong for the tribe, Rainey said. That I have to work hard and embody the ideals we represented, so that there could be no question as to whether I deserved my position. I never resented that. I was proud of my tribesmen and my parents, for putting so much faith in me. I did my best, and I was good at it. Good enough that, in time, even my staunchest critics had fallen silent. But then Mother got pregnant again. Zorian winced internally.
It was a son, wasn't it?
9 months later, Mother gave birth to the baby boy that my father had always wanted, she said bitterly, confirming his suspicion. I wasn't sidelined immediately, of course. They had to make sure my brother was not defective in some way before doing something so rash. I had hoped for a time that I might succeed in keeping the mantle through superior skill and effort, but of course he ended up being a blasted prodigy. It was clear that he would eventually eclipse me. I did not take it very well. I did not step down from my position quietly, and some of the tribe members even supported me. Mostly because they felt I had proven myself capable while my brother was still a relative unknown, and the designated heir had never been stripped of their position like that, so the whole thing was a bit questionable. But ultimately, my worst enemy was my own father. I had thought he was proud of me, of all I had accomplished, but in the end he was the one arguing most vehemently that I should move aside so my brother can take the mantle. How could I have possibly won that battle when my own father stood against me? So they don't want you back because they think you're a threat to your brother's legitimacy and the tribe's leader? Zorian spoke out. I am a threat to his legitimacy, Rainey said.
Was. I don't know.
I'm not really sure about anything anymore. I feel like nothing I did mattered in the end. What do I even have to live for now? All my life I was taught to live for the tribe, but I'm not sure I even want to go back there when they finally deign to let me return. What is there waiting for me? I don't think I'll ever be happy living back there. Zorian studied her for a moment, wondering if he should try and comfort her. She seemed more angry than sad though, and he had a feeling she wouldn't appreciate such a gesture. Best not to risk it. So you being here is your exile then? He asked.
Pretty much, she answered.
Me being here allows them to cement my brother's position without my interference. Plus, me being educated by outsiders and taught outsider magic destroys whatever shreds of legitimacy I had left. I can't understand why they won't let you home for the summer festival, then, Zorian said. Not that I understand why you'd even want to go back to your father and brother you clearly can't stand, but that's beside the point. The point is that if you've been outmaneuvered that thoroughly, surely there is no harm in letting you go back home for a few days. That seems very petty of them. I was a bit of a bitch to my brother the last time I was home, she admitted. I guess the little shit went crying to our parents, because they've been keeping him away from me ever since. They seem to think there is a risk of me killing him. So insulting. They kept talking for a while. Well, Rainey kept talking, he mostly just listened, but eventually she ran out of steam and just fell quiet for a time before announcing it was late and that she should go. Before she left, however, she told him that she enjoyed their meetings and asked if they could continue meeting like that, even if his original purpose for approaching her had long been fulfilled at this point.
He agreed. Of course he did.
And despite her stoic demeanor, he could tell she was very happy to hear that. But the summer festival was just around the corner and she would soon forget any of this ever happened. The next time they met, they would be virtual strangers to each other. He decided not to befriend Rainey again in the future. Not while the time loop was still in effect, anyway. If he ever managed to get out, though, he told himself that he would try to befriend the red-headed shifter for real. She reminded him of his pre-time loop self too much to just ignore it. Her problem was, as she said, something he couldn't really help her with, but maybe just having an extra friend would be enough. He remained at the training ground for quite some time afterwards, lost in thought, before making his way back to Amaya's place. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was the day before the summer festival and everything was ready. He had stopped Notchka's kidnapping again, crafted all of the equipment he would be using in his gate-crashing attempt, and evacuated the filigree sages back to their home. Now all that was left was to gather the findings Kale and Taven had made with their personal research and store them inside his mind for future restarts. Fortunately, he was currently meeting them both in Amaya's basement for exactly that purpose. Here, Taven said, handing him a small notebook. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm kind of glad the month is coming to a close. You have no idea how annoying it is to practice shaping exercises all day, every day. Taven, I've had Svim as my mentor for the past 4 years, Zorian pointed out. Yeah, she waved dismissively.
Show me what you've learned, he told her. What?
But it's all written down there, she protested, pointing at the notebook in his hands. Doesn't matter, I want to see it personally, he insisted. Some things really cannot be written down. She had progressed nicely, he decided 15 minutes later. Some things he considered trivial didn't really work out, which meant he either wasn't teaching them properly or Taven was spectacularly unsuited for them, but there were also some exercises that came almost naturally to her. It was a good start, if nothing else. That was way too slow, he said. And you fumbled a bit towards the end.
Start-o dash.
If you say start over one more time, Zorian, Taven warned him. Fine, I'll stop channeling my inner Svim, he chuckled.
We'll stop here.
I got what I needed, I think. Kale, how about you? Are my eyes deceiving me, or has the amount of notebooks you got for me actually shrunk from what it was initially? You said you memorize how the whole book is made with that spell of yours, not just text, so I figured I would write as dense as possible and save space that way. A single book takes the same amount of space in your memory regardless of how much is written in it, if I understood you correctly, Kale said. That's true, but the alteration pattern I store is never flawless, so some imperfections are bound to creep up in the reproduction. I hope you didn't make the letters too small. Some quick testing proved that Kale's condensed writing survived the memorization reproduction process just fine, so Zorian went ahead and memorized the whole stack. Well, that's it I guess, Taven said awkwardly. I guess we'll see each other in the next restart. Not that I'll remember any of it. Actually, I'm going to skip going to Syoria for a couple of restarts, Zorian admitted. I need to find a way to halt, or at least delay the degradation of the matriarch's memory package. And also to advance my memory reading skills so I can get something out of it if I fail. I can't waste time on classes before I solve this.
Fair enough, Kale said.
I'll note that I have pretty much exhausted all the low-lying fruits when it comes to my research. I'll need to reach out to other experts and maybe acquire some restricted materials through less than legal channels the next time we do this. I know you're justifiably leery of making too many waves, so you'll have to discuss this with my other self. Just as well that he was putting his routine in Syoria on temporary hold, then. He didn't need a distraction like that right now. The group separated after a while, with Zorian leaving to find Kiriel. There was one last thing he wanted to do before the end. Kiri, do you think you could show me your drawings? He asked. She didn't need much convincing. She ran out of the room and soon returned with a thick stack of papers that represented her artistic endeavor over the course of the past month. She drew anything that caught her fancy, it seemed. The sparrows that liked to gather on the street in front of Amaya's house, the house they lived in and its inhabitants, the trees in the nearby park where she played with Notchka, and so on. He was especially impressed with the handful of images that depicted Syoria's main train station. Not only did she remember what all the various storefronts they'd visited looked like, she even memorized many of the individual items that had been on sale. Zorian had forgotten most of that stuff roughly 5 minutes after they had left the train station, but Kiriel had remembered it well enough to draw a realistic picture of it an entire day afterwards. If he ever found some time to kill, He should ask Kiriel to teach him how to draw. He doubted he would be any good at it, but the mental image of his little sister trying to teach him something was amusing. And this one is Nachka's kitty for. Kiriel fumbled, barely catching herself in time. She threw him a panicked look and then tried to shove the drawing of the young black cat beneath some of the already inspected drawings.
Heh.
Her kitty form, perhaps? Zorian asked innocently.
You knew. Kiriel gasped. I knew, he confirmed.
So could you tell she's a shifter on your own, or is she simply as bad at keeping secrets as you are?
I'm not bad at keeping secrets, she protested.
And, she kind of slipped that she can do magic, and I bug her until she showed me what she can do. Ah yes, the eternal tendency of people to brag about their skills. Well, that and Kiriel's incredible ability to keep bringing the subject up until the victim decides it's easier to just give in and humor her. He didn't blame Nachka for giving in, considering how often he ended up doing the same. Nachka's indiscretion aside, there were no further surprises waiting for him among Kiriel's drawings. He then tried to cast the memorization spell to commit the entire stack to his memory, but found that Kiriel was intensely protective of her work and strangely suspicious of his actions. It took a while for Zorian to convince Kiriel that the spell he wanted to cast was totally non-destructive and that he wouldn't even dream of burning her artwork or anything similar. Really, where did she even get the idea? Fortov once burned a bunch of my drawings when I asked him to show me some magic, she admitted. Said it was a joke. Zorian rolled his eyes. Yes, that sounded about right for Fortov. Knowing Kiriel, she was probably being extremely annoying and disruptive, but that was still a very shitty thing to do. I'm kind of insulted you'd compare me to Fortov, but whatever, Zorian said. He quickly memorized the stack and handed it back to her.
There. All done.
Kiriel quickly leafed through the papers to make sure he really hadn't done any damage and then left to put the drawings back to her room. She was back soon enough though, looking worried. Zorian, why did you want to memorize my drawings? She asked. You could just ask me to show them to you whenever you wanted to take a look.
Are you going somewhere?
Zorian gave her a sideways glance, wondering what to tell her. He would be leaving her behind during the next few restarts, and he kind of felt guilty about it, but there was no helping it. It was why he was wasting some of his mental space on her drawings instead of filling it out with something more practical. She was pretty observant to have come to that conclusion though. She probably noticed some of his other preparations.
Yes, he admitted. I am.
After the summer festival.
Oh, she said.
But don't you have to attend classes?
Well, yes. But this is more important, he said.
Don't worry, I won't be gone long. You won't even notice I'm gone. Surprisingly, she accepted this explanation without complaints.
Good.
The last thing he needed was for her to freak out this close to the end. But, she decided, you have to bring me a gift when you come back. Or I'm telling Mom you left me alone with a bunch of strangers. Sure, said Zorian, rolling his eyes. He wondered if gifting her with the drawings she'd drawn herself in previous restarts counted as cheating.
Probably.
But he was going to do it anyway, just to see how she reacted. The dimensional gate beneath Cyoria was a difficult target to approach. One had to avoid numerous Ibasan patrol groups to even get near it, and then the prospective attacker had to deal with an entire defensive base built around the gate if they wanted to actually pass through. Storming such a place was a task for a battle group, not a single mage, and would give the defenders plenty of time to shut down the gate if they felt the base was about to fall. Not to mention that Quatakikl could and probably would come to their aid if such a major assault was launched on the place. No, the only viable way of accessing the gate was to sneak in somehow. A rather unlikely endeavor, considering the place was teeming with mages and war trolls, and likely had plenty of detection wards layered on top of it too. But Zorian had a plan. A rather reckless plan that he'd never even think about trying outside of the time loop, but it was a plan regardless. At its core, it rested on the assumption that the Ibasans would send almost everyone they had to participate in the invasion proper, leaving only a handful of defenders to guard the gate. Thus, the best time to make the attempt was when the invasion had already begun. If the Ibasans were smart and cautious, that wouldn't be true and his plan would be over before it even began. If they were really smart and cautious, the gate would be shut down the moment the invasion began and all of his plotting would have been for nothing. But Zorian was willing to bet that the Ibasans needed all the manpower they could get for the fighting on the surface, and that the leadership needed the gate functioning so they could retreat safely to their island. There was a lot of sea between Eldamar and Ulquin Ibasa. He was hoping they would just leave behind a skeleton crew at the base, with orders to summon Quatakikl if they get into more trouble than they can handle. Thus, when the day of the invasion had finally come, Zorian immediately descended deep into the tunnel system beneath Cyoria and started looking for some nasty critters to dominate. Something strong enough to cause a distraction, but weak enough that the defenders wouldn't panic when it started throwing itself on the base defenses. Just a random monster attack that would distract everyone and give Zorian a chance to slip inside unnoticed. It took him some time, but he eventually found a pack of hook goblins, small, flightless, bat-like humanoids whose front limbs sported huge, hook-like claws. Highly dangerous up close but easily killable. A threat, but not that much of a threat.
Perfect. Then he waited.
As time went by, his prediction of Abasins withdrawing virtually everyone to participate in the invasion gradually came to pass. The Abasins were indeed withdrawing nearly all patrol groups around their base, allowing Zorian to finally approach the place and lay his eyes on the center of Abasin invasion. Well, he already knew its basic layout from the memories extracted from the captured Abasins, but that wasn't the same as seeing it firsthand. The base was situated in a massive cavern, and was quite large. It was practically a small town, which was not very surprising considering the amount of forces the Abasins normally kept here. In the center of the settlement stood a handful of stone buildings that were probably raised from the cavern floor via alteration. The gate was in the middle of this section, serving as the heart of the settlement. Surrounding the fancy stone buildings was a ramshackle collection of tents and pens where the peons and war trolls lived. There were no walls around the settlement, but each of the tunnels connecting to the cavern had a checkpoint that served as a first line of defense. Zorian waited for a while for the numbers to thin out further, and when they remained static for a while, mentally pushed the hook goblins to attack one of the checkpoints, doing his best to boost their bloodthirstiness and suppress their fear. He didn't have to do much, honestly. Hook goblins seemed to be almost perpetually angry creatures, going utterly berserk at even the slightest provocation. They fell upon the checkpoint, screeching and clawing, and the base immediately went into an uproar. Zorian's original idea was to use the distraction to attack one of the other checkpoints while everyone else was distracted, but that turned out to be unnecessary. When he reached his chosen target, he found out that its guards were unprofessional enough to leave their posts to help out their buddies against the hook goblins. Or maybe the base was even more short on manpower than he originally suspected. No matter, he decided to simply take advantage of the situation and waltzed in. He made it all the way to the gate without being stopped, or even confronted by anyone. At one point he crossed paths with a mage running towards the battle site, but it only took a weak suggestion from Zorian that he was completely normal, nothing to see here, and the man promptly put him out of his mind and kept running. He honestly didn't expect it to be that easy. Unfortunately, when he reached the dimensional gate itself, he found that it had its own guards and that they refused to leave their posts, despite the commotion. 4 mages and 2 trolls. He could deal with them perhaps, but he didn't think he could do it without raising a ruckus.
Shame.
He was just about to throw caution to the wind and start chucking around fireballs and explosive cubes everywhere, when one of the other defenders came running and started shouting at the mages around the gate. The hook goblins had broken through the checkpoint and the newcomer wanted them to signal Quatakikl to come and save them.
Oops.
He honestly didn't think his little minions would end up winning. It seemed that not only did the Abasins leave a skeleton crew to hold the base, said skeleton crew was composed out of the dregs of their force. No wonder this infiltration was so easy. Fortunately for Zorian, no summoning of Quatakikl would take place. The mages guarding seemed horrified at the very idea. Their leader ranted for an entire minute about how the ancient lich would have them all flayed alive if they summoned him to deal with a bunch of stinking hook goblins, and eventually sent 2 of his fellow guards and both of the war trolls to contain the incursion. Zorian could only watch incredulously as the gate was suddenly left with only 2 mages to guard it. Well, that certainly made things easier. He waited for a while for the other Abasins to get some distance away from the gate and then chucked a vial of sleeping gas at the 2 remaining guards from his hiding place. One of them, the one that spoke to the panicked defender and seemed to be their leader, managed to stumble out of the cloud in a semi-lucid state and promptly received a piercer in the head for his troubles. The other collapsed into sleep, as intended, and Zorian blew the cloud away with a gust of wind before hurriedly approaching the dimensional gate they were guarding. Zorian itched to examine the thing in greater detail, but no, this wasn't the time for that. The current priority was to find out what was on the other side. Looking through the opening itself, he could see that the gate led to an empty, spacious room devoid of further guards. Which was rather weird. Were the Abasins really leaving one end of the gate undefended? He tried extending his mind sense through the dimensional opening and was pleased to note that the gate was no barrier to his mind sense. And even gladder that he could detect no hidden enemies. Suspicious, but mindful of the limited amount of time he had, he took a deep breath and stepped through the gate. He felt a tendril of magic brush against his soul protections the moment his foot touched the floor of the destination room, trying to identify him. It recoiled from his spiritual defense and Zorian immediately felt the atmosphere in the room change, becoming heavier and more foreboding. He had been detected by the wards and labeled as an intruder. Behind him, the edges of the dimensional opening started crackling with lightning. The gate then began rapidly shrinking and soon winked out of existence entirely in a soft flash of light. Though the closing of the portal had taken him off guard, Zorian was ultimately unconcerned about its disappearance. He was already through, after all, and at least this way the Abasan forces on the other end of the gate wouldn't be able to pursue him. He quickly looked around and confirmed that the room was indeed empty, aside from the now inactive stone icosahedron erected in the center of it. There was only one door in sight, and Zorian immediately blasted it to splinters rather than open it normally. No need to risk getting hit with some hostile ward effect because he was dumb enough to grasp the handle. Quickly leaving the gate room, he started exploring the place, trying to find out as much as he could before the Abasan forces on this side of the gate, alerted by the wards, came running to deal with him. Except that there were no Abasan forces. And he wasn't in some hastily erected base, either. He quickly found out that the gate had been situated in a basement of a pretty luxurious mansion. A very large, seemingly abandoned mansion. Zorian was confused at first. The first gate in the chain was supposed to lead to some isolated place in the Sorokian highlands after all, so he kind of expected a wilderness camp surrounded by trees. Then the defenders of the place finally tracked him down, and he understood where he was. The undead boar that just tried to bite his leg off was exactly like the ones that assaulted Lukav every restart. He was in the Sorokian highlands. Specifically, he was in Iasku Mansion. And the place was apparently teeming with undead. He frantically dodged a knife thrust by his assailant, a silent, knife-wielding man wrapped in concealing black clothes. Zorian had shot him through his head with a piercer earlier, but that didn't seem to bother him too much. Another black-clad, knife-wielding corpse advanced at him from the left, and the blasted boar looked like it was readying for another charge. Zorian threw a glowing cylinder on the ground in front of him, causing a disruptive, dispelling pulse to wash over everything around him. The three corpses attacking him collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the pulse having destroyed the magic that kept their animating souls bound to their bodies. Zorian sighed. That was the third dispeller grenade he had been forced to use since coming to this place. He'd only ever had 5 of them to start with, not having expected to fight hordes of undead today. Most of his other single-use items were gone as well. He knew this mission was likely to result in his violent death, but this was still kind of annoying. And also more than a little dangerous. The presence of so much undead meant there were necromancers inside. It might actually be dangerous to die here. He was just about to go back to the gate room and barricade himself there when a living person entered his mind sense, heading straight for him. Well, crap. That was the necromancer, wasn't it? Of course it was. That must be why the undead backed off after that last attack. He quickly scattered his remaining explosive cubes on the floor in front of him and retreated deeper into the corridor. Then the door on the other end of the corridor opened and a tall, muscular man with a huge mustache stepped into the corridor. He took one look at Zorian and smiled jovially, like seeing an old friend who he hadn't heard from in years. "Welcome," he said. "I am Sudamir Kandriai, the owner of this humble abode. May I ask why you have invaded my home?" "I don't know what you're talking about," said Zorian, taking a step back. Step deeper into the corridor, step deeper into the corridor. The door was quite open, all I had to do was step through the gate. If you didn't want anyone coming through, surely you wouldn't have left that thing so unprotected. Why, I bet a whole army could just waltz through this place if you weren't careful. Zorian took another step back. Sudamir followed him, taking a step deeper into the corridor. Now! Zorian sent a pulse of mana to the explosive cubes, triggering them and sending the entire corridor into a... No, actually nothing happened at all. What the hell? Wards. Wonderful things, aren't they? Sudamir smiled. I can't have things exploding in my own home, you see. And besides, even if you did catch me in that trap, that wouldn't have killed me. I assure you I am quite hard to kill. Lovely. Zorian stared at the man in front of him for a second and then concentrated on his marker for a second. What are you doing? Sudamir asked harshly. He could probably see that he was doing something with his soul. Damn necromancers and their cheating soul sight. Zorian ignored him and ordered one of the slots of the marker, the one that actually gave him an impression of what it was supposed to do, to activate. His vision immediately turned dark and then he woke up back in Siren, Kiriel wishing him a good morning. He sighed in relief, confusing Kiriel. Thank the gods that worked. Sitting alone in the train's compartment, Zorian stared through the window at the passing landscape, lost in thought and not really paying attention to what he was looking at. He was supposed to have disembarked already, but the events that had happened at the end of the previous restart were still at the forefront of his mind and he figured it was best to delay his plans for a few hours until he was less distracted. It wasn't like he had some tight schedule to follow this early into the restart. Closing his eyes for a second, He searched his soul for the marker switch he'd used to escape Sudamir and immersed himself in the impressions it gave him whenever he connected to it. The switch in question did not announce its purpose in words, but it made itself understood anyway. It was the abrupt end of everything, followed by a return to the beginning.
Revert to starting point.
That was what the switch claimed its function was, and as far as Zorian could tell, that is exactly what it had done when he'd used it at the end of the previous restart. He had a way to end the current restart at whim. He could start over at any time without leaving behind a soul that could be interrogated and messed with. Hell, he wouldn't be leaving behind anything. The world would end on his command. All it took was pressing a switch. That changed everything. Necromancy, in many ways his worst enemy, was suddenly a lot less dangerous and frightening. The risk of having his suicide rings taken away or negated by fancy wards also became a lot less worrisome. The marker was virtually impossible to detect or take away from him. Many ideas he had previously dismissed on the grounds that they were too dangerous to attempt, such as exploring Iasco Mansion or pissing off Quatakikl by aggressively going after Ibasan forces, were suddenly back on the table. Getting killed or knocked out before he could react was still a danger, though, as was the possibility of being drugged into submission. He wondered if he could set up some sort of contingency to trigger the revert switch automatically upon his death. It would require delving deeper into soul magic, but that may be a smart thing to do anyway, and eliminating one of his major remaining weaknesses was no small feat. A possible issue was that the revert switch might affect Zack and Red Robe as well, not just him. Was their restart cut short as a consequence of his action in the previous restart?
Probably.
It must have been, if the switch worked like he thought it did. There was a chance they'd failed to note the abrupt end, since he'd activated the revert switch very close to the time it usually ended at anyway, but since he intended to keep using the revert switch, that wasn't going to last very long. It didn't really matter though, even if they had noticed. Both Zack and Red Robe had already known there were at least 2 other time travelers in the time loop, so this told them nothing particularly important. Well, it might come as a bit of a shock to Zack, since he'd never had his restart cut short like that, but whatever. He could now experience what it was like for Zorian when the other boy went around fighting dragons and whatnot. Opening his eyes, Zorian withdrew from the marker and refocused his attention on the passing landscape for a bit. It did not hold his attention for long before his mind drifted back to the events of the previous restart. Truthfully, he hadn't expected his gate exploration initiative to be as successful as it ended up being. He had expected to face better and more numerous defenses on the Sciorian side of the gate, and once he managed to step through it, he expected to emerge into another heavily guarded Ibasan base. He hadn't expected to live long once on the other side. In fact, it honestly would not have surprised him if he had died before ever reaching the gate itself, never mind actually accomplishing much on the other side. The first try had been primarily about testing the Ibasan defenses to see what he was dealing with. Well, apparently he had been far too modest in his ambitions. He got everything he had been hoping for, and more. Now that he knew just how undermanned and unprofessional the defense of the gate was, and that there were no Ibasan reinforcements on the other side to come to their aid, he could afford to be a lot more direct in future attempts. Bringing a small army of golems and wiping out every defender so he could study the gate at his leisure actually seemed like a viable option. Granted, he would have to do it without giving the defenders a chance to summon Quatakikl, but it seemed doable. As a bonus, said golems would be heaven sent against the hordes of undead infesting Iasco Mansion. They were just as tireless as the living dead, and had no souls for the necromancer to mess with. Of course, it was impossible to think about Iasco Mansion without automatically considering that final confrontation he'd had with Sudamir Kandrii at the end, and that soured Zorian's feeling of success somewhat. He got out of the situation unscathed in the end, but the fact was, he got thoroughly outplayed and backed into a corner by a dangerous necromancer and had to rely on an untested ability to escape from his clutches. That wasn't the way Zorian wanted his conflicts to go. To be fair though, the situation might not have been as bad as it looked. The restart was nearing its end by that point, so perhaps he could have stalled the man long enough to avoid any serious consequences. Failing that, he could have thrown a maximized fireball at his feet and hoped that reducing his body to fine ash interfered with Sudamir's ability to snare his soul. It was hard to know how dangerous the situation truly had been without knowing more about Sudamir's personality, or the limits of his necromancy skills. Well, he was going to find out more about the man very soon. For one thing, Sudamir was the mayor of Nyazov Dveri, and therefore a public figure. There should be lots of information available about him, in both official and unofficial sources. For another, Zorian intended to keep attacking the gate beneath Scioria and exploring Iasco Mansion at the end of every future restart. There was no reason to pass up on that, really. The defenses of the gate were sufficiently flimsy that it wouldn't eat much into his schedule to organize an assault at the end of the month, and the revert switch made the idea of exploring a necromancer's lair a lot less crazy than it was up until recently. He definitely had to do something about the wards on the place though. Sudamir seemed to have placed some very sophisticated stuff on Iasku Mansion, and Zorian didn't feel comfortable just ignoring them. Who knows what kind of exotic, forbidden stuff a necromancer like Sudamir wove into his warding scheme. Maybe he could avoid triggering the wards at all? If he could find some way to pass the initial authorization test upon stepping through the gate, the wards should stay dormant. There had to be a keystone or some such that let people pass through unmolested. There was no way Sudamir keyed in every individual abasin into the damn ward scheme. After some thought, he decided that such a bypass would be useful, but would likely just delay the problem. If it was Zorian in Sudamir's place, he would have definitely placed further tripwires around the mansion to foil such abuse. Considering how much Sudamir relied on his wards to deal with intruders, he was bound to have thought of that and more. He was wrenched out of his musings by the voice of the station announcer, who informed him that the train was soon going to arrive to its next destination. Deciding he had delayed things a bit too much as it was, Zorian grabbed his luggage and went off in search of an exit. It was time to visit the Iranian colonies again. ******. The last time Zorian had tried to get instructions from the Luminous Advocates, the result was a frustrating negotiation process that had lasted for nearly 3 weeks and had consumed the entirety of his funds in exchange for useful, but decidedly non-critical knowledge. The one thing he had needed back then, they had been unwilling to teach him. Consequently, he had stopped bothering with them. Especially since he had since found other, much more reasonable webs to trade with. The situation had changed, however. He was a lot better at mind magic now, so they should hopefully look down on him a lot less. He was also in a much better position to satisfy their assorted demands, thanks to the discovery of the Iranian treasury back in Cyoria and the ability to steal money and resources from the cult of Dragon below by raiding their caches. Finally, after getting taught about Iranian culture and customs from Voice of Peace, he had come to a conclusion that he had likely bungled his previous interaction with Luminous Advocates somewhat. He had come off as impatient and disrespectful, which probably had a lot to do with them dragging the negotiations out for several weeks. It was both the means of pressuring him into giving them greater concessions and a way of getting back at him for a perceived slight. That was why, when Zorian went off to meet with the Luminous Advocates on the first day of the restart, he didn't offer a trade proposal. Instead, he simply introduced himself and asked for a meeting sometime in the future. He was told to come back in 2 days. He did just that, at which point he presented the Luminous Advocates with a gift and spent several hours pretending he just dropped by to have a friendly chat with them instead of anything serious. Only then did he present his offer, starting with a very ambitious plan where he offered a lot and demanded just as much. They refused, of course, making a counteroffer that was ridiculously more in their favor, and so the negotiations began. It took them an entire week and a half to agree on a deal in the end, which was slow and annoying, but still a lot better than before. The agreement, much like the one he'd had with the filigree sages in the previous restart, went beyond his primary goal of learning how to repair memory packets and also encompassed refinement of his basic telepathy skills, practice of mental combat techniques and further development of his ability to tap into and interpret Iranian senses. The last one was not something the Luminous Advocates had any real experience with, by their own admission, but they were willing to lend him their considerable expertise on the topic. In fact, that was the part of the deal they seemed most excited about. Of course, Zorian didn't spend said week and a half idling around while the Luminous Advocates dragged their feet. He spent most of that time scouting out other Iranian webs to see what they were able and willing to offer him. He visited the Talisman Bearers, Ghost Serpent Acolytes and Silent Doorway Adepts, the 3 shady webs that the illustrious gem collectors had informed him about back when he'd first sought other Iranian webs to learn from. Back then he didn't feel safe dealing with them, but his skills at shielding his mind had grown considerably since then. He also toured the 7 webs in the vicinity of Cyoria that he'd found out about from the filigree sages, the Burning Apex, Red Brand Bearers, Deep Blue, Crystal Torches, Indestructible Silver Order, Stone Revelation Chanters and Riddles of Opening. All of them were interesting in their own way, but none of them could really help him with his memory packet repairing problem better than the Luminous Advocates could. The Talisman Bearers were a magic-focused web, the most heavily magic-focused one that Zorian had ever encountered, and were thus a bad choice to go to when dealing with a relatively exotic mind magic issue like his. Still, visiting them had not been a waste of time in the slightest. Out of curiosity, he had bought several of the metal discs they used for their spellcasting to see how they worked. The spell formula designs etched into the discs blew him away, subjected to size and scarcity restrictions largely foreign to human spellcasting communities. The Talisman Bearers focused on squeezing in as many spells as they possibly could onto their primary spellcasting tool. The design was complex and incredibly dense, but it worked smoothly and efficiently, without the destructive resonances and disruptions that usually plagued such highly compressed spell formula constructs. The discs were useless to Zorian in their natural state. He wasn't an Irania, and these tools were very much intended for Iranian use. Still, they were sufficiently similar to human spell formula that he could learn a lot from studying them. Considering how much he relied on items, any advantage in that area was noteworthy. The ghost serpent acolytes refused to see him. Apparently their god/guardian spirit told them he was bad news and that they should tell him to get lost. He had no idea what that was about, but it automatically made the web a lot more interesting than he expected. What did the spirit know about Zorian that pissed it off so much? He left the ghost serpent acolytes alone for now, but he made a mental note to visit the web again in the next restart, before doing anything else, to see if they reacted the same, while the silent doorway adepts were another surprise, because the doorway in their name came from the Bakura gate around which they built their settlement. That was very, very interesting. They got really uncomfortable when he started asking questions about it, too, blatantly trying to change the subject. They claimed the gate mystified them as much as it mystified humans, but Zorian wasn't sure he believed that. There was definitely a story there, and their web was famous for having some kind of secret magic that allowed them to get into places. Still, it was obvious he wouldn't be getting anything out of them on the topic, so he politely backed off and moved on to other topics. Sadly, they had no interest in teaching him things. They pointed him back towards some of the webs he'd already known about, such as the luminous advocates, and that was that. That was not to say they were not interested in trade, though, they very much were. They showed passing interest in most of the stuff he offered, but what really caught their attention was crystallized mana. They really wanted crystallized mana for some reason. They were willing to take all of it off his hands, if he was willing, or as much as he could spare otherwise. In exchange, they offered a wide variety of magical items and tomes, all clearly of human origin, and many of them very much illegal. They also offered to put him in contact with some of their human trade partners, in case he wanted something they currently lacked. They also admitted, after some prodding, that they could provide him with information about other Iranian webs, where they could be found, what they were famous for, and what their weaknesses were. They warned him, however, that they would cut all ties with him if he misused such information. After some thought, Zorian asked them about alternatives to the luminous advocates when it came to mind magic specialists, agreeing to their price for such information. After a few hours, their representative returned with the information in question, giving him the names and locations for about 8 more webs that were notable for their mind magic mastery. He thanked them for the information and left. The 7 webs around Scioria all had some things in common. For one, they were all very friendly to humans and a lot easier to talk to than any of the other webs he had been interacting with recently. For another, they were all magic-focused webs. Scioria was the epicenter of the Iranian magical revolution, and all nearby webs had adapted to take advantage of that in some fashion. Finally, they were a lot more hostile to their neighbors than the other webs he had spoken with. The Burning Apex, Red Brand-Bearers, Crystal Torches and Indestructible Silver Order all tried to hire him to attack their neighbors, and the Burning Apex outright stated that they intended to massacre the entire riddles of opening web whenever they got the chance, down to the last male and child. Oh, and all of them were very interested in any information about the Sciorian webs and any possible weaknesses they might have. Zorian suddenly understood why Spear of Resolve had been so worried about her neighbors and wanted to get humans on her side. Why? Thankfully, none of the webs actually insisted that he had to help fight their battles, and were happy enough to engage in more peaceful forms of trade. Naturally, Zorian was primarily interested in mind magic instruction. The local groups, although primarily magic-focused, did have decent grasp of their innate mind magic, especially when it came to telepathic combat. Most of them were fine in tutoring him in their abilities, although the Stone Revelation Chanters and Indestructible Silver Order required a higher level of commitment than he was able to spare in this particular restart. In addition, most of them also traded in exotic alchemical ingredients gathered in the deep dungeon, some of which were impossible to acquire on the open market. Unfortunately, it was impossible to hide from a bunch of natural mind readers that he had contacted other Arania groups in the area while receiving tutoring in mind magic from them, so he could only get instruction from one of the local webs. Most of them didn't care if he was also receiving instruction from the Luminous Advocates, though except for the Crystal Torches, who refused to teach him anything if they weren't the only ones teaching him. He chose Deep Blue in the end, because they were one of the 3 major webs in the area and struck him as the most peaceful of the lot. Also, Deep Blue mind magic specialized in dominating and manipulating the various monstrous denizens of the dungeon. Zorian figured their methods of dealing with creatures very different from themselves might also be useful in his quest to understand the Iranian mind. And if not, well, being more effective at hurting and neutralizing magical creatures was still a pretty useful skill to have. Thus, he'd secured himself 2 tutorships from 2 different Arania groups for the restart. The Luminous Advocates complained, questioning the usefulness of a web like Deep Blue when he'd already secured the services of the best, but Zorian couldn't help but notice that they got rather more motivated in their teaching ever since he'd done that. Trying to arrange for a third group of Iranian teachers would definitely be a mistake though. Best not be too greedy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Not much happened until the very end of the restart. He dutifully kept learning mind magic from the luminous advocates and deep blue, and when he wasn't doing that, he was advancing his studies in other magical disciplines and preparing things for the upcoming gate assault at the end of the restart. He was rapidly going through magical books he'd recovered from the Iranian treasury in Syoria, writing down any interesting spell he could find and outright memorizing ones that looked particularly useful. Ward analysis divinations, new combat spells, mind magic of the more structured kind. He'd learned so many new spells he had trouble remembering them all. He was also steadily trying out new shaping exercises, writing down which ones were easiest to work with, which ones had a trick to doing them right, and which ones became much easier if he did some other exercises before them. He was surprised how lacking the various exercise manuals were in regards to crucial information like that. By the time the restart was nearing its end, Zorian was ready for another attempt at the gate. He had adjusted his arsenal in light of what he had discovered about his opponents, and thus had made 6 golems to bring along with him as support. He'd also captured several Abasins during his trips to Syoria, trying to discover a method of passing through the gate without triggering the wards on Iascu Mansion. Sadly, none of them knew the answer to that particular mystery. He could only hope that the actual gate guards were better informed. Finally, he had tried to find out as much as he could about Sudamir Kandriai without attracting too much attention. Since the secret master of Iascu Mansion was also the mayor of Nyazov Dveri, he did that by teleporting to the town in question and started asking people questions and reading their minds while they talked. He found out that Sudamir had an excellent reputation among the people he governed. He was a capable administrator under whom the city grew a lot more rich and influential than it had previously been. He took full advantage of Eldamar's northern colonization drive to catapult the city to prominence, and then generously spread the wealth gained from that among the locals. He was known to be a rather secretive and private person, but very friendly and talkative when actually interacting with others. He was a powerful and talented mage, with a specialty in wards. His wife had died during the weeping, and he was hurt deeply by it, never bothering to remarry. Interestingly, Iascu Mansion wasn't as big of a secret as Zorian first imagined it to be. Quite a few people knew that Sudamir had some kind of secret hideout in the wilderness to the north, and that shady stuff happened there. However, most people thought that Sudamir's brand of shoddiness involved smuggling of restricted merchandise and organizing drug-fueled orgies and whatnot. Basically, they thought he was connected to organized crime groups, not that he was animating corpses and betraying the country. On the day of the summer festival, Zorian went to Syoria and descended into the dungeon below the city to wait for the invasion to start. He couldn't find the group of hook goblins he'd used previously. Him not being in Syoria and killing monsters with Taven had completely altered the distribution of monsters in the dungeon compared to the previous restart, so in the end he settled for a female tentacle-tailed scorpion. Mostly because she had hundreds of young, and they followed her lead in everything. If he ordered her to attack the Abasin base, they would do the same, with no need for specific directions coming from him. Zorian slipped into the base while she and her brood distracted the defenders, much like he had last time. The golems, being much slower than him and very unstealthy, were ordered to stay behind while he went off to subdue the more disciplined mages and war trolls stationed around the gate itself. The war trolls were annoying. He needed the mages alive so he could interrogate them about the gate protections and the methods they used to summon Quatakikl, but anything that would disable them would also fail to work against the war trolls. After some thought, he simply set up incineration traps a fair distance away from the gate and then started using a combination of guidance spells and gas bombs to bombard the area around the gate from a fair distance away. He turned the entire area into a thick cloud of sleeping gas, probably wasting more than half of the bombs needlessly, but whatever. The important thing was that the mages all ended up incapacitated and the war trolls came running after him, screaming their heads off. They ran straight into the incineration traps, but rather than dying a horrible, fiery death, they survived the experience just fine. It took only a second for Zorian to realize what was happening. They weren't regular war trolls. No, these were the same sort of hyper-resilient ones that he and Taven had encountered in one of the previous restarts. The ones that shrugged off fire. He teleported away in time to avoid being crushed to a pulp by the huge iron maces the two trolls wielded, but it was a short-distance teleport and they were upon him again in a heartbeat. The resulting battle, which consisted mostly of Zorian teleporting around and throwing things at increasingly angry and injured war trolls, resulted in expenditure of nearly all of his prepared explosives and the destruction of 4 of his golems when he was forced to summon them as distractions halfway throughout the battle. Damn it. But at least he was alive and well, and the same could not be said of his opponents. The war trolls were eventually frozen solid by freezing rays, after which he shattered them into pieces just to be sure. Live and learn. Next time he was using frost traps instead. Checking up on the rest of the Abasins, he found them losing against the tentacle-tailed scorpions. They managed to wound the mother, but that only made her spawn go berserk with rage, and they surged forth with suicidal fury. The Abasins scattered in front of them, and Zorian made sure to pick off anyone that looked like they were actually making a dent in the horde or trying to organize the defenders. With most of the threats neutralized, he went back to the gate and banished the cloud of sleeping gas that clung to the place so he could reach the mages he'd incapacitated. What he found from their minds was encouraging. First of all, the 4 he'd incapacitated were the only ones that knew how to contact Quatakikl. That was why the other defenders came to beg them for help in the previous restart. They weren't asking for permission to summon Quatakikl, they literally didn't know how to do it themselves. The method itself consisted of a simple sending spell, the one that required a particular keystone to actually reach the ancient lich. He had seen the keystone in question before, he realized. It was the teardrop-shaped amulet of polished black stone that high-ranking Abasins always wore. He thought it was a purely ornamental thing to mark their station to other Abasins, since it gave off no magic and had nothing whatsoever etched into its surface, but apparently he was wrong. Even now he could not figure out how it was supposed to work as a keystone, and he didn't dare analyze it too deeply, lest he trip some invisible tripwire and summon Quatakikl to his location. He didn't feel like receiving a disintegration beam to the face at the moment. Also, the way to enter the gate properly consisted of letting a high-ranking Abasin step through the gate first. This signaled to the wards in Iasku Mansion that everything was fine and everyone who entered after them is with them and thus also okay by association. Zorian did not know whether these specific Abasins were keyed into the wards themselves or if the wards were detecting the presence of the keystone they all had on their person, and he didn't care. He simply pushed one of the unconscious Abasins through the gate, amulet included, and stepped through afterwards. Just to be safe, he instructed his 2 surviving golems to immediately follow after him. He breathed a sigh of relief when the wards failed to react to his presence and the gate didn't close. Success. Let's see what I can find before Sudamir realizes he has an intruder in his home, Zorian mumbled to himself, stepping over the unconscious body of the Abasin he pushed through the gate. He motioned his 2 golem bodyguards to follow after him and then moved deeper into Iasku Mansion. *****. Considering it was one of the invasion points used to attack Cyoria, Iasku Mansion was surprisingly empty. Now that he didn't have to dodge undead attackers all the time, Zorian had time to explore the interior and was baffled by how seemingly ordinary it was. It was an empty, but otherwise unexceptional mansion. He encountered neither traps nor undead until he tried to move towards the very center of the mansion, where he suspected Sudamir was located. At that point he crossed some invisible threshold and he felt the wards try to probe his soul and fail. A heavy feeling promptly settled down around him as the wards concentrated their energies around him. Knowing that the hordes of undead inside the place were making their way towards him and no longer caring about stealth, Zorian started testing the wards to see what exactly they did. He began by throwing one of his last remaining explosives in front of him and activating it to see if it would work. It did, but that didn't necessarily mean the adjustments he'd made since last time were actually working. In the previous restart, his explosives had worked just fine at first, only to suddenly fail when he faced off against Sudamir. In all likelihood, the warding scheme only turned on its heaviest defenses when Sudamir commanded it to do so, and left them dormant otherwise to conserve mana. Trying to scry on the dimensional gate to see if it had closed when the wards turned on him failed. Nothing inside the house could be targeted by any of the divination spells he was aware of. Teleporting out didn't work, and connecting a recall tether to a stone cylinder and launching it through the window as far as it could go didn't allow him to recall himself out of the place either. The wards were also filling the entire mansion with a low-powered shaping disruption field, not enough to stop him from casting things, but definitely making his spellcasting take longer and require more concentration. He considered simply escaping outside through the windows, a surprisingly viable option, since they were very large and could be opened easily from the inside, but decided not to. Sudamir seemed pretty talkative in the previous restart, and now that Zorian knew he had a guaranteed way out, he wanted to see what would happen if he talked to the man. Maybe Sudamir was the sort of person who liked to gloat? It was stupid, but there were people like that. Over the next half an hour, Zorian fought against an endless stream of undead. Unlike last time, he was able to conserve his dispeller grenades and other items by relying on his golems to keep some of the animated corpses busy while he tackled the rest. He was sufficiently effective at whittling down the army of undead, in fact, that Sudamir eventually decided to withdraw his remaining forces rather than see them all destroyed. Or at least that's what Zorian assumed, since all of the undead boars and black-clad corpses turned and fled at some point. He did not expect that. He wondered whether Sudamir would even show up without Zorian being completely exhausted by his minions. Sudamir was clearly watching him, either through divinations or via some spying function embedded into the wards, so he surely knew Zorian was still dangerous to approach. Shrugging, Zorian started analyzing the wards with the help of the ward analysis device he took from the Iranian treasury. If Sudamir decided to stay away, that just meant he could deconstruct his warding scheme at his leisure, and that was still a win in his book. Like he suspected, the wards did not like him trying to figure them out. If he hadn't already outed himself as an intruder, he was certain that his current attempt at analysis would have branded him as such immediately. Zorian expected as much. That was why he hadn't tried that the moment he stepped through the dimensional gate. What he didn't expect was for the wards to actively fight back against his analysis. The shifting of the local ward fields around him and the repeated disrupting pulses directed his way were disturbingly adaptive, too intelligently used to come from a mindless spell construct. Was Sudamir somehow adjusting the warding scheme on the fly, or were the wards themselves somehow intelligent? The air in front of him shimmered in a vaguely humanoid shape, and Zorian immediately fired a force lance at the spot. The shimmer was unaffected though, and soon solidified into a ghostly image of a familiar man. A tall, older, muscular man, dressed in an expensive brown suit. He had a huge mustache and a smiling, sunny expression on his face. Zorian wasn't fooled though. While Sudamir's illusionary projection tried to give off an air of happy indifference, his smile was noticeably more strained compared to how it was the last time he had seen him.
"Hi there."
Sudamir greeted him through his projection. "I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but this is a private residence. You can't just come in here and start tearing the place apart. What did I ever do to you anyway?" "I'm surprised you're willing to show your face so openly, Sudamir Kandrii," Zorian stated, scanning his surroundings to make sure Sudamir was not trying to distract him with his projection while setting up a surprise attack.
"Ha!
A mage of your caliber doesn't stumble into a place like this accidentally," Sudamir scoffed. "Your skills, your equipment. You already knew who and what was here, I'm sure. The interesting question is, who are you? It's only polite to introduce yourself to people, don't you know? Why did you help the Abasins organize their attack on Cyoria?" Zorian asked, not interested in giving any personal information to Sudamir and not really finding the man's antics amusing. The death toll is in the thousands, and will only grow larger by the end. What did those people ever do to you, Sudamir?
Ah.
It's nothing personal, really, Sudamir shrugged, his smile dimming somewhat. They're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Politics can be brutal like that. Politics? Asked Zorian incredulously. They're trying to release a primordial to rampage around the continent, and you think that's somehow in your political interest? I can understand how the Abasins think this is a good thing for them, but what about you? Why would you want that to happen? Sudamir stared at him for a second with a judging look on his face. So you know about that too, huh? He said, clacking his tongue in distaste. Well, I don't think I feel comfortable discussing my goals with you, my dear home invader. However, just between you and me, I'd wager the Abasins are too optimistic about this primordial's supposed danger level. It's going to do a lot of damage, I'm sure, but to imagine it running around the continent, destroying things at whim?
Not a chance.
I give it at best a week before Eldamar gathers enough troops to kill it. And that's assuming it's not just a dumb animal that will wander into the first trap they set for it. That's a very reckless attitude to have about the scenario, Zorian frowned. What if you're wrong? Nothing in life comes without risk, Sudamir said in a lecturing voice.
Ugh.
He was going nowhere with this conversation, and the man was blatantly stalling for time. He dispelled the projection with a wave of his hand and started walking towards the center of the mansion again, his two golem bodyguards walking in front of him. There was no point in trying to analyze the wards again, since he couldn't get through the weirdly intelligent safeguards Sudamir had put in place to prevent such things. Another ghostly projection shimmered into existence in front of him, but he dispelled it before it had a chance to speak. Now that's just rude. A disembodied voice echoed all around him. No more projection this time, just sound that followed him around wherever he went. We were having a conversation. There was a locked door in his way, so Zorian chucked one of his 3 remaining explosive cubes at it. It failed to work when he gave it a signal to explode. Sorry, but no explosions in my house, Sudamir's disembodied voice declared.
Zorian frowned.
Just like in the previous restart. And he had adjusted his explosive to try and counter the effect too.
Worrying.
By themselves, anti-explosion wards were nothing new. Every important building had them. Most of the time, though, they were just basic things that could not stand up to Zorian's craftsmanship. Sudamir's wards could not only counter his basic explosives, but also his specialized work that was expressly designed to work inside a heavily warded area. His hand instinctively grasped one of the explosive rings he carried around his neck. His old suicide method, which he opted to still carry around just in case. He quickly took off one of the rings and threw it at the door, wanting to see if they would work. The suicide rings were his most sophisticated work, after all, designed to work no matter what the circumstances. The ring failed to blow up. Maybe the wards worked on some exotic principle that totally shut down all spell formula-based explosives? To test that theory, he threw a bottle of liquid explosive, alchemically made and devoid of any fancy spellwork, at the door in question. The bottle exploded as intended, sending dust and wooden splinters everywhere. So alchemy-based explosives still work.
Good to know.
Just how many expendables did you bring with you? Sudamir asked him through his voice spell. It must have cost a fortune. I'm flattered that you spent all that money on little old me, but is that really the best use of your resources? After that, the remaining undead in the mansion started attacking him again, trying to ambush him from nearby rooms as he tried to navigate the confusing inner layout of the mansion. They failed to actually hurt him, but they slowed his advance to a crawl and ended up being enough in the end. He literally ran out of time. The restart ended before he could track down Sudamir and confront him. Oh well, there was always next time. *****. The next restart was largely similar to the previous one. He still contacted Deep Blue and the Luminous Advocates for mind magic instructions and largely spent the entire restart working on his mind magic. He did make a minor deviation at the start of the restart in order to visit the Ghost Serpent Acolytes, though. They told him the exact same thing they had in the previous restart. The Ghost Serpent says he's bad news and that he should go away. Trying to find out why he was bad news yielded no results. The spirit the web in question worshipped refused to say what about him was bad news. The very knowledge of what sort of bad news he was in itself bad news.
He was the worst news. Bizarre.
Well, disliking someone for no reason was no crime and, short of attacking the Ghost Serpent Acolytes, there was nothing Zorian could do about the situation. And if he attacked them, then he was kind of vindicating the asshole spirit in a way, wasn't he? His lessons with the Luminous Advocates progressed at a rapid pace. By the end of the restart, he was ready to attempt to repair the Matriarch's memory packet.
It worked, sort of.
The packet wasn't exactly fixed, but he'd halted the degradation and bought himself another 2 months before it would start to decay again. That, the Luminous Advocates informed him, was the only thing that could really be done about a decaying foreign memory packet. You mentally stitch it together and it would hold for a time, but that process was in itself destructive to the packet, so there were only so many times one could repair it. Based on the size and condition of the Matriarch's memory packet, the Luminous Advocates thought it could only be repaired one more time without risking its destruction. He had 2 more months to get better at memory packet repairs, after which he would get one more chance to buy some time. That meant that, depending on how good the second round of repairs went, he had about 4 or 5 more restarts at most to get good enough at interpreting Iranian memories to read the memories stored in the packet. He decided he had to get some experience with reading Iranian memories. Actually reading Iranian memories, not doing simplified exercises with Iranian tutors. Of course, neither the Luminous Advocates nor Deep Blue would agree to work with him on that, and he would bet that no other web could be talked into it either. No, that sort of thing was virtually always a hostile act, something you do to your enemies. So the solution was simple. He had to find some Iranian enemies. His first idea was to go after the sword divers. After all, they did try to ambush him once, and he still held a grudge about that, even if they didn't remember any of it. It even worked for a time. He managed to ambush several sword diver patrols and capture them for memory reading. His first 2 attempts to read the Iranian mind ended up about as well as his first attempt at reading human minds. That is, not well at all. He improved quickly, however, and soon found out some interesting things about sword divers. They had a habit of attacking vulnerable mages. It turned out, they limited themselves to mages that tried to explore the dungeon beneath Corsa, and they were very careful about whom they targeted, but they were definitely willing to attack anyone they saw as an easy target. They also lived very deep in the dungeon, and any time they made the wrong person disappear, they just retreated from the surface layers until the searches and outrage died down. And that is what the sword divers did when they realized someone was targeting them. They flat out abandoned the dungeon beneath Corsa, retreating into the depths. Having read their minds, Zorian knew it would be weeks, perhaps months before they deigned to return, and he didn't dare follow after them. So he just looted their surface money stashes, more out of spite than because he really needed the cash, and went searching for more targets. He asked both Deep Blue and the Luminous Advocates if they knew an Iranian web they wouldn't mind targeted. Surprisingly, it was the Luminous Advocates that were more interested. He expected Deep Blue to jump to the chance, considering their neighborhood, but they were actually pretty content with their current situation. They did offer him a job, however. One that they claimed would buy him pretty much anything he wanted out of them. Basically, They wanted him to get rid of the crystal ooze that was harassing their resource-gathering expeditions into the deeper parts of the dungeon. Crystal oozes were virtually immune to physical damage, quite fast, absorbed most forms of magical energy, could shoot arrow-like shards of crystal at things that annoyed them, and even a tiny prickle from one of their crystal blades and shards would rapidly turn a living being into a crystal statue. They were sometimes called crystal basilisks, and they were one of those nightmare monsters that nobody actually wanted to fight unless there was no choice. Deep Blue didn't seem very surprised when he declined their offer. As for the luminous advocates, they were apparently under constant threat from a web they called the Demon Skin Web, or the Howling Ones. Those weren't their real names, but since that particular web refused to talk to any of the other ones and simply did the telepathic equivalent of screaming whenever someone tried to talk to them, the luminous advocates didn't know what to call them. The luminous advocates indicated they wouldn't mind to see them gone, or at least thinned out a bit. Well, by the end of the restart, Zorian had found out a lot of things about them. Such as that they called themselves challengers of the unspeakable, and were the so-called Old Urania, the magicless, original webs that got conquered, assimilated or exterminated by the newer, magic-using webs originating from underneath Cyoria. They had watched all their old neighbors fall before the tide of magic-using newcomers, either through violent conquest or through magic-using immigrants, until they were the only ones left. As far as they were concerned, it was the luminous advocates who were the Demon Skin Web. Tragic, but challengers of the unspeakable were also violent killers that actively raided their neighbors, and even nearby human communities when they could get away with it. Zorian had no qualms about raiding them back. Finally, as the end of the restart approached, he started finalizing his preparations for another gate assault. This time his golem brigade would hopefully survive long enough to actually step into Iasku Mansion along with him, giving him solid superiority over Sudamir's undead guards. As they say, third time's the charm. Far away from any established path or settlement, in a small artificial cave that Zorian had made to serve as his workshop and base of operations, there was a large wooden table. A mass of papers was strewn over it, and Zorian was staring at it with a small frown. The collection of scribbled notes and crude diagrams in front of him would no doubt look like a haphazard mess to the casual observer, but there was a pattern to the chaos. Zorian had spent a fair amount of time assembling the entire thing, and each piece of paper was exactly where he wanted it to be. Absent-mindedly tapping his pencil on the table, Zorian considered the information laid out in front of him. Everything he knew about Sudamir and Iasku Mansion was there on the table, along with any other information he thought might be relevant for the upcoming gate assault. Truthfully, he already had a plan for the event, but it never hurt to double-check things, just in case he had forgotten something crucial. There were only 3 more days left until the summer festival, so if he wanted to make any significant changes to the plan, this was pretty much his last chance to do so. After his conversation with Sudamir in the previous restart, Zorian was now fairly sure that the man had his own goals he wanted to accomplish, and was effectively a third faction of the invasion force. He was not just being a loyal member of the cult of the dragon below or sympathetic to the Abasins. He was hoping to gain something out of this endeavor, and it wasn't the same thing that the other 2 factions were fighting for. Sadly, he had been unable to figure out what Sudamir had been alluding to when he said he supported the invasion because of politics. That could mean anything, really. There was no shortage of reasons why someone might want Cyoria gone or taken down a peg. Sudamir might be trying to alter the internal balance of power within Eldamar to advance his pet cause or trying to destroy Cyoria's regional importance to boost the power of his own town and domain. He might be trying to weaken Eldamar as a whole on behalf of foreign interests, or he might simply want to distract the central government by destroying a major loyalist stronghold and giving them an external enemy to focus on. The possibilities were endless, and he had no way to narrow things down. Well, no way besides repeatedly invading Iasku Mansion or attacking Sudamir directly. The former he was already doing, and the latter was hard to pull off. It was too easy for Sudamir to teleport away if Zorian decided to attack him on the job, and Zorian didn't know where the man went when not attending to his duties. Certainly not to his home in Nyazov Dveri, which was virtually abandoned most of the time. Knowing Zorian's luck, Sudamir was probably spending most of his time safely ensconced in Iasku Mansion, which was essentially unassailable before the day of the invasion. No, his current way of going about things was definitely the correct one. Sudamir was never as vulnerable as he was on the day of the invasion, and not just because he foolishly sent virtually all of his forces to join the invasion and then left the obvious hole in his defenses completely unguarded. Iasku Mansion was obviously more than just a secret base for Sudamir, otherwise he would have been far more willing to cut his losses and run in the previous restart. There was something there, something he was unwilling to abandon, even after being metaphorically caught with his pants down and steadily backed into a corner. Zorian had a feeling that if he could find this mysterious something, he would solve the mystery of what Sudamir's real goals were easily enough. He spent several more minutes poring over the papers in front of him, considering and discarding various possibilities, before his eyes fell on the small cluster of notes dealing with Iascu Mansion's warding scheme. His frown immediately deepened. Those wards worried him. His research told him there were several methods that Sudamir could have used to achieve the sort of reaction Zorian had experienced when he had tried to analyze the wards, but in all honesty, the most likely answer was that Sudamir had bound souls into the mansion's warding scheme. It seemed fairly obvious, considering Sudamir was clearly very necromancy-focused, and it would explain the weird, ominous feelings he kept getting whenever the wards recognized him as an enemy. Most wards weren't so obvious about targeting someone. Another point in favor of such a theory was that Iascu Mansion wasn't situated on a mana well, as far as Zorian could tell. He had spent several days wandering around the area where Iascu Mansion was located, mapping the local geomantic web and dodging winter wolf patrols, and he had found no evidence of a convenient underground ley line that could be tapped into. In other words, Iascu Mansion couldn't possibly support a warding scheme of any appreciable power. Not with conventional methods, anyway. Souls continued producing mana, even after death. It was what made them so valuable to spiritual entities like demons and was one of the reasons why undead were so much more convenient to use than golems. It would take a lot of souls to power the sort of wards that Iascu Mansion sported, but it could be done. And Sudamir clearly had no problems getting souls, considering how many undead guards he had at his disposal. Unfortunately, the illegal nature of soul magic made it difficult to gather solid information on its limitations and peculiarities. Even if he really was dealing with a creepy soul-powered house, Zorian had no idea what that meant for Sudamir's capabilities or how to exploit it. Coupled with the fact that Sudamir no doubt had some kind of last resort defense set up at the heart of his domain, and Zorian was feeling just a little bit uneasy about blithely walking in there without knowing more about what he was dealing with. Fortunately, he was a mage. He had a way of eating his cake and having it too. The basic idea came from seeing Sudamir's projection. Zorian couldn't really project himself through the mansion like that, since the wards would stop him, but he could pilot his golem army remotely. That would be very impractical for most mages, but he was a telepath, and a pretty damn good one at this point. All he had to do install a bunch of telepathic relays into each golem, along with some moderately complex spell formula work to make them understand his telepathic commands. It worked well. No, it worked better than well. Maybe it was because he had animated the golems himself, and they thus had affinity to his own thoughts, but ordering them around telepathically was very fast and smooth, almost like controlling additional bodies. He could never achieve that sort of precision and coordination with verbal commands, and Zorian was wondering if there was any point in even bothering with conventional control methods in the future. Unless he was designing golems for someone else's use, verbal commands were only useful as a backup method for times when his telepathy was being disrupted. Unfortunately, there were some problems with his idea of simply throwing his golems at Sudamir and orchestrating things from relative safety. For one thing, the fact that he wasn't there personally meant he would be unable to use any magic to help them out. There was no way to cast spells remotely through his puppets, even his mind magic didn't extend beyond the golems themselves. He also wouldn't be able to activate his dispeller grenades and other spell items with mana pulses, which had necessitated a complete redesign of his arsenal into something cruder and less versatile. Finally, there was a fairly major issue of Sudamir seeing through his setup and disrupting his control over the golems. According to the books, that was the major reason why remote control schemes weren't more popular among mages. They were too easy to disrupt if the opponent knew what he was doing. Hopefully his solution to that problem would work. Come to think of it, he should probably check up on that now. Dropping his pen on the table with a small sigh, Zorian left the planning room, as he had dubbed it, and went to the crafting chamber where he assembled his golems and other equipment. Most of the golems were already done at this point, silently standing at the far end of the room where they wouldn't be in the way, awaiting orders. 6 golems, 2 of them big and bulky to soak up damage, and 4 smaller and faster ones to serve as a backbone of his little force. He extended his mind to them momentarily, testing their responsiveness to see if the control interface had degraded since their last test. It hadn't. Good. The first dozen or so versions had been very unstable, but it seemed he had ironed out all the flaws in the latest batch. He turned his attention to the reason he came here, his last, currently unfinished creation. It didn't look like much, in all honesty. Thin, almost skeletal, and yet smaller than even his 4 agility-focused combat golems. The animation core that powered it was likewise underwhelming. The golem in question couldn't do anything without constant, detailed instruction. It would be useless for just about any purpose, except hopefully, for the one that Zorian designed it for. Namely, for being his body double. The golem was specifically designed to mimic his size and proportions, with an animation core meant to synchronize with his telepathic orders as smoothly as possible. Magical sensors allowed Zorian to see and hear through it as through his own senses, and while he couldn't achieve the same amount of hand-eye coordination while using it as he could with his own body, it should be enough to throw around grenades and walk around well enough to pass as a human being. He glanced at the nearby alchemical container, where a syrupy pink liquid bubbled softly upon a carefully regulated fire. The artificial skin solution looked pretty much done to his eyes, but the recipe he had bought claimed the whole thing needed to simmer for at least another 15 minutes, so he left it alone for the moment, putting the golems through another round of tests to pass the time. Finally, once the 15 minutes had passed, he dumped the artificial skin solution over the golem and quickly started molding it into something resembling himself before it solidified and became unmodifiable. Half an hour later, he stood back to inspect his handiwork. It was kind of bad. The golem didn't really look like him much, or even entirely human, despite his best efforts. Either he sucked even more as a sculptor than he'd thought he did, or he should have taken the solution off the fire sooner, recipe be damned. But it was adequate, really. Some strategic goggles, heavy clothing and maybe a large hat should be enough to hide the imperfections. It should look human enough to fool Sudamir, at least until he could face off with a necromancer in person, at which point the man's soul sight would allow him to see through any amount of disguise anyway. Hard to hide that the golem has no soul, after all. Oh well, even if the idea turned out to have been stupid and unnecessary in the end, he regretted nothing. He'd always wanted to make a body double of himself to offload some of his more annoying duties onto, and this seemed like a step in the right direction. Animation spells could get scarily intelligent at the highest levels of sophistication, so it should be possible to design a look-alike golem that could pass casual inspection and pose as him. Looking at the misshapen thing in front of him, though, Zorian knew he was quite far from being able to create something like that. He'd never be able to skip family gatherings with this. By now, the gate assault had become something of a routine for Zorian. He dealt with the Abasin defenders virtually flawlessly, the only complication being that the pair of cave drakes he'd used as a distraction had fallen a little too quickly for Zorian's liking. They were big and tough, but apparently hordes of weaker opponents were a better choice for keeping the defenders busy until he could secure the gate. Still, all of his golems had survived the attack on the Abasin base, and most of his spell item stockpile was still unspent, so Zorian considered the first phase of the attack a success. With the gate secure, the real operation could begin. He pushed the unconscious body of one of the Abasins through the gate to fool the mansion's wards into thinking the incursion was authorized and then stepped through, his golem battle group trailing behind him. The plan was simple. Zorian would remain in the gate room, guarded by one of the big golems, while the rest of his force would be sent deeper into the mansion to confront Sudamir. Zorian would be essentially projecting himself through the smallest, most human-looking golem, occasionally giving the rest of the golems superfluous verbal commands to complete the illusion. Hopefully this would fool Sudamir into thinking he was dealing with two human invaders, one of whom was just guarding the gate while the other one led a force of golems deeper into his domain, rather than just one human that was directing the golems remotely. Not only should it keep Sudamir from trying to disrupt Zorian's remote control, it should also keep Sudamir's attention firmly on the advancing golems and reduce the chance of him sending his forces around to strike at real Zorian. The first surprise came when his golems had reached the spot where the wards had turned on him in the previous restart. This time they didn't activate. Strange. After thinking about it for a while, Zorian decided it was probably because none of the golems had souls. The detection wards were probably soul-based, just like everything else in this house. Sadly, that only delayed the problem, as he soon encountered a locked door he had to go through to keep advancing. The golem Zorian was puppeteering didn't have anything to pick the lock with, and even if it had, it lacked the manual dexterity to perform something as finicky as lockpicking, so he just ordered the big golem to smash the door aside. Unsurprisingly, that proved too much for the wards to ignore, and they immediately turned hostile. Zorian ordered the golem group forward, trying to get them as close to the mansion's center as possible before Sudamir scrambled his undead forces and tried to intercept them. Curiously, the dimensional gate stayed open, despite the activation of the wards. Zorian could feel the wards' agitation as they realized he was a threat and intensified around him, but even though he triggered the wards in such a brazen manner, even though he was right there in the gate room, the dimensional opening refused to close shut. Obviously triggering the wards outside the actual gate room sidestepped the automatic shutdown contingency, but that sounded like such a silly oversight that Zorian couldn't help but think Sudamir wanted things to work like that. Surely a warding expert like Sudamir wouldn't make that sort of mistake? And even if he did, he almost certainly had a way to shut down the gate on his own initiative, independent of any automatic shutdown. What was he missing here? Why would Sudamir want the gate to remain open, even if he had intruders inside his mansion? Well, whatever. Only one way to find out. The golems pressed onwards, even as the first waves of undead began to crash into them. Zorian had plenty of spell items to burn this time, so he used them quite liberally on the attackers to great effect. His advance was steady and unstoppable, and the attacks on his golem group became increasingly frantic and disorganized as time went by. Sudamir hadn't even tried to contact him, in person or via projection. There were far less traps than Zorian expected there would be, though in retrospect it made a lot of sense that Sudamir wouldn't seed his corridors with explosives and other destructive effects. Nobody wanted their possessions trashed by their own defenses, and the mansion was usually filled to the brim with guards anyway. When Zorian did finally encounter a real trap, it came in the form of a gas trap that rapidly filled an entire hallway with thick, yellow smoke. Considering that the gas had no effect on his golems and that the activation of the trap was soon followed by one last attack by the mansion's undead defenders, Zorian guessed that the gas was poisonous. It was a pretty good way to debilitate unprepared living foes while leaving the undead boars and warriors unaffected. The smoke also reduced visibility for anyone relying on regular sight, while the undead didn't seem affected by the resulting visibility issues. Sudamir had clearly put in his all into this one last attack, even sending a pair of flesh golems to reinforce the more familiar boars and black-clad human corpses. The flesh golems managed to destroy 2 of his smaller golems before being torn apart, but the result was never really in doubt. The undead were destroyed and Zorian broke through the last door standing between him and his destination. The golem he was puppeteering stepped into the heart of Iasku Mansion, and the sight honestly left Zorian speechless. The room was large and cylindrical, with every inch of the walls covered with spell formula glyphs. Rather than being simply etched or painted on, however, the glyphs were made out of a shiny, silvery metal embedded into the walls. The really eye-catching thing, though, was the massive crystalline cylinder placed into the exact center of the room. It stretched from floor to ceiling, affixed to them via stone bases and thick metal bands, and emanated a soft blue glow that dimmed and brightened in a slow, regular pattern. Like a gigantic, glowing, cylindrical heart. Zorian stared at the glowing pillar and the glyph-covered wall in silence, wondering what the hell he'd stepped into. He had expected to find something interesting here, yes, but the sheer scale of the thing in front of him was rather intimidating. Beautiful, isn't it? Sudamir said, stepping from behind the pillar. It took me years to build all of this. It's a work of love, and I'd really hate to see it damaged. So be a little careful with those explosives you are toting around here, okay? Zorian frowned at the man in front of him. Sudamir was just standing there, smiling at him cockily. It was as if he was daring Zorian to attack him. For a moment, he debated simply ordering his golems to surge forwards and crush Sudamir into paste, but he decided to hold back for the moment. He wanted to see if he could get something out of the man first. The cylinder is a soul storage device, isn't it? Zorian spoke through the golem. That's how you're powering the wards in this place. There must be hundreds of souls trapped there.
A soul storage device?
Sudamir repeated, sounding quite outraged. His left hand twitched uncontrollably for a second before Sudamir used his other hand to still its movements. You think all of this is just? He burst into laughter, like he'd just heard a very amusing joke. Was it just Zorian, or did Sudamir sound just a little bit unhinged this time? My dear, foolish, uninvited guest, you have no idea what you have stumbled upon here, do you? Look around you, said Sudamir, making a sweeping gesture with his hands to indicate at the room they were standing in. Do you really think this place is just a simple soul storage device? No, my friend, what you are looking at is a veritable well of souls containing thousands of spiritual essences, and with enough room for 1,000,000 more.
1,000,000 souls?
Zorian asked incredulously. Come on now, Sudamir. How would you even gather that many souls in a timely manner? Cyoria has almost 500,000 people, Sudamir said, shrugging lightly. If the attack on Cyoria goes as planned, most of them are going to die tonight. They will then go here to join the ones I've already gathered. He knocked on the crystal pillar lightly for emphasis. What? Asked Zorian, a horrifying realization dawning on him.
Oh yes.
This place, began Sudamir, spinning in place with his hands outstretched. This is the equivalent of an antlion pit for souls. Everyone who dies in the vicinity of Iasku Mansion has their soul drawn here and trapped in the well. Normally, that doesn't mean much, since we're in the middle of nowhere. But now, the gate, Zorian said. It allows you to extend your soul trap over the city while the Abasins go about killing people. That's why you haven't closed the gate, even after you realized you were under attack. Every moment that the gate spends closed is a moment during which souls are not flowing into the well, Sudamir said. And you see, there were no more attackers pouring in by the time I noticed the intrusion. Only you two, or perhaps just one. I can't see a soul on you. You didn't react at all when I flooded the corridor with breath stealer gas, either. Not to mention how suspiciously passive the mage next to the gate is. You're some kind of fancy projection, aren't you? Before Zorian could say anything, Sudamir started laughing again, loudly and hysterically, his hands twitching and clenching in a disturbing manner. Zorian was pretty sure at this point that there was something very wrong with Sudamir. He had triggered some pretty radical change in the necromancer with his successful invasion. The laughter, the twitching, the unusual candidness of his responses. Sudamir looked almost drugged. Did he panic in the face of the crisis and take some ill-advised enhancement potion? Or maybe perform some spell with severe side effects? Whatever the answer, Sudamir was steadily becoming more unstable as the conversation progressed, and Zorian didn't think he would get much more out of him.
Why? Why?
Sudamir screamed suddenly, instantly transitioning from laughter to overdramatic despair. His skin writhed like snakes were swimming through his flesh, and his eyes began to shine with a soft blue glow. Yup, he'd definitely panicked and done something stupid. Why did you come here? Everything was going so well, so perfectly. All those years of planning, all the sacrifices I made. I won't let you take it all away from me. I won't. Zorian ordered his golems to attack the man, but he had made his move far too late. Before the golems could reach him, Sudamir's body rapidly expanded and twisted, transforming into a huge humanoid monster. It was green, vaguely reptilian, and had small vestigial wings growing out of its back, like a cross between a troll and dragon. The golems he'd ordered to attack Sudamir kept charging at their target, undaunted by the transformation, but the creature was stronger and more agile than Zorian's creations. It probably was part troll, too, because it definitely regenerated like one when wounded. It did not take long for the smaller golems to be reduced to scrap, and the big golem wasn't doing so well either. Zorian was just about to hit it with every spell item he had left when he found out that the troll dragon thing could breathe fire too. The poor golem he was following didn't last a second under the heat before failing. The big golem disappeared from his control less than a minute later. Knowing that he had no chance against this transformed berserk version of Sudamir, Zorian stepped back into the Abasin base on the other side of the dimensional gate and then tried to analyze the gate to see how it worked. Predictably, the gate soon detected his tampering and shut itself down.
Of course.
He kind of figured that would happen. Well, at least that way Sudamir couldn't get to him, and he'd also located one of the traps Quatakikl had placed on the gate to prevent tampering with it. It would take a fair number of restarts, but he felt he could locate and dismantle the protection on the gate with a bit of trial and error. He didn't have much time to consider things, though, because Quatakikl showed up soon after the gate closed to see what was happening. Zorian activated his restart switch rather than confront him. At the start of the next restart, once he had a chance to calm down and think about things, Zorian decided that Sudamir had to be dealt with somehow. Originally he'd gone after the man because he had seemed like an easier target than the Abasin leaders and probably knew a lot of their sensitive secrets, but the revelation about his soul-gathering operation really disturbed Zorian. He had no idea what one would need hundreds of thousands of souls for, but it couldn't possibly be good.
Politics, he'd said.
Still, this soul trap of his, it should be very obvious to someone who knew what to look for. Large-scale magic like that couldn't be hidden easily. Was that why Sudamir had gotten rid of every soul mage in the region? So they couldn't stumble upon his twisted masterpiece and report him to the government? If so, then dealing with Sudamir might simply be a matter of reporting the man to central authorities and having them deal with everything. He didn't need this kind of distraction at the moment, though. The matriarch's memory package was steadily degrading and he was running out of time. Thus, for the next 2 restarts he continued doing what he had been doing thus far, visiting Iranian webs in order to learn more about memory packets and the Iranian mind. He still made 2 gate assaults at the end of each restart, but he no longer tried to access the soul well in the center of the mansion. He didn't see the point, he completely lacked the expertise to make sense of that thing, so he doubted he would learn anything from studying it. Instead, he simply explored the rest of the mansion, building a map of the place and trying to see if there was anything else interesting about it. He didn't find much though. Certainly nothing that could compare with the soul trap in the central room. He also tried to make sense of the teardrop pendants the Abasins wore around their necks, also without much luck. Analyzing them did not bring down Quatakikl's wrath on him like he had feared, but there was nothing there to indicate he was holding a functional keystone. The only thing he could think of was that the material itself was perhaps the key. Zorian couldn't identify it, and it was totally indestructible to casual efforts. It kind of reminded him of Quatakikl's skeleton, which was also black in color and incredibly resistant to damage. Although the luminous advocates remained his primary Iranian teachers in these 2 restarts, he also checked out the 8 webs he was referred to by the silent doorway adepts. Sadly, only 3 of those were in any way useful to him: the Mind Temple, Perfect Phantasm Crafters, and Adherents of Contemplation. Zorian chose to learn from the Mind Temple in the first restart and the Perfect Phantasm Crafters in the second one. The adherents of Contemplation were too fond of riddles and non-answers for his taste. The Mind Temple were all about memory, though more focused on honing and organizing their own memories than reading and modifying other people's ones. Still, they had quite a lot of expertise when it came to memory packets, even if what they taught him was centered more about him making his own memory packets than repairing foreign ones. His skills at making memory packets were good enough by now that he would never really forget anything he specifically tried to remember. If nothing else, that should drastically reduce the number of notebooks he had to write and store at the end of each restart. The alteration method was still useful for transferring other people's notes across the restart, such as Kale's research, but most of his own needs were now better served by directly organizing his memories with mind magic. The Perfect Phantasm Crafters had a very indicative name. They specialized in making illusions, ones made out of real sound and light, as well as simple tricks of the mind. They couldn't really help him with his memory package problem, but Zorian would also have to actually interpret the information inside the package once he opened it, and Perfect Phantasm Crafters knew a lot about the difference between human and Iranian minds. They had to, if they wanted their illusions to work on humans. However, as helpful as the Perfect Phantasm Crafters were in that regard, there was ultimately only one thing that consistently helped him to understand Iranian thoughts: beating up Irania unconscious and forcibly rooting through their minds. Even getting Lukav to make him an Irania transformation potion and assuming their shape for a few hours hadn't helped him as much. At the end of the second restart, he tried repairing the Matriarch's memory package again. It was the last time he would be able to extend the deadline, and he was hoping to get 4 or 5 extra months before he had to open it.
Instead, he got 3. Damn it.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though he had only 3 more months until he had to open the Matriarch's memory packet, Zorian decided to stop seeking lessons from the Irania and simply go back to Cyoria, taking Kiriel with him as usual. There was no point in seeking the lessons at the moment, since he could no longer repair the packet, and the only thing that could really improve his ability to understand it was attacking Irania and reading their minds. He didn't need to set aside an entire restart to do that. Besides, he wanted to ask Kale about his opinion of Sudamir and his operations, since the Morlock was the only friendly necromancer that Zorian knew. He didn't tell Kale about Sudamir and his soul trap immediately, though that was bound to be rather upsetting to the boy, considering that a lot of Kale's friends and acquaintances were killed by Sudamir and probably ended up in that soul well of his. Not really the best topic to broach just after you told someone all about the time loop and the Abasan invasion that was going to hit the city in less than a month. He would let Kale browse through his notebooks in peace for now and broach the subject later. Unfortunately, coming back to Cyoria meant that he had to suffer through Svim's stupid exercise sessions again. Levitate these marbles, make them glow different colors, assemble them into different shapes. So boring. Wait, fuse 2 marbles together?
What?
Svim usually didn't give him any alteration-based shaping exercises during these sessions. But no matter, he had already tried that shaping exercise on his own, so it was still trivial to perform it.
Svim frowned at him.
Should he be worried or celebrate that he induced that kind of reaction out in the usually imperturbable man? Worried, it turned out. Svim's demands immediately became atypical following that. Zorian was told to levitate water to freeze it solid, to make a perfect cube out of ice and then quickly cut it in half without shattering it, to reshape a coin, to burn images into wooden panels, to make a coin spin, to shape candle wax, to hold his hand over a candle flame without getting burnt, to make dice fall on one specific side. Svim called out, to repair a damaged watch, to wilt a flower, to teleport a snail. Quite a few exercises were utterly beyond Zorian, especially the latter ones. Others he could do, but not with the surety that he knew Svim demanded of his charges. And yet, Svim did not triumphantly stop once he'd found something that Zorian was incapable of and then tell him to practice that until he got it right. Instead he just moved on to something else, apparently just testing him to see where his limits were. Tell me honestly, Svim said. Are you truly Zorian Kaczynski?
Yes.
Zorian said, baffled. Why would you ask that? You are too good, Svim told him bluntly.
What?
Now he decided he was too good at this?
Bizarre.
What did he do to perturb Svim so much? He couldn't really remember doing anything more impressive than usual. I'll take that as a compliment, Zorian said. I am definitely Zorian Kaczynski though, no doubt about it. Then how do you explain your shaping skills?
Svim asked.
They are completely implausible for your age and known background. No matter how talented you may be, your shaping skills are just too thorough to be anything but a product of years of practice. I started early, Zorian tried. Svim gave him an unamused look. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said with a sigh. I know it was me who taught you those shaping skills you are currently displaying. Not all of them, but definitely the ones that you have learned properly. Not only do you display some tells that I don't think anyone other than me would have taught you, but you also seem to know me well enough to anticipate my requests before I even speak them. Oops. He hadn't even realized he'd been doing that. The thing is, Mr. Kaczynski, said Svim, leaning forward and fixing him with a small glare, I don't remember ever teaching you. And I assure you that I have a very good memory. I would like an explanation, if you don't mind. Zorian was silent for nearly a minute, thinking of how to answer that. He could just play dumb, but he had a feeling that Svim wouldn't let this go, and the most likely explanation for the confusion was that Zorian had used mind magic on Svim in the past. Considering that he was, in fact, a highly capable mind mage, and that this would be hard to hide under determined scrutiny, it was in his best interest not to let things degenerate into actual legal investigation. He could just hit the restart switch and start over, but that felt a little excessive at this point. He could always do that later if the situation continued to deteriorate. Plus, activating the switch so early in the restart might bring unwanted attention from Zack and Red Robe. Would it be so bad if he told Svim the truth? The man knew how to protect his mind, and probably wouldn't go around telling everyone who would listen that his student claimed he was a time traveler. As much as Svim annoyed him, he was a capable adult mage that clearly knew a lot about limitations of magic and how to go about developing it. He could be quite useful if he could convince him he was telling the truth. I'm waiting, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said. All right, Zorian relented. The truth is that we're all trapped in a time loop of sorts. The whole month leading up to the summer festival repeats itself endlessly, but most people forget everything that happened when time resets itself. But some people remember, and I am one of them. Svim listened to Zorian's story in silence, neither asking questions nor professing disbelief. Zorian didn't tell the man everything, of course. He said nothing about the invasion that happened at the end of the restart, for instance, and he kept information about himself and his abilities to a minimum. Definitely not telling the man who suspected him of messing with his mind that he was more than capable of doing just that. Eventually, Zorian's explanation wound down and silence descended upon the room. Svim seemed to be lost in thought for the moment, and Zorian was content to wait for the man's reaction.
So, Svim said eventually.
You are saying that we have been having these practice sessions for several years now, except that I forget all about them every few weeks. Yes, Zorian confirmed. That must have been a miserable experience for you then, Svim observed candidly. Zorian fumbled, unsure how to respond to that. I am still not sure whether to believe you about all this, Svim said. It seems quite unbelievable. However, assuming you are indeed telling the truth, I feel compelled to apologize for the actions of my previous selves. You see, I make it a point to be very demanding with my charges for the first month or two of our mentorship.
What? What?
Zorian asked incredulously, scarcely believing what he was hearing. It builds character and weeds out the unfit, said Svim, giving him an unrepentant shrug. Moreover, most of the students being sent my way need to be humbled somewhat, for their own good. Unfortunately, a time loop does not play well with such ploys. I wouldn't have put you through several years of that kind of treatment if I had any control over the situation. Zorian was torn between wanting to laugh and slugging the man in the face. He subjected every student to several months of being an utter jerk as a test of character? That was so stupid. How could he possibly think that was a reasonable thing to do? I cannot possibly put into words how much I want to hit you right now, he told Svim seriously. We'll talk about expanding your vocabulary later, Svim told him dismissively, before depositing a pen and a piece of paper in front of him. For now, please list a few things I can check to confirm your story. Shooting Svim one last glare, Zorian picked up the pen and started writing. This was going to be one long restart, he could already tell. Time travel was a hard thing to prove. It was known to be impossible among mages, and proof to the contrary usually boiled down to possession of impossible knowledge and skills. Unfortunately, that often simply wasn't convincing enough. There existed a nigh infinite number of ways to gather information with magic, none of which required time travel, and impossible skills could just as easily mean you were not who you claimed you were. There was little that Zorian could tell Svim that couldn't be explained with something more mundane than time travel.
Still,
while Zorian had no idea whether Svim was actually going to accept his story, he was confident that the information he'd written down on the sheet of paper in front of him would at least give the man some pause. The restarts varied greatly in how they developed, but some things always remained the same, which meant that Zorian could give Svim a multitude of small predictions about the upcoming days. Things like what was going to be written in the newspapers, what magical stores would announce special sales in preparation for the summer festival, and what students would end up leaving the academy because of the monster incursions. It helped that it had been less than a week since the restart had begun, so events didn't have the time to diverge too much yet. Individually, each of the things he'd written were easy to explain. When taken as a whole, he would have to be the best damn spy in the whole city to acquire that kind of information, and it still wouldn't explain how he'd known about some of the more sudden events on the list. He handed the list to Svim, who quickly scanned it and then pocketed it with a silent nod. He told Zorian that he would try to verify his claims over the weekend and that Zorian should visit him again on Monday. And that was that. A decent outcome, all things considered. Zorian halfway expected Svim to criticize his penmanship and tell him to start over and write properly this time around. He bid Svim goodbye and left. He was in the process of walking back home, idly trying to think of a good way to broach the topic of Sudamir's soul well to Kale, when he spotted a green-haired girl waving at him in the distance. Surprised and distracted as he was, it took him several seconds to realize who he was looking at, even though green hair was pretty damn rare and therefore a huge giveaway. It was Capriva Reed, one of his classmates. He waved back uncertainly, wondering what that was about. It was common courtesy to greet your classmates when you meet them outside the academy, of course, but this wasn't the first time Zorian had encountered Capriva outside the academy, and she had never reacted like this in the past. She'd give him a nod if they passed each other by or say hello if he did it first, but never try to attract his attention like she just had. Which made sense, really. She was almost a total stranger to him, just like most of his classmates. So why was she? Oh. Never mind, he was going to find out what she wanted soon enough. She was crossing the street and making a beeline towards him. Zorian studied her as she approached, trying to see if he was in some kind of trouble. He felt no hostility or apprehension emanating from her, so probably not, but Capriva always kind of intimidated him. Less so since he got stuck in the time loop. Before he used to actively avoid her whenever possible, but even in his current situation he'd rather not tangle with someone from House Reed. He was still vulnerable to being drugged senseless, and that was kind of their specialty. He clearly wasn't the only one who found her intimidating, either. She was a tall, shapely girl, something Zorian could attest to at the moment, what with her getting ever closer to his position, but very few people had tried to court her over the years. Even Benesek refrained from making a pass on her, which was pretty damn amazing. Zorian was pretty sure that Akoja was the only other girl in their class who Benesek had never tried to flirt with. Zorian, you can't believe how glad I am to see you here, she said once she'd finally gotten close enough. He raised his eyebrows at the statement. You live together with Kale, right? Yes, he confirmed, curious what that had to do with anything. Good. I agreed to meet with him about a business deal today, and he gave me the directions to this Imaya's place where you two live, but I seem to be misremembering something because I can't find it, she said. Could you give me some directions here? I can do better. I'm on my way there myself, so if you don't mind I can just walk you there, he said. Great. I was hoping you would say that, she grinned at him. Lead the way then. And don't mention to anyone that I got lost, okay? That was pretty freaking embarrassing. I don't know how I messed up so badly. If Kale asks, we just met on the way by accident. Kind of true, anyway. Zorian nodded in acceptance, and they both set off towards Amaya's place. He couldn't help but frown at Capriva slightly though. Business deal? Was this what he thought it was? Unfortunately, Capriva noticed the look and misconstrued its meaning. What's that look for? She asked defensively. You don't approve of me coming to your place or something? It's not like that, Zorian assured her hurriedly. Man, she was prickly. It's just that when Kale told me he was going to find someone to buy those rare alchemical ingredients from, I didn't expect this to be the result. I thought he would go to someone, well, older. When Kale had told Zorian that he had to get a hold of a fair amount of normally restricted alchemical ingredients to continue with his research, Zorian had thought the Morlock would go to some shady shop or something, not try to broker a deal with one of their classmates. Then again, Zorian had to admit that the idea wasn't stupid as such. House Reed, of which Capriva was a member, specialized in growing magical plants and processing them into alchemical ingredients. It was also a public secret that they were heavily involved in the sale of drugs and illegal alchemy products in general, and through that maintained deep links with organized crime groups. There was a highly publicized trial against the house a few years back, since several smuggling rings were found to be led by exiled members of the house, but nothing came out of it in the end. House Reed was responsible for a sizable proportion of Eldamar's herb fields, greenhouses and forest preserves, some of which nobody except House Reed knew how to tend to, so the government wasn't willing to antagonize them too much. So yes, there was some logic to Kale approaching Capriva to acquire the needed ingredients, though Zorian was still very surprised it had worked. He would have expected Capriva to act outraged at the implication that she was engaged in criminal activities, fearing some kind of trick. That's what Zorian would have done in her place. He would have to ask Kale how he had done it later, just in case there was some secret to it that he should know about. He did intend to make use of criminal networks himself in the near future, after all. Wait, you're in on that? She asked, surprised.
Yeah.
We're in a partnership of sorts, Zorian said. Ha, she said, giving him a speculative look. I would have never guessed you were involved in something like this. You just seem so straight-laced, you know? Then again, you're a pretty driven guy, and my grandfather always said that nobody ever got powerful by following the law. Such sage wisdom from the older generation. To tell the truth, I would have never guessed you'd be involved in something like this, either, Zorian said. I mean, weren't you annoyed when Kale approached you about this? Doesn't it bother you that one of your fellow students automatically assumed you were involved in your family's other business simply because you're part of House Reed? She snorted derisively. Everyone assumes that anyway, she said. They're just too polite to say it out loud. At least most of the time. Besides, I made some uncharitable assumptions about him as well. I wouldn't have acknowledged any random offer, you know? If you had been the one to approach me, I would have told you to go to hell. And possibly punched you, if you didn't back off after that. But since Kale is a Morlock, I assumed his offer is actually genuine. Morlocks have a reputation of their own, you know.
Ah.
So that's why it had worked so easily. Capriva then tried to talk him into telling her what he and Kale needed so much restricted material for and how they had gotten the money to pay for it. Zorian actually answered the first, saying it was for benign medical research, totally true, unless Kale was misleading him, but refused to answer questions about the money. He took the chance to ask her if she was planning on reporting them to someone, reading her surface thoughts to make sure she was telling the truth. She denied that, truthfully, as far as he could tell, and seemed more amused than insulted by the accusation. She didn't really believe they wanted the materials for medical research, though. Zorian didn't bother convincing her he was telling the truth. After that, the conversation shifted to other, more casual topics. Mostly academy-related, as that was a relatively inoffensive subject, but Capriva sometimes pried into his private life when she saw a convenient opportunity to do so. It was interesting, as she hadn't been this talkative in the previous restarts when she joined his combat magic group. Eventually they reached their destination, at which point Capriva met Amaya. His landlord had either never heard of House Reed or had an even better poker face than Zorian had thought, because she looked positively overjoyed about Capriva's visit. She insisted that Zorian was rude not to offer Capriva something to eat and drink before dragging her away to hash out a deal. Food before work, Amaya said in a lecturing voice. That's the rule. Since Capriva seemed actually excited at the prospect of eating some homemade cookies, Zorian went along with it. He wasn't in that much of a hurry. He really shouldn't have been surprised when Capriva asked Amaya for a glass of beer, or when Amaya gave them both a glass in response. He covertly transmuted the liquid into something non-alcoholic while they weren't looking, but that just made the stuff taste even viler than it usually did, so he may have shot himself in the foot there. In the end, while the deal was successfully concluded, what was supposed to be a relatively short visit ended up taking most of the afternoon. Capriva even ended up meeting Kiriel, with whom she got along surprisingly well. He would have to talk to his sister later about what was acceptable for conversation around the green-haired girl, since Capriva said she would drop by again next week to deliver the materials. He should probably have a talk with Amaya as well, just in case the older woman really had no idea who she was dealing with. Ultimately, though, Zorian did not worry about the whole thing too much. The deal was largely arranged by Kale, for Kale, with Zorian's role being mainly to pay for it all. As such, he felt it was only proper to let the Morlock boy take care of it while Zorian focused on something else. Gods knew he had too many things vying for his time as it was. Zorian's plan for the weekend consisted of 2 solid days of Arania fighting and accompanying memory reading to practice for the eventual opening of the Matriarch's memory packet. Sadly, the plan didn't survive collision with reality. His first target, the burning apex web in the vicinity of Scioria, turned out to be a rather poor choice for aggression. They were a martially inclined web, proficient in both magic and mental combat, and had spent most of their existence in fierce competition with the neighboring webs. The patrol he ambushed seemed like easy targets to him, but they ended up being anything but. They worked together flawlessly, had some sort of mental attack that could partially pass through his mental barriers and had prepared the battlefield beforehand. They ended up maneuvering him into a pre-existing explosion trap and detonated a boulder right next to him. He managed to shield himself against the bulk of the blast, but he still ended up with a severely wounded arm and a multitude of minor scrapes. Plus he had a raging headache from when he failed to shield against their telepathic attacks properly. He activated his recall stone and fled. The damage was nothing really serious, he later found out, but it would take several days before he was completely healed, even with the healing potions that Kale was supplying him. Since embarking on further campaigns against the Arania, while in less than top form, struck him as a terrible idea, his plans would have to be delayed. Damn it. At least Kale was happy. Ever since he had found out that Zorian could teleport all over the country as he pleased, he had been trying to talk Zorian into taking him to the northern wilderness so he could gather herbs, mushrooms and other materials for his research. Zorian had been decidedly against it, considering it to be a waste of time, but since his plan was already shot to hell and he couldn't do much at the moment, he figured he would grant Kale's wish just this once. Accordingly, Sunday found Zorian wandering around the forest with Kale. Zorian had expected his role would be to simply teleport Kale around and protect him from anything that sought to kill them, but Kale was feeling talkative that day and insisted on explaining everything he was doing to Zorian. Every time they encountered one of the plants Kale was looking for, the Morlock boy told him why the plant could be found in that particular place, what it was useful for, and how to harvest the plant correctly. All of which was very important information that was not easy to get a hold of. One could not find this sort of thing in most books, as people were reluctant to share this sort of information. It was all too easy to overharvest specific magical plants if too many people were doing it, so there was a tendency among herbalists to guard their secrets tightly and only pass them on to their apprentices. Even so, quite a few magical plants went totally extinct over the centuries due to unchecked exploitation, making potions they were used for impossible to make in modern times. So yes, it was a good thing to know all this. And yet, I still don't see why you wanted to do this so badly, Zorian complained as he used a knife to harvest some sort of river grass. The thing was tricky to harvest correctly, since one had to cut it quickly and in exactly the right place or its alchemical properties would be completely ruined. Not an easy thing to do with one wounded hand. We could have just bought all of this in a store and saved ourselves so much time. Yes, I know it would have been rather expensive, but I could afford it. Easily. Money is less of a problem for me than time. I'm afraid you are wrong, Kale said, shaking his head. The Morlock boy was crouching not too far from Zorian, staring at a large boulder like it was the most interesting thing in the world. Zorian felt the urge to ask Kale what the hell was so interesting about that rock, but eventually decided he didn't want to know. The things we are gathering are very hard to find in a store. They tend to be snapped up by wealthy, influential alchemists who buy them straight from the people who gather them in the wild. They never reach the shelves. Really? Zorian asked, surprised. Strange. You'd think someone would just start cultivating them if they're in such high demand. You know, like House Reed and so many others are already doing for other useful magical plants. Not every plant can be grown in controlled conditions, Kale told him. Many of them cannot survive outside their natural environment for whatever reason, and that environment is either impossible or uneconomical to mimic artificially. Others will grow just fine, but will lose whatever essence makes them useful if not taken care of in just the right way or exposed to very specific conditions. Some of them can be transplanted into gardens and survive, but will never grow or reproduce afterwards. Some of them grow so slowly that nobody can be actually bothered to wait for them to grow to maturity. Okay, I get it, Zorian said, interrupting his lecture. Magical plants are very hard to domesticate. I actually knew that already, but the ones we're gathering just don't seem all that special to me, you know? But if you say otherwise, I will take your word for it. I'm not a botanical expert by any means. Neither am I, but I do know a few things about the topic. My adoptive mother insisted I had to know these things if I wanted to be a real alchemist, Kale said, rising to his feet and discarding the clump of moss he had been scrutinizing up until a moment ago. Are you done with those? Do you need some help? Here, Zorian said, handing Kale the river grass he harvested. I think I got all of them correctly, but you should probably check to make sure. Kale glanced at the small bundle in Zorian's hands and immediately discarded 3 of the stalks that Zorian had apparently ruined without realizing it. How Kale could recognize that on first sight, Zorian had no idea. We're done here, I think, Kale said, looking around for a second. I don't think we'll find anything else here without a lot of walking around. Do you think you can teleport us to the next section of the forest now? Sure. My mana reserves were replenished a while ago, Zorian said. Let's go then. Deeper into the wilderness this time around. We haven't been attacked by anything truly dangerous the entire day, and I want to see if I can find some ghost ivy or moonflowers, Kale said, gesturing northward. Zorian nodded, unperturbed by the somewhat increased danger. While there were quite a few creatures that could kill them that deep in the forest, he should be able to notice them in time and teleport them to safety. A minute later they popped over to their new destination and Kale started looking around to assess their surroundings. Teleporting is so very convenient, the white-haired boy commented. I can't wait to learn how to do that. How long do you think it would take me to learn how to teleport like that? I don't know. A year or 2. Zorian speculated. If you work hard on your shaping skills, that is. As little as a couple of months if you work with me to create a training regimen for you like I'm doing for Taven.
Ha.
I might take you up on that at some point, he said. I'm wasting a lot of your time and nerves as it is though, and I don't want to be greedy. You've been a lot of help over the restarts, Zorian assured him. You've earned some consideration from me, as far as I'm concerned. I see, Kale said speculatively. In that case, I'd like to pester you a little about those disappearances happening around Nyazov Dveri. Many of these people had been my friends and acquaintances, and their fate rests rather heavily on my mind. I know you have been busy in these past few restarts, but did you perhaps look into the matter at some point?
Well,
he hadn't planned on having this talk during this particular outing, but he supposed this was as good a moment as any to tell Kale about Sudamir's soul trap thingy. Actually, about that. Asterisk. Zorian had fully expected Kale to freak out when he heard what Sudamir was doing in his isolated forest mansion, and he was not disappointed in that regard. If anything, Zorian greatly underestimated how furious the Morlock boy would be by the end of the story. Kale, in a rather stunning display of recklessness, wanted them to go visit Iasku Mansion immediately so he could inspect Sudamir's soul trap. It took almost an hour for Zorian to convince the other boy that this was a spectacularly bad idea. Zorian was still wounded, Kale was not thinking straight, and neither of them had done any preparations for such an expedition. You realize what this means, right?
Kale asked him.
It was apparently a rhetorical question because Kale immediately answered it himself. Every one of those times you died during the invasion, your soul was likely sucked into that thing along with everyone else's.
Yes, so? Asked Zorian.
The time loop mechanism clearly doesn't care about that. It just plucks my soul out of the pillar and goes on to do its thing like usual. Though now that Zorian thought about it, that in itself might be a clue as to how the time loop really functioned. It could be that the time loop mechanism was just so powerful that it could casually extract his soul out of a giant soul prison that probably had a million safeguards against someone doing that very thing, but it could also be that the way it all worked just sort of sidestepped the problem. If the time loop really destroyed everything whenever it rolled back time, it might not really matter where his soul ended up in the end, so long as it's still intact. Yes, and the collection process is apparently sufficiently benign that you have suffered no soul damage from being exposed to it multiple times, Kale said.
That's good to know, at least.
It definitely puts some of my fears to rest.
But Zorian,
I'm honestly not sure how much I can help you with this. When you really get down to it, I'm really just a dabbler in soul magic, and Sudamir is clearly an expert at the field. He has also delved deep into areas of soul magic that I wouldn't have even touched, so even if I were an expert, I might not have been of any help. I'll see what I can find out in the next couple of days, but in all likelihood you're going to have to find someone else to help you deal with Sudamir. I don't suppose you have any recommendations?
Zorian tried.
I already gave you a list of people I know who dabbled in soul magic and, well, Sudamir already got most of them. Kale shook his head sadly.
Sorry.
Maybe try that warrior priest that Lukav is friends with? He clearly has considerable experience with soul magic and he sounds like he could help. In fact, the priesthood in general might be your best bet. They regularly go after people like Sudamir, and have both the qualified experts and the experience necessary for something like this. I'm pretty sure they won't just dismiss your claims out of hand. They take reports of necromancy very seriously, and your accusations should be easy to prove. Just teleport someone in the vicinity of Iasku Mansion and let them see the evidence themselves.
That's an interesting idea.
I might actually try that in the next restart, if you really end up being unable to help me in any way, Zorian said. Though I'm worried about that escalating into something huge and attracting Red Robe's attention. Sudamir is connected to the invasion pretty tightly. I don't think the Abasins would stay secret for long if Iasku Mansion came under attack like that. Honestly, that might actually be a good thing, Kale speculated. Red Robe thinks you are part of an army of time travelers out to get him, right? If so, it might actually be suspicious if you don't periodically do something big like that. Well, maybe, Zorian said. But it's still a huge hint to Red Robe, telling him where to look to find out more about his opposition. I feel it's too dangerous to expose myself to danger like that. After a while, they ran out of ideas to bounce back between each other and uncomfortable silence descended between them. Kale's inability to help much against Sudamir clearly kept eating away at him, gradually worsening his mood, and Zorian didn't know what to say to cheer him up. He doubted Kale even wanted to be cheered up. Eventually, Kale decided to simply cut their expedition short and asked Zorian to teleport them back home. The gathering trip was over. Monday came, and with it his meeting with Svim. Svim had never told Zorian when exactly he should drop by for their talk, so Zorian decided to come see him once his classes were over and he had no other obligations.
Svim, as it turned out, had other ideas.
The man ended up causing a small stir by barging into Zorian's first class of the day to pick him up, evidently impatient to talk to him. He had no idea whether this was a good or bad thing, and Svim refused to discuss anything until they were safely seated inside his office.
So, Zorian asked,
"What's your final verdict?" Instead of answering, Svim took a palm-sized stone orb out of his drawer and handed it to Zorian. "Channel some mana into this orb," Svim told him. The moment Zorian did so, the stone sphere lit up in a soft yellow glow. That was very familiar to Zorian. It reminded him of those basic training orbs they were given during their first year at the academy, the ones that helped students learn how to reliably channel their mana into the target. What was the point of making him do something like that again? "Wait, is this thing testing my mana signature?" Zorian asked curiously.
"Yes," Svim confirmed.
"Everyone's personal mana is unique. You can hide or change your mana signature, but you cannot mimic someone else's to the best of my knowledge. The most you could do is trick the orb into giving a false positive, but I'd be able to tell if you were tampering with it in that fashion. It seems you really are who you claim you are, Mr. Kaczynski. I expected as much, but it would be sloppy not to check. First it was a lock keyed into my mana signature, and now this. How exactly did the Academy acquire my mana signature?" "I don't remember giving it at any point," said Zorian, handing the orb back to Svim. "Every time you used one of these training orbs during your first year," said Svim, waving the stone orb in front of Zorian's face, "you were effectively giving the Academy your mana signature. It was just a matter of locking the orb down to preserve it for future use." "And that's legal?"
Zorian frowned. Svim nodded.
"Required by law, even. The government likes to have everyone's mana signatures on hand for investigations. It greatly simplifies a lot of identity disputes and the like."
"Right," Zorian sighed.
"So now that we've established I'm indeed Zorian Kaczynski." "Yes, the time loop problem," Svim said, putting the orb back into his drawer. "I assume you are aware of the prevalent opinion regarding time travel?"
Zorian nodded.
"They say it's impossible," he said.
"I know.
But that's theory dash. And a lot of failed experiments," Svim interjected. "And my personal experiences say otherwise," continued Zorian, ignoring Svim's interjection. "Whatever prevalent opinion says, I can clearly see that time travel is possible. It's just a question of whether I've convinced you I'm telling the truth or not." "You've convinced me there is something to your story at least," Svim said. "But I'm afraid I'm going to need more convincing before I actually accept the idea of a time loop. Do you think you could clarify some things for me?" The next hour and a half consisted of Svim questioning Zorian about the rules that govern the time loop and the events surrounding it. The questioning was detailed enough that Svim probably realized Zorian was hiding some things from him, but the man never called him out on this. He also never wrote anything down, simply staring at Zorian and listening to his explanations in silence. It was honestly all a little unnerving. "The material world has been cut off from the spiritual realms?" Svim asked, raising an eyebrow at him. "And you didn't feel this merited an inclusion in that list of things you gave me at the end of our Friday meeting?" "Well, what would that prove?" Zorian defended himself. "Nothing about that says specifically time travel. No, but it helps ameliorate one of the major issues that has been bothering me about this scenario," Svim said, staring at him. "Namely, the incredible scale of the event you're describing. You've described the time loop as a cosmic phenomenon. It doesn't just wrench your soul into the past, it literally rolls back time for everything except you and your fellow time travelers. That's an implausible claim. The universe is very big and magic as we understand it has sharp limitations. But if the time loop had to cut off the material realm from the spiritual sphere to do its work, then that means it is somehow limited in scope, and that makes the whole thing a lot more believable to me. Did you speak to an astronomer to see if there were any irregularities in the stars and planetary orbits?"
"No," Zorian frowned.
"Why do you think there would be irregularities?" "Because any responsible spell designer tries to minimize the costs of the spell, regardless of how much mana he has at his disposal," Svim told him. "If I was in charge of building a spell that does what you describe, I wouldn't have bothered extending the effect beyond what I absolutely had to. Why burn resources unnecessarily? No one has ever set foot on the other planets, much less the distant stars. You could simply replace the heavens with an illusionary screen and be done with it. Most people would never know the difference." "But astronomers might," Zorian guessed. "Yes. Especially if the spell originates from the time of the first Icosian emperor, like you said it might. There were no telescopes back then, and even professional star watchers relied on their eyes to note the changes in the heavens. An illusion good enough to fool them might not be enough to do the same today, Svim said. I guess it's worth a try, Zorian said dubiously. Though I'm honestly kind of skeptical that we'll go anywhere. I'm pretty sure you can't just isolate our planet from the rest of the celestial bodies without breaking everything horribly and killing us all in the process. There has to be a limit somewhere, Svim said. I'll talk to the couple of astronomers I know and see what they tell me. In the meantime, make a note somewhere to include the spirit world severance factoid in your list the next time you try to convince me that the time loop is real. It should do wonders for your credibility. Also, make sure to sign the list with this. Svim took out a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Written on it in neat, perfect writing was a long string of letters and numbers. The whole thing was completely random and nonsensical as far as Zorian could tell. Some kind of coded message? Zorian mused out loud. Something similar. I've made a lot of contingencies over the years, including ones for when I expect to have my memories edited against my will and want to send messages to my future self, Svim said, surprising Zorian. That was quite paranoid. And also a good idea. He should probably make his own version of that. You will have to memorize the whole thing perfectly for this to work. If even a single number or letter is out of place, the whole thing is ruined. Zorian took several seconds to commit the code to his memory and then immediately created a memory packet around it, permanently preserving it for flawless recall in the future. Done, he said, handing the slip of paper back to Svim. What now? Based on the various adventure novels Zorian had read as a child, he kind of expected Svim to promptly burn the paper slip in his hand to prevent it from coming into the wrong hands. But no, Svim just put it back into his pocket and gave Zorian a searching look. Disappointing. That, Mr. Kaczynski, is something that I should be asking you, Svim said. I was originally worried that you might be an imposter and that you might have been editing my memories. Regardless of whether or not you really are a time traveler, you have effectively put those fears to rest. Truthfully, I have no right to demand anything more from you. What now, indeed? Well, you are technically my mentor and you're supposed to advise me about how to develop my magic, Zorian tried, hoping that Svim would actually do his job properly for once. He was curious how Svim's teaching looked when he was not putting his charges through some messed-up dedication test. Unfortunately, this is probably not the best time for that. I would need to thoroughly test your skills to see how I can best help you, and I've kept you away from your morning classes for too long as it is, said Svim. I should have something ready for you when we meet again on Friday. Not another batch of shaping exercises, I hope? Zorian couldn't help but asking. No, Svim said, smiling slightly at the question. While I definitely intend to correct any obvious deficiencies in your magic base and raise your shaping skills to acceptable levels, I'm actually thinking of advancing your dimensionalism studies as far as they can go. That is, after all, the magical field that deals with things like time manipulation, which makes it uniquely relevant to your situation. It is a hard and demanding field of study, but if you could endure several years of my trials and keep coming, you doubtlessly have the required patience to succeed at it. Ha! That actually sounded kind of nice. The first part sounded a little ominous, but he would reserve judgment until he actually saw what that entailed in practice. He didn't actually mind the idea of being taught some shaping exercises, so long as Svim didn't resort to the same frustrating grind that he had employed in the past, and actually explained to Zorian how he was supposed to go about performing the exercise. In any case, the meeting was very much finished at this point, so Zorian said his goodbyes and left Svim's office. It was probably the first time he had ever left that place feeling better than he had when he entered it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Over the next few days, the aftereffect of Zorian's failed campaign against the burning apex web gradually faded away, leaving him completely healed. Kale was still poring over his necromancy books and tinkering with some kind of spell item he was building, and refused to talk to Zorian about Sudamir. He claimed he was pursuing a lead and that he would discuss things with him when he was ready. Zorian had a feeling that Kale was a little annoyed with him over his handling of the soul trap reveal, but he really couldn't think of what he could have done so much better. Maybe Kale didn't like that Zorian had waited so long to break the news to him? On the other hand, Taven had reacted much better when he had told her about the time loop this time. She was a lot more receptive to the idea if he didn't wait for her to have a breakdown before telling her. All in all, the recovery period was a bit boring and Zorian found himself searching for something to pass the time with. Just for fun, he recreated Kiriel's drawings that he had stored in his mind and showed them to her. She frowned a lot while inspecting them, especially at the ones that clearly depicted the interior of Amaya's house and its inhabitants, but she did not seem willing to claim them as her own work. Instead, she criticized the technique of whoever drew them and suggested improvement, which amused him. She then asked him where he got them, and was annoyed at him when he insisted that he conjured them fully formed out of his head, which was also amusing. Somehow, the resulting argument led to Kiriel giving him an impromptu drawing lesson, and Zorian was bored enough at the time to go along with it. According to Kiriel, he was actually decent at drawing, which surprised him. She even claimed he could get as good as she was if he was willing to work on it. Considering how swamped with everything he always was, he doubted he would ever find the time for something like that. Then again, perhaps he could use an actual hobby. It was during one of those slow days that Zorian went to the Academy library in search of a book that talked about Eldamar's internal politics. Partly because he couldn't shake off the feeling that Sudamir's offhand comment about how he was working with the invaders because of politics wasn't completely false, and partly because his recent musings about House Reed made him realize just how rudimentary his knowledge about Eldamar's power structures really was. He doubted he would really find an answer as to what Sudamir was referring to, but it probably wouldn't hurt to educate himself a little on the issue. In theory, Eldamar's internal situation was relatively simple. The country was a monarchy, with the power of the crown kept in check by a council of elders, a gathering of nobles that were ostensibly supposed to advise the monarch and help them govern the country efficiently. The seats were hereditary, each held by a different noble house. That was why they were noble. They had a seat on the council of elders, and were thus involved in the direct governing of the country. A regular house, while usually afforded a fair amount of special privileges and autonomy, did not have a say in how the country as a whole was run. Of course, reality was far more convoluted than that. The crown and the council of elders clashed all the time. The houses routinely overstepped their bounds if they thought they could get away with it. Organizations like the Mage Guild and the Holy Triumvirate Church wielded considerable influence of their own, and powerful independent actors tried to play all sides for their own benefit. And that was not even getting into the issue of semi-autonomous entities like the Shifter tribes or the Free Port of Luja. Basically, the matter was complicated, and Zorian's initiative didn't accomplish all that much. He was just about to give up and go home when he stumbled upon Tinami. Or rather, she stumbled upon him. He was stationary, with his back turned to her, and the only reason he knew she was there was that he could recognize her mind through long exposure to her during previous restarts. He was content to ignore her at first, pretending he didn't know she was there, but since she was sufficiently curious to look over his shoulder to see what he was reading, he decided to say hello in the end. "Hello, Tinami," he said, not bothering to turn around. She immediately jerked back in surprise at the words. "Ha!" Surprise successful. Taking care to wipe the smile off his face, Zorian turned around to face the girl. It was only polite to look at someone when you were talking to them, after all. "Is there something I can help you with?" "And no, sorry," she said, stumbling for a moment but recovering her composure quickly. "I was just curious about what you were reading. And I just have to ask, Splinter of Splinters?" "Really, Zorian? That's kind of..." She paused for a moment, clearly searching for a polite term to use. "Why would you ever read such trash?" she finished eventually. Zorian looked at the book in his hands. He hadn't noticed anything too bad in the book thus far, though admittedly he wouldn't call it good either. Frankly, the only reason he was idly reading through it was because one of the other books he had already read and liked listed it among its sources. "I'm trying to find out an answer to a political question, but I know very little about politics," Zorian answered honestly. "So I'm mostly just reading things at random, leafing through whatever book catches my attention." He placed Splinter of Splinters back on the shelf. The book was boring as hell anyway. "What kind of topic are you looking for?" Tinami asked him. "I'm trying to find out a political reason why someone would want to burn Cyoria to the ground," Zorian told her bluntly. "Hypothetically speaking, of course." "Are we talking about external or internal forces?" Tinami asked, completely unperturbed by his admission. "Internal," Zorian clarified. "I'm pretty sure the number of external enemies that want the same is numberless." "Not really, no," Tinami said. "Cyoria supplies critical products to the entire continent. I think only Sulamnon and a handful of others would be glad to see it completely gone." "What about Ulquinabesa?" asked Zorian curiously. "Them." Tinami scoffed. "Who cares what they want? They can't do anything to us except raid our shipping. And as long as Eldamar controls Fort Oriclo, even that is just a minor nuisance." Zorian hummed non-committedly. He couldn't really fault Tinami for that logic, since he would have likely said something similar before he had experienced the invasion and found out who was behind it. "Fair enough," he said. "So what I'm getting from all of this is that you know a thing or two about politics, yes?" "I am an heir of one of the noble houses," Tinami shrugged. "I'm required to know this sort of stuff. So yes, I suppose I do." "Excellent. Then, do you think you can recommend me a book about Eldamar's internal politics that isn't trash, as you say?" he asked her. He expected her to either say no or give him a title or two to look for. What he did not expect was for her to drag him across the library for over 15 minutes in search of something that met his exact criteria. By the time Tanami was done suggesting things to him, he'd ended up with 3 different books, one of which was a huge scary tome that made Zorian sleepy just looking at it. He was starting to think he had made just a tiny bit of a mistake when he had asked her for help in this matter. Sorry, I went a little overboard, Tanami apologized, sounding honestly apologetic.
It's fine, Zorian sighed.
Though I'll be honest with you, I really doubt I'm going to read all of this. He shook the stack of books in his hands for emphasis. If you must pick one of the 3 to read Time of Tribulations, Tanami told him.
Oh good, that wasn't the big one. That's the important one.
The Splinter Wars and the Weeping completely rearranged the political landscape everywhere in Altazia, but especially in Eldamar. Without understanding what aftershocks they caused and how countries dealt with them, you will never really understand Eldamar's politics. I see, Zorian said quietly. That did make a lot of sense. The Splinter Wars essentially created Eldamar in its current form, and the Weeping actually originated from Eldamar. Nobody at the time realized just how dangerous it was, in the early days of its spread, so it had significant effects on the country. It would be surprising if those 2 events hadn't changed things greatly. I guess it has something to do with the significant death toll of mages those 2 caused?
Sort of, Tanami said.
It has to do with replacing them. Before the Splinter Wars, far more mages belonged to an established house or had at least one mage parent. First-generation mages like yourself were, well, not rare exactly, but far less common than they are now. After the Splinter Wars and the Weeping, though, a lot of those houses and families went extinct or bankrupt, unable to deal with the chaos of the times or the loss of critical members. The last thing Eldamar wanted to do was downscale their operations due to lack of mages, so somebody had to replace the dead. The result was a lot of first-generation mages flooding the magical market in previously unseen numbers.
So? Zorian asked.
I guess I'm a little biased, being a civilian-born student myself, but why is that a problem? Not a problem as such, no, Tanami said carefully. But it definitely changed the politics of the country beyond recognition. First-generation mages are educated and supported by the Mage Guild, and by extension the Crown of Eldamar. When houses and other autonomous groups clash with the Crown, first-generation mages overwhelmingly side with the Crown. The influx of civilian-born mages helped Eldamar bounce back from the Splinter Wars and Weeping incredibly quickly, but it also strengthened royal power and made the Mage Guild far more important than it used to be, and that scares a lot of factions. Interesting, Zorian hummed thoughtfully. How does that relate to Scioria and people who want to see it burn though? Well, Scioria is absolutely critical for first-generation mages who want to make it big, Tanami said. Most other mana wells have sharp limits on the amount of mana they produce, and thus have tight regulations about who can perform what magical business in the area. They're usually controlled by some established group or even a house, and aren't very friendly to newcomers unless they're willing to become someone's underlings. The whole, on the other hand, spews incomprehensibly vast amounts of mana into the air every single second. Far more than anyone could really use up. There is never a shortage of ambient mana in Scioria, so nobody cares about how many mana forges, research facilities and various other facilities are built in the city. Unsurprisingly, the city is absolutely flooded with first-generation mages, which makes it a major loyalist stronghold. It's so important to the central government, politically speaking, that some people call it the second national capital. Anyone who has an axe to grind against either the Crown or the Mage Guild might want to see it gone. Though I rather suspect that anyone expressing the desire to see it literally burned to the ground is just being overdramatic. Our external political situation is sufficiently dangerous that no one really wants to weaken the nation too much, and Scioria is both a major population center and a magical powerhouse. So, what I'm getting from your explanation is that people who most want to see Scioria gone probably come from various houses that dislike their historical importance being eroded, Zorian said. Sadly, that didn't explain Sudamir's remark as far as Zorian could tell. He had no idea whether Sudamir was a first-generation mage, but he definitely wasn't a part of a house. But the thing is, there are plenty of houses, even noble houses who have their headquarters stationed here. Yours, for example.
Or House Novida.
Not every house likes every other, Tanami shrugged. There are plenty of them that would hold a celebration if every Aope spontaneously died in their sleep.
Ouch.
But it's funny you would mention the Novitas. You know what happened to them, right? They all died except Zack, Zorian said immediately. Yes, and then the Crown placed Tezen Zveri as Zack's caretaker, and he sold off nearly everything they owned to his friends and associates for pocket change while paying himself a huge caretaker fee. Few people will outright say so, but the man basically looted the entire house of everything they had. And the Novita were very, very wealthy, Tanami explained. If Zack wasn't such an idiot, I'd imagine he'd be extremely bitter about the city authorities that were complicit in the deed. I could totally imagine myself wishing for Sayoria to burn down to ashes, if I were in his place. At least on an emotional level.
Ha!
The idea that Tezen Zveri had been stealing from Zack was not entirely surprising to Zorian. For one thing, he'd known for quite a while that Zack and Tezen did not get along, what with Zack occasionally thrashing the man at the beginning of the restart for no apparent reason. For another, Zack had explicitly told Zorian in one of the restarts that he did not approve of how Tezen had been managing his properties. It did not take some great genius to see that this was more than just a simple difference in opinion. Theft was one of several explanations that Zorian had considered as a possible explanation, but he could never quite figure out why Tezen would risk his reputation for what was surely just pocket change to someone of his stature. As it turned out, Zorian had been thinking too small. Tezen wasn't siphoning some money off the Novita's accounts here and there, he just plain went after everything they had. Surprisingly brazen. What kind of forces stood behind Tezen that would allow him to be so shameless about abusing the trust he was given? What kind of machinations and political maneuvering had compelled the royal family to assign such a hostile caretaker to the last surviving member of a house that had been so loyal to them in the past? All in all, when Zorian had asked Tanami to tell him more about Zack's caretaker and his looting of House Novita's properties, he'd expected quite a story. Something lengthy, complex and dramatic. What he got instead was a rather underwhelming tale of simple greed and corruption. The appointment of Tezen Zveri to the position of Zack's caretaker was completely devoid of controversy at the time the decision was made. Tezen Zveri was the patriarch of noble House Zveri, who had been close allies of House Novita, and his reputation had been quite good at the time. Thus, when Tezen nominated himself for the position of Zack's caretaker, few people had any objections. He was a high-ranking nobleman, a powerful mage and an ally of the house that he was supposed to care for. Who could really contest his appointment? Unfortunately, Tezen's greed turned out to be stronger than his sense of obligation or respect for his deceased allies. From the moment he had acquired the rights to manage the Novita's property, Tezen wasted no time in abusing them as much as possible. Most of their property ended up being sold to members of House Zveri at laughably low prices, and the profits made from those sales largely went to Tezen himself in the form of exorbitant caretaker fees that he paid himself for doing such a fine job at managing things. And nobody protested about that? Zorian asked incredulously. The crown? I heard House Novita were big allies of the royal family. Or one of the Novita's many vassal families and contractors. They must have had some power and they surely couldn't have liked what Tezen was doing. Or hell, other noble houses, at least some of them must have felt sympathetic to Zack's cause. House Novita was indeed a close ally of the crown, Tanami confirmed. But so is House Zveri. And unlike noble House Novita, noble House Zveri survived the upheavals largely intact. For the crown to go after Tezen would have meant alienating one of their major remaining allies at a time where they could ill afford to do so. I suspect the crown was unpleasantly surprised by Tezen's behavior, but decided to look the other way out of practicality. She paused for a second, frowning slightly as she considered things. Plus, I hear Tezen generously donated some of the artifacts and funds from the Novita's treasury to the crown, she eventually continued. Actually, he was rather generous about spreading the Novita's wealth around in general. I imagine that's how he quieted most of the criticism. I see, Zorian hummed thoughtfully. They have their slice of the pie, so now they're no longer inclined to protest too much. Still, if Tezen had been as blatant about things as you said, you'd think that somebody would have tried to do something. Some people just don't care about money. Or at least not enough to let something like this go unchallenged. Ah well, I make it sound really obvious but it's really not, Tanami said. The truth is that Tezen was always going to end up selling off a lot of Novita properties and halting many of their activities, even if he had been acting in good faith. The problem was more about who he sold things to and at what prices. He was supposed to slim down noble House Novita to a strong, manageable core. Instead, he used virtually all of their wealth to enrich his family and further his political career, leaving only a tiny sliver to Zack. But that's not something that is immediately obvious to casual inspection. You would have to launch an investigation into the matter to prove anything, and that would give Tezen plenty of time to mobilize his connections and shut you down before you get anywhere. Well, if it actually took some digging to realize what Tezen had done, then that would certainly help explain some things. Such as why none of their other classmates seemed to know about Zack's situation. Most of them were terrible gossips, so if Zack's situation was widely known, Zorian would have known about it too by now. Though really, considering how readily Tanami was telling him all this, he wondered how it was possible that she'd never told this to the rest of their class. He decided to just ask her about it. Well, if we were having this talk a year ago or so, I wouldn't have told you all this, Tanami told him. Back then we had Zach in our class, and I wouldn't have wanted to say anything before talking to Zach about it. But now Zach is no longer in our class, so it doesn't matter anymore. Ah yes, since Zach fled Cyoria at the beginning of the restart, just like he always did in recent restarts, it made sense to assume he had given up on the academy. His poor showing during their first 2 years of education probably made the theory even more plausible than it would otherwise be. He wondered whether Zach had known what Tezen had done to his inheritance before the time loop. He had a hunch the answer was no, since nothing about Zach's pre-loop attitude indicated that he was in any way concerned about his future or angry at his guardian, but he could be wrong. Maybe Zach was a very good actor. How much do you think Zach knows about all of this?
Zorian asked Tanami. I don't know, she said.
I only tried to sound him out once, and I guess I was too oblique because he thought I was hitting on him.
Zorian couldn't help it. He laughed. It's not funny, she protested.
After several more minutes of questions and answers, Zorian found out that Tanami couldn't really give him any details about Zach's situation. She knew about the situation in general terms, but the specifics were understandably hard to come by. The conversation did, however, give Zorian an idea. What if Zach wasn't the only one that had happened to? Oh yes, that sort of thing is not exactly a rare occurrence, Tanami said when he shared the notion with her. A lot of weakened houses and smaller families ended up being dismembered like that in the aftermath of the Splinter Wars and the Weeping. Most countries had too many things on their plate to go after every shady thing that was happening, especially if the people doing the dismembering were closely aligned with the government or some other powerful faction. In fact, compared to the fates of some other heirs, Zach is fairly lucky. Some of them were quite literally looted of everything they had. Once their caretakers were done with their properties, they were basically thrown out on the streets with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The Novitas are still a noble house though, so Tezen couldn't really go that far. He needed to have some smokescreen in case someone started throwing accusations. So Zach still has his mansion and can live off a healthy trust fund, and Tezen can point to that if somebody tries to charge him with anything.
Interesting.
Zorian highly doubted that Zach wanted to see Cyoria burn to the ground just because the city's leadership was complicit in the looting of his house. The other boy seemed too good-natured for that, but he could totally imagine some of the other, less fortunate and thus less forgiving individuals wanting to strike back at the people who had profited at their expense. No matter who'd get caught in the crossfire. Could Red Robe be one of the people in that position? That would help explain why the other time travelers seemed to want Cyoria destroyed so badly. Well, he had no way to confirm that, so that would remain just an idle thought for now. Though once he opened the Matriarch's memory packet, he should probably try to track down those kinds of people living in Cyoria and check up on them.
Just in case.
His talk with Tanami did not last long after that. They both had things they needed to be doing, and he was getting the impression that Tanami was starting to get a little suspicious of Zorian's fixation on the topic. Surprisingly, she wanted to meet with him again. Or maybe not so surprisingly, since she implied she wanted to ask a favor of him. After agreeing to another meeting, Zorian said goodbye to the girl and went back home. The moment he arrived back at the house, he realized he had stepped into pandemonium. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After coming back to Amaya's place, he found that Capriva had dropped by and brought the alchemical ingredients Kale had asked for. Normally that would be excellent news, but it turned out that her timing had been somewhat unfortunate. She wasn't the only person to have dropped by at Amaya's house that day. Ray and Nachka had also decided to come over, Nachka so she could play with Kiriel, and Ray so she could have a drink and chat with Amaya. Then, Taven arrived as well, wanting to discuss something with Kale. Thus, when Capriva had come over to deliver the package, Kale was locked in his basement with Taven and Amaya was busy talking to Ray. The job of letting Capriva into the house fell to the 3 remaining inhabitants of the house, Kiriel, Nachka, and Kana. Capriva had already met Kiriel, but not Kana. Kale didn't want their classmates to know he had a daughter, so he had kept her out of sight the last time Capriva had come over. But Kale wasn't there, and Kiriel couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it, so when Capriva asked Kiriel to introduce her friends, she thought nothing of revealing Kana's true identity. At that point the rest of the household got involved, with Kale freaking out and trying to convince Capriva to keep Kana's existence a secret, Kiriel repeatedly trying to apologize to Kale, Capriva being visibly amused, and Amaya trying to run damage control. Amusingly, it turned out that Taven hadn't known Kana was Kale's daughter either. She just sort of assumed she was Amaya's daughter, despite her having the same sort of vivid blue eyes that her father had, and never sought confirmation about it from anyone. Sadly, everyone was too caught up in the drama to pay attention to the packet of alchemical ingredients that Capriva had brought over. Well, everyone except Nachka. She decided that this mysterious packet was very interesting and worthy of examination. Unfortunately, either Capriva had failed to secure the ingredients properly or Nachka had examined the package too enthusiastically, because she managed to breathe in a bit of hallucinogenic dust from the package and started losing control over her form. Her eyes became slitted like a cat, she grew a tail and claws and started hissing at people who tried to examine her to see what was wrong. That started the second round of drama, with Ray being upset that her daughter was basically outed as a shifter and that Capriva had left dangerous substances within reach of children, Capriva trying to defend herself, Kiriel assuring Ray that it's okay because she already knew her friend can turn into a kitty, Ray being angry at Nachka for being so indiscreet, and poor Amaya playing peacemaker for the second time that day. At this point Zorian had come back from his talk with Tanami and was told what happened in his absence. "I was only gone for a couple of hours," Zorian complained. "Damn, you people work fast." He was immediately faced with a plethora of unamused looks. "Okay, look," he said placatingly. "I think you're all making mountains out of molehills here. First of all, I'm pretty sure Capriva has no intentions of spreading rumors about Kana amongst the student body, mostly because he'd read her mind to make sure. And I don't think anybody here really minds Ray and Nachka being shifters either. What makes you think I'm a shifter as well? She could have inherited it from her father for all you know," Ray protested, folding her hands over her chest. Zorian ignored her remark. "Really, the only semi-serious issue was that Nachka ended up drugged," said Zorian. "I swear I secured the package properly," Capriva mumbled. "Nachka probably punctured something with her claws," Ray admitted with a sigh. "She likes to use her claws to remove wrappings and such. Nevertheless, the package was here because of me and Kale, but that's beside the point. The point is, I feel somewhat responsible for what happened. What do you think would be an appropriate compensation for this?" "Oh, there is no need," began Ray, only to get cut off by her own daughter. "I want a doll," Nachka slurred. The effects of the alchemical dust she breathed had faded, but were still far from gone. "Like the one Kiri has. She said you made it." "I made a doll for Kiri?" Zorian asked, before he realized what Nachka was referring to. "Oh wait, you mean Kostyenka? That's technically not a doll, but whatever. Assuming your mother agrees, I don't see the problem with that. Is this doll going to explode if treated roughly?" Ray asked suspiciously. Not an unreasonable fear. Some magical items held a substantial amount of mana inside of them and could thus easily detonate if handled roughly. In this particular case, though, that would never happen. He didn't trust Kiriel around explosives any more than Ray trusted Nachka around the same. "No, it will just stop being animated," Zorian said. "The golem is powered by ambient mana and made mostly out of wood, so there is nothing in there that could explode if it breaks." "Then no, I have no objections," Ray shrugged. "Though really, this is quite unnecessary. Nachka is just milking this for all it's worth, and I wouldn't blame you at all for simply telling her off." "Mom," Nachka whined. "You're supposed to be on my side." Zorian was distracted from the spectacle by a burst of emotion coming from Kana. The little girl was fidgeting like crazy in Kale's lap, clearly waging some internal war with herself. Though she was as silent as ever, Zorian could feel through his empathy that her attention was squarely on him. She wanted to tell him something? "Let me guess, you want a doll too?" Zorian said, taking a wild guess at what was bothering her. Kana nodded so fast her head looked like it was going to fall off. A round of laughter from everyone present followed that exchange. All right, Zorian sighed. "I get it. 2 new golem dolls coming up. I'll be busy in the near future, but they should be done over the weekend." Now that he thought about it a little bit, this sort of development wasn't that surprising. Kiriel had been making both girls jealous of her new toys for a whole week now, so it made sense that they'd want one of their own if they thought they could get away with it. They were probably just too polite to ask for one in previous restarts, or simply couldn't think of a good way to ask. "Damn it, now I'm getting a little jealous," Capriva groused. "Why don't I get a doll too?" "You're too old to play with dolls," Zorian told her, rolling his eyes. "You can play with Kostyenka when you visit," Kiriel offered. "Ah," Capriva grinned, ruffling Kiriel's hair. "You're a sweet kid. It's hard to believe you're related to someone like Zorian." "Hey, brother is really great," Kiriel protested, pushing Capriva's hand away from her hair so she could straighten it back into place. "He's like a hedgehog. He gets nice once you get past his prickliness." Ugh. And they were just getting started, too. After completely defusing a tense situation and promising to make expensive toys for a couple of little girls? Truly no good deed goes unpunished. ****. Friday came, and with it Zorian's next meeting with Svim. This time, however, Svim didn't want to hold their session inside his office. Instead, he led Zorian to a restricted training ground he had reserved for the day. They would be doing serious magic, Svim claimed, so his office was no longer sufficient for their purposes. I have talked to some astronomers since we last met, Svim began, unlocking the door of the training ground and shooing him inside. I have nothing conclusive yet, but the results thus far are not encouraging. There have been no significant deviations among the celestial bodies. Additionally, the planets in particular are being closely watched because of the upcoming planetary alignment. It is unlikely they are illusionary. The affected area likely includes the entire solar system. Provided it is, in fact, limited by area, Zorian pointed out. Yes, Svim agreed easily. That is true. However, while my forays into astronomy have met with rather disappointing results, I found something interesting while researching time magic. Tell me, have you ever heard of black rooms? What, the ones that let you spend several years inside while only a day passes outside? Those actually exist? Zorian asked incredulously. No, those ones are definitely fake, Svim said, shaking his head. But ones that can stretch a day into a month do. And the interesting thing is how they achieve that kind of extreme time dilation effect. Time magic has sharp limits in how effective it can get. Even the most powerful hasting effects can only speed up time 4 to 5 times before they hit a wall. At that point, no matter how powerful and skillful the mage is, the boundary between two temporal flows starts to unravel. So how can black rooms speed up time by a factor of 30 then? Zorian frowned. By isolating them from the rest of the world, Svim said. That's why they're called black rooms. They have to completely enclose the area and seal it off. This greatly lessens the stress of the temporal boundary, but it also makes it impossible to interact with people outside while the black room is working. Once the time dilation is engaged, nothing goes in or out until the effect is broken. Material supplies, magical communication, nothing goes through. Even contact with the spiritual planes is blocked. Zorian frowned. I see. So there is precedence for powerful time magic to require an enclosed area to function properly. But from what I understand, the principles behind the black rooms would require the affected area to be literally enclosed in a physical box. The time loop is clearly a more advanced piece of magic than the black rooms, so it's likely it uses a more subtle method of sealing off the area of effect, Svim responded. I suppose, Zorian said, acknowledging the possibility. I'm curious, though, how come black rooms are such a mystery? I only knew of them as rumors up until this point. Surely Eldamar would not hesitate to use them openly if they're so effective. In addition to needing tremendous amounts of mana, black rooms are very difficult to use properly, Svim said. Due to the way they're cut off from the outside, one has to plan each use very carefully. If the organizers fail to account for something critical, the whole operation is essentially ruined, and a lot of time and mana has been wasted. Black rooms cannot be turned off and on at will, and the mana cost of an operation has to be paid in full at the start. I understand there is a lot of controversy surrounding the black rooms, with many people disputing their actual usefulness and claiming they're a huge waste of money. Some of the more spectacular failures associated with them do not help their reputation. Oh? Zorian asked, intrigued. Initially, black rooms could not prematurely terminate the time dilation field once it was turned on, said Svim. Once the black room was on, whoever was inside was stuck until the spell wore off. Zorian winced. Yeah, that had been bound to end poorly. At least one group died of thirst after an administrative mix-up caused the organizers to stockpile too little water into the area before activation. Another group almost died of starvation after some form of insect snuck into the food supply and managed to ruin most of it before the infestation was detected. Even if everything was done properly, you are still essentially imprisoning several people in a small, cramped space where they have no privacy and little to entertain themselves with. Fights were common, with several experiments culminating in a bloodbath. In one memorable case, the entire group managed to mutually kill each other off. There were literally no survivors once the black room finally opened. What about sending individuals? Zorian asked. Most people can't handle total isolation for long, Svim shook his head. Besides, it costs exactly the same to run a black room for one person as it does for several of them, and the more people you send in, the more work can get done. After that, Svim asked Zorian to demonstrate some of his flashier magic, mostly combat magic and landscape alterations, but also teleportation, which actually worked unimpeded within the training ground, unlike in most of Scioria. It made sense, considering Svim had told him during their last meeting that he intended to teach him dimensionalism. After a while, his mentor decided he'd seen enough and motioned him to stop. You seem to have no specialty that I can see, Svim said. Well, I guess my specialty are spell formulas, said Zorian. But that is not exactly something I can demonstrate quickly and at whim. Just as well, Svim said. I know comparatively little about spell formulas and would be ill-equipped to evaluate your skill in the field. Wait, Svim actually didn't have expertise in something related to magic? Some of Zorian's amusement and surprise at the notion must have shown on his face because Svim actually decided to provide an explanation. I understand why so many mages are fascinated with spell formula, but I always found them to be somewhat distasteful myself, Svim said. They are a crutch, most of the time. With a proper mastery of a spell, you wouldn't need them. Right, Zorian scowled. He understood why someone obsessed with perfection in mana shaping would have low regard for magical aids that sidestep the need for that, but there was more to spell formula than making spell rods and such. I'm not criticizing you, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said. Just explaining my lack of interest in the discipline. You can go far if you really master your specialty. But enough of that. When I said you don't seem to have any specialty, I meant in regards to mana shaping fields. You seem to be a generalist when it comes to those, yes. I seek out whatever magic is relevant to me at the moment, said Zorian. But yes, in general I try to master a little bit of everything. As far as I can tell, the main reason people specialize is time constraints. I'm not quite immune to that, but I'm pretty sure I can get good at several fields instead of just one.
The path of an archmage, Svim nodded. I approve.
For someone in your situation, aiming for anything less would have been a waste. I'm glad I don't have to convince you of that, at least.
Ha!
Did Svim just praise him for something? In any case, this reminded him of something he had been wondering for quite a while. Are you an archmage?
Zorian asked Svim.
An archmage is not an official rank that someone assigns to a person, Svim said. It is simply a term for a mage who has mastered several fields of magic to such an extent that they could outdo a typical specialist mage when it comes to those fields. I suppose the term could be applied to me, but it would be shockingly arrogant of me to claim it on my own. One is only ever a real archmage when other people start referring to you as such, and not many people use that term to describe me. Then again, not many people know about me in the first place, and I prefer it that way. So that would be a yes, basically. Surprising that a person like that would be willing to work as a teacher at the academy. People like Svim were incredibly rare and in high demand. Then again, Svim did say he liked being an unknown, so perhaps a relatively quiet job like this one was just what he wanted. Do you have a specialty?
Zorian asked.
He figured that since Svim was in a relatively good mood at the moment, he might as well milk it for all it's worth and try to find out more about the man. Defense against magical attacks of all sorts, Svim said. I actually teach an advanced class on the topic in your 4th year of education. Of course, if one aims to defend against something, they must first get to know it. And thus, I have become familiar with many a type of magic. But let's get back to you, shall we? I have to say, for one aiming to become an archmage, your way of going about it is somewhat suboptimal.
How so? Zorian frowned.
For instance, your way of choosing which mana-shaping exercises to practice, Svim said. While practicing a wide selection of different exercises like you've been doing is certainly useful, it is not really the best avenue of approach for a generalist mage. You would have been better served by focusing on raw mana manipulation and sensing. Such basic shaping exercises are time-consuming and give no short-term benefits, but the cumulative effect of their mastery decreases the learning time of every spell and improves spellcasting in general. I haven't really heard about such shaping exercises, Zorian said, feeling a little lost. It's not something a specialist mage would care much for, Svim said. And most people who write books are specialists. Your age works against you here. Most people don't start dabbling in those exercises until they're much older, no matter how talented they are, so the people you spoke to probably didn't think you'd be interested in those. Young mages like you have plenty of low-hanging fruit with much faster payoff to amuse themselves with.
Right.
So what are we talking here exactly?
Zorian asked.
I'm drawing a blank as to what sort of raw mana manipulation I could be doing as an exercise. Well, one major deficiency I noticed in your skills is that you don't seem to perceive mana around you to any appreciable extent, Svim said. And I'm guessing your ability to perceive your personal mana flow is hardly any better than that of the rest of your classmates. For someone of biological age, that would be entirely adequate, if rather disappointing. In your case, it really is inexcusable. Zorian was tempted to ask whether it was inexcusable by Svim's standards or the more sane standards of the rest of the world.
But he didn't.
This was absolutely fascinating, and he had largely gone numb to Svim's barbs by now. From everything I've read, mana sensing is a rather advanced skill that even long-time mages struggle with. Yes, but you seem to be rather bad at it, even accounting for that, Svim noted. I'm guessing this is a consequence of spending so many years in Cyoria, which is awash in ambient mana. It's good for training, certainly, but it instills a certain amount of wastefulness in young mages. Zorian didn't need empathy to notice the distaste on Svim's face when he said that. On top of that, it is very difficult to practice perception exercises in a place like this, Svim continued. The ambient mana suffuses everything, dulling your senses. It would be far better to practice mana sensing somewhere outside the city to start with. This training ground is specially warded to keep the majority of the ambient mana out of it. Did you notice that? No, Zorian admitted with a frown. Though now that Svim mentioned it. This is what I meant when I said your ability to sense mana is deficient, Svim said. You should have noticed it right away, the moment you stepped into the training ground. But no matter, that's why I'm here, to help you overcome your many flaws and become the best you can be. In any case, while the exercises I'm about to teach you would be normally rather hard to practice outside of this training ground, you are capable of teleportation. I suggest you simply teleport into the countryside outside of the city when you want to work on your ability to sense mana. Now pay close attention to what I'm about to do. At the end of the session, Zorian was honestly feeling a little overwhelmed by Svim's program. While the man was less of an asshole in this restart, he was still a very demanding teacher who pulled no punches when he seriously taught people. He had ended up showing Zorian more than 20 exercises aimed at improving his ability to sense mana, both inside and outside of him, and he expected Zorian to work on them for several hours every single day. On top of that, Svim also showed him several exotic teleportation variants that Zorian was also expected to learn by their next meeting and gave him a deceptively simple shaping exercise related to dimensionalism. The exercise involved taking a random rock and trying to form a so-called dimensional boundary around it. Apparently, the formation of such a boundary was the first step in just about every piece of magic dealing with time and space. The teleportation spells he loved using so much formed a boundary like that around him every time he used them, and would fail instantly if something prevented the spell from creating it. Like a ward, for instance. Getting better at shaping the boundary could easily improve just about every dimensionalism spell he cared to cast in the future. The problem was that the dimensional boundary was completely invisible to normal senses, making the exercise really hard to practice. How do you create and shape something you can't see and can only vaguely feel via crude feedback your personal mana gives you? He didn't think he could get the hang of that exercise anytime soon. Of course, if his ability to sense mana, especially his personal mana, was on a higher level, the exercise would have instantly gotten a lot easier. Zorian was pretty sure Svim had only given him that exercise to drive the point home how important mana sensing was and how much his lack of skill there was holding him back. Ugh. Days went by quickly. Kale was still working on the Sudamir problem, but Zorian had plenty of things to hold his time, so he left his Morlock friend in peace. His attacks on Arania webs were restarted, though this time he was less ambitious and picked a bunch of minor webs instead of a relative juggernaut like the Burning Apex. Accordingly, his attacks went a lot better and his Arania memory reading skills got lots and lots of practice. Since he was already rooting through the memories of defeated Aranias, he decided to kill two birds with one stone by searching their minds for interesting mind magic skills. He found nothing really revolutionary, but every minor trick and variation of a known technique he learned from his fallen foes added up to something in the end. He met with Tanami again, like he agreed to. Like she hinted at in their last meeting, she wanted to ask him for a favor. Specifically, she wanted him to give her his family tree. A weird request, but apparently she was collecting that information from all of her classmates for a personal project. His cynical side insisted that this was a code name for secret AOP information gathering operation, but who knew really? Maybe she was just really interested in people's lineages in addition to spiders. In any case, Zorian saw no reason not to humor her and promptly cobbled up something for her in his notebook. The execution was a bit lacking, unfortunately, since his knowledge of his family tree was a bit sketchy. Especially on his mother's side, since she hated talking about her witch mother and anything related to her. Tanami didn't care about how sketchy it was though. If anything, she seemed to be even more excited about it when she found out Zorian had a witch among his ancestors. Considering the origin of Noble House Aope, he probably shouldn't be surprised about that. Despite the incident with Capriva's alchemical supplies, Ray kept coming to Amaya's home and bringing Nachka along with her. If anything, Ree's friendship with Amaya seemed to have only become firmer in the wake of revelations about her shifter nature. Meanwhile, Nachka and Kana were proud owners of their own toy golems. Nachka had asked for her golem to be given a feminine form like Kosjenka's, and named it Rutvika, while Kana was a bit of a surprise in that she wanted her toy golem to look male. And have white hair. Zorian had no idea what she called it, but Kiriel and Nachka seemed to have decided its name was Jaglanak amongst each other. In other news, Kana seemed to have realized that Zorian had some method of understanding her thoughts, because these days, whenever she wanted to have her desires known, she simply dragged him off from whatever he was doing so he could interpret for her. And here he'd thought she was a little angel. Turns out he just hadn't had anything she'd wanted up until now. Finally, as the end of the restart began to approach, Kale finally decided he'd run out of options. He asked Zorian to teleport him in the vicinity of Iasku Mansion so he could try to analyze the soul trap. He didn't think that would accomplish much, but there was little else he could think of. Zorian agreed, and decided to take Taven along with them. Mostly because he intended to try to analyze the soul trap himself, from the perspective of a spell formula specialist rather than a soul mage, and he needed someone to defend them against the Iron Beaks and Winter Wolves patrolling the wilderness around the place. Taven had no objections, and even relished the chance to fight something, so they were off. They only stayed a short while, and Zorian had to break off his analysis to help Taven defeat the flock of Iron Beaks that had started to harass them, but it was enough for Kale to decide the whole thing was beyond him. Kale was very quiet and subdued after that. The next day he'd made an excuse to drag Zorian out of the house and asked him to teleport them to the north of Nyazov Dveri so he could visit his wife's grave. "We're here," said Kale, pointing at the small abandoned cottage just ahead of them. Finally, Zorian mumbled, breathing heavily. He felt sorry for Kale, he really did, but when Kale said the place was not far from the main road, he didn't quite think the Morlock boy meant this. An hour-long trek uphill, along a bumpy, narrow forest path was not what Zorian would describe as not far. Also, how the hell was Kale not affected in the slightest by the journey? The boy didn't look all that fit to him. Once they reached the cottage, Zorian took a minute to catch some breath and looked around. Kale immediately went to the back of the building to tend to the two simple, earthen graves that stood there. Pretty isolated place, Zorian noted, wandering over to help Kale get rid of the grass and weeds that had completely overrun the place. "No offense, but why did you end up burying your wife here, of all places?" "I didn't have much choice back then," Kale said. "There was only one village in the vicinity, and they're very backwards, superstitious folk. They'd never let a witch and her daughter get buried in their cemetery along with their own dead. And even if I could make them accept it somehow, they'd just vandalize it the moment I wasn't looking."
"Disgusting," Zorian frowned.
"It's fine," Kale said, shaking his head sadly.
"This was their home.
It somehow feels appropriate for them to be buried here." "So this other grave?" began Zorian.
"Freya," said Kale.
"My mother-in-law, and also my teacher. She died just before Namara did." Namara, Zorian learned, was the name of Kale's deceased wife. The crude gravestones, that Kale had presumably made for them, said their last name was Tverinov. Apparently Kale had assumed their family name when he married Namara. That was pretty interesting. It was not unheard of for a husband to take on his wife's name, but it did not happen very often. Usually only civilians who somehow managed to marry into one of the houses did that. Then again, maybe it was a witch thing. He knew that one of the reasons his mother and grandmother did not get along was that mother decided to take father's family name instead of the other way around. Considering that mother's choice seemed very conventional in the grand scheme of things, his grandmother's objections had always seemed strange to him. They both stood there in silence for a while, not saying anything. Finally, after several minutes of comfortable silence, Kale spoke. "I'm sorry," Kale said suddenly.
"For what?"
Zorian asked curiously. "I wasted your time," Kale sighed.
"What?"
Zorian asked incredulously. "You just wanted to visit your wife's grave, there is nothing wrong with that." "No, I'm talking about Sudamir and his soul trap," Kale said. "I kept stalling for over 2 weeks and I have nothing to show for it. I should have given up long ago, but—"
"Ah," said Zorian.
He'd kind of figured out that wasn't going anywhere after the first week or so.
"That.
It's fine, really. Are you sure there is nothing new you can tell me?" "Nothing," Kale said, shaking his head. He then reached out into the inner pocket of his jacket and pulled out a small notebook. He handed it to Zorian.
"Here.
I wrote down everything relevant I could think of into that notebook. Keep in mind that this is literally just me making wild speculations, though I have no way to know if anything I wrote there has any basis in reality." "Right," said Zorian, pocketing it for the moment. "There would be time to read it later. Still, even if it's just speculation, it's clearly not nothing."
"I guess," Kale said.
"But I still feel pretty useless."
"Why?"
Zorian asked curiously. He had known for a while that Kale was frustrated by his inability to offer help against Sudamir, but he never really understood why Kale felt so deeply about that.
"I don't know," admitted Kale.
"Maybe it reminds me of how Freya and Namara contracted the weeping, and I could do nothing except helplessly watch as they wasted away. Or maybe I'm overthinking things. I heard it's a bad idea to psychoanalyze oneself. Zorian couldn't help but wince visibly. Kale didn't often refer to his personal tragedy, so sometimes it was hard for Zorian to keep in mind how traumatic these deaths must have been for his Morlock friend. He had never lost anyone he personally cared about to the weeping, but he'd heard that those who fell to the disease suffered horribly before the end. It was at times like this that Zorian really understood how the specter of that epidemic still hung over many people's lives. It had only been a handful of years since the weeping, after all, and many people were still mourning their dead. I hope you don't think less of me for asking this, said Zorian. But how did you end up as a married father at 13, anyway? Kale burst into laughter. What? He asked, greatly amused. All these restarts and you never thought to ask me this before? Well, I never seemed to find a good opening to dash. Zorian fumbled, caught off guard by the rapid change in Kale's demeanor. Sometimes, Zorian, you're just too considerate, Kale said, shaking his head with a final chuckle. I'd have asked by the end of the third restart for sure if I was in your place. And by the way, you're off by 2 years. I was actually 15 when I got Kana. Zorian gave him a strange look. I'm older than I look, Kale explained. I'm 2 years older than the rest of our class, but Ilsa said that doesn't really matter. Ha! He'd never have guessed Kale was 2 years older than him. Anyway, Kale said, there is not much to say. My mother died in childbirth and my father resorted to alcoholism soon afterwards, so I learned to stay away from the house most of the time. The village children didn't want to associate with a Morlock, so I ended up wandering the wilderness a lot, looking for things to sell for extra cash. One day I stumbled upon Namara in the forest and she led me to this place to meet her mother. Eventually Freya found out about my situation and offered to take me in. I agreed, of course. What, you weren't scared away by rumors of witches making potions out of children's blood? Zorian asked jokingly. Well, the rumors also said Morlocks like me ate people, so I didn't put much stock in them, Kale said. Anyway, I soon found out that Freya's motives weren't entirely motivated by compassion. She wanted an heir, and Namara did not have much talent for magic. I thought witch magic was heavy on the potions and very light on anything that would require actual shaping skills? Asked Zorian. It is, confirmed Kale. And Namara was still horrid for it. She didn't have the instincts or the mentality for it. Since Freya really didn't want her secrets to die with her, she needed to teach her magic to someone from outside the family. And she chose me because, well, Namara fancied you? Zorian guessed. Yes, Kale sighed. She actually made it an official condition for teaching. If I wanted her magic, I had to marry her daughter. But really, I'd have agreed to marry Namara even if she didn't provide any incentive for me to do so. Kale spent the next half an hour telling Zorian small, inconsequential stories about his life in the cottage next to them. It seemed to help his mood immensely. Finally, he took a deep breath and signaled to Zorian that they should go back to Amaya's place before the inhabitants got worried. I have made no mention of Sudamir's soul trap in my research journals, Kale said suddenly, just as they were about to leave. If I ever ask you about him or the disappearing soul mages in the area, just lie to me. Say you have no idea what is happening or something. It's not like I can do anything about it, and it makes it completely impossible for me to focus on my work. I felt horrible these past few weeks, and I failed to get anything done on the alchemical side of things. Zorian stared at him for a second before nodding in agreement. Consider it done.